I'm on time. Except for YouTube. YouTube. Why aren't you sending YouTube? YouTube. What are you doing, YouTube? Okay, there it is. It's sent.
So the for the moderation tab that and this channels below it, does it let you know when you mute people and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, whenever a
Oh
mod
wait.
takes action.
Hold on. Let's see. I'll do that right now to you. I've muted you. All right, now mute me and see if anything changes.
Let's see.
Cool.
Talk.
Now unmute me.
Yeah, nothing shows up in the log.
It might take a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not instant.
Because I can't see the this log tab in Angela's server.
Yeah. This is
Also,
something I specifically added.
uh, also I can add roles, but I can if in your server, but I can't do it in Angela's.
Yeah.
Probably Neve never gave me permission to do so.
Yeah, she didn't give me permission either. We don't have permission as mods.
Yeah.
Got to be an admin for that one.
By the way, the asylum role, you didn't even name it correctly. It's supposed to be asylum patient.
No, because the role is the asylum. The people in it are the patients,
The role is the asylum.
and the
People
people
in it.
in that are in that role are the
Okay.
patients.
Okay.
Yeah. So like when it shows up separately, it'll just show up as
Mhm.
asylum or the asylum, and then everyone under that are the patients.
Mm.
Yeah. Cool.
Are we gonna be playing Sekiro tonight?
We are indeed.
Oh,
I've
good.
labeled my stream, or I've titled it Sekiro versus Hamas again.
Good. Now, let's beat. Please, let's beat Genichiro.
I'll try.
And I will stay silent the entire time and root for you.
Shut up.
I beat him today without even getting hit.
Oh my god, kill yourself. Bastard.
I was bored looking through PlayStation games on the digital storefront, and I was like, yeah, I'd really liked Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
I really hope they make. Yeah, I loved it. It was so good. So good. The game just felt it was it was a little too short though. I wish it was longer. And the more I think about it, I think I still like the first Spider-Man game the best. Where is it? Here it is.
You liked the first one the best?
Yeah, mostly because the story was the best. It was introductory and it had the most content. Like I think this one is my favorite. Like this is the Game of the Year edition, by the way. This comes with all the DLC in the disc.
Nice.
Not in the disc. I'm sorry. It comes with it in a code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think actually no, the best version of this game is the remastered version because it already comes with all the content and you could play it at like 4K, 60 frames per second on the PS5. But on the PC, it comes like that standard. But yeah, I think I might like this one the best just because the most content, the story, I think I like it the best. And overall, yeah. But gameplay wise, Spider-Man 2 is the best. It is so good. It is amazing.
Really?
Have you seen? Yeah, gameplay wise, it's the best. Have you seen some of the gameplay?
Not yet, no.
Okay. The gameplay is crazy. They even added a parry button. So in that game, just like Sekiro, you're expected to not only dodge, by the way, there's certain attacks that you're expected to dodge, and certain attacks you're expected to parry.
Damn.
Yeah, the combat is really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Also, uh you there um They don't show it on camera, but they show a character having his head bitten off. Like literally a monster bites someone's head off and eats it.
Nice.
Yep. What is Spider-Man 2 rated anyways? Is it rated T or is it rated R?
Yeah, it's definitely rated T.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh fuck. Forgot to do that. Oops. Okay.
This is how to get a free trim in the UK. Let's go. First of all, make your way to London. This is the capital city of the UK and is home to some of the best barbers in Europe. Once you're in London, you want to purchase a black hoodie. This will show the barbers that you need a haircut desperately and you haven't had one in a long time. If you're running low on money, this is how to get a free trim in the UK. Let's go. First of all, make your way to London. This is the capital city of the UK and is home to some of the best barbers in Europe. Once you're in London, you want to purchase a black hoodie. This will show the barbers that you need a haircut desperately and you haven't had one in a long time.
What did you say? What did you ask?
Yeah, no, he's still doing it. I was asking, is AV still doing that debate on Tachyon's channel?
He's still on there?
Yeah, he's still on there right now.
How the
Yeah,
fuck?
this has been a yeah, it's been a pretty long debate. I mean, it's been going on for 5 hours. More than 5 hours.
Yeah, mad people left though.
Wait, say that again?
Mad people left.
Yeah, a lot of people left.
It fucking sucks over here, right? Um, violence against us increased fucking massively. All right, so like not just not being able to get onto Reddit forums or whatever. Like as a trans person in the UK, it's really hard to get a job. It's really hard to get healthcare. Okay, it's impossible to get your voice heard in the fucking in
What is this
mainstream media
setup?
or whatever.
How the
And
fuck
all the while you're dealing
do they
with
have
constantly,
this
every single
where
fucking day on
these
media,
fucking
people calling
profile photos
people
got so
saying
much
that
bigger?
everybody like you is a fucking pedophile, a child groomer, a child mutilator, whatever.
What is
Right,
this?
you're all perverts.
What
and
has this
fucking idiots.
integration?
With in the United States, some openly calling
Tachyon
for
must
the fucking
have set up something in
execution of
his server
anybody
to be
who
like that,
has
if I had to
anything to do
guess.
with you,
I think
right?
it's
Certain
probably like
Republican
Restream or
politicians,
Yeah, and you
a
have
StreamYard
every
or something
right
like
to
that.
be mad
So-
about that.
No. I understand that. I understand that. Right? And there are people who would offer me a hand up, right? Who I simply would not take it from, right? The fucking there are batshit crazy fucking tanky motherfuckers who I would not go near with a fucking barge pole, who would happily offer me that hand up and say, actually, you know, it's okay, you can go.
I don't recognize countries that have been colonized. That's fine. But you literally don't recognize any modern countries. All imperialists are colonizers, but not all colonizers are imperialists. Wait, no, it's the other way around. No, it's the other way around. All colonizers are imperialists, not all imperialists are colonizers. So you can be an imperialist, take over a country, but you don't colonize it. You can, we gave the example yesterday of, you guys said I was wrong. It wasn't Kiev. What was the other one? This is how Israel was created. Nobody disagrees with this, Mojo. I don't know why you're just spitting out randomness right now. Nobody disagrees with this. I brought up the argument at the beginning. If you disagree with that, you can tell me. But you're just saying random shit right now that nobody disagrees with. Yes, Crimea. Okay, so Crimea was taken over by Russia.
Once you have your black hoodie, you want to make your way to Brixton Hill, located in South London. Once at the barbers, you need to walk around and say the following: Angel Town 150, I got my ZK on me right now. Who wants to get chinged? I got my ZK on me basically means I have my promo code with me. And who wants to get chinged means who's up for giving me a free haircut. After that, someone will request for you to come around the corner. Make sure you follow them, and when you're following them, say, what, Wagwan. Make sure you say what at least 3 times. After you said the promo code, they'll go behind their back to take out their barbering equipment. Make sure you stand still and wait for your free shave. Like and comment for part 2. If you're running low on money, this is how to get a free trim in the UK. Let's go. First of all, make your way to London. This is the capital city of the UK and it's home to some of the best barbers in Europe. Once you're in London, you want to purchase a black hoodie. This will show the barbers that you need a haircut desperately and you have...
Did you get any of that?
I wasn't listening.
Oh. All right, you want me to replay it?
Sure.
All right.
If you're running low on money, this is how to get a free trim in the UK. Let's go.
YouTube?
First of all, make your way to London.
You,
this is the capital city of the UK and it's home to some of the best barbers in Europe. Once you're in London, you want to purchase a black hoodie. This will show the barbers that you need a haircut desperately and you haven't had one in a long time. Once you have your black hoodie, you want to make your way to Brixton Hill, located in South London. Once at the barbers, you need to walk around and say the following: Angel Town 150, I got my ZK on me right now. Who wants to get chinged? I got my ZK on me basically means I have my promo code with me. And who wants to get chinged means who's up for giving me a free haircut. After that, someone will request for you to come around the corner. Make sure you follow them, and when you're following them, say what, Wagwan. Make sure you say what at least 3 times. After you said the promo code, they'll go behind their back to take out their barbering equipment. Make sure you stand still and wait for your free shave. Like and comment for part 2. If you're running low on money, this is how to get a free trim in the UK. Let's go. First...
Oh my god.
How to get shot.
More like how to get stabbed.
It's taking very long, fam. Can we just get... Fam, can I wait a quick hot 5 minutes? Nah, man, can we just get G? You ain't truly, fam. You know what's around the corner? What's around the corner? Fam, Do-Rego's block, fam. You know about Do-Rego? Do-Rego's not on piss, fam. I don't give a fuck, fam. When I see my man, fam, the other day I had my man doing running legs. You don't understand, fam. I had my man dashing. Fam, what time I man dashing, fam? Anyway, I'll back it anyway. Piss, fam. I was running up the other day, letting it fuck like... See the way I swing my blade, fam? Once I'm losing this beat. Yo, Brucey! It's taking very long, fam. Can we just...
Let's see. Popular.
If you see a man squaring up like this, he's definitely had some boxing experience. And I can't lie, you don't want to fight him because he'll definitely twat you in, you're not swaying. If he squares up like this, he's a regular Donny that doesn't know how to fight and is going to throw an overhand right. You can see it coming from a mile away. He always throws the same bang. There it goes. If a man does this, he's not trying to fight. He's trying to take something out of his trousers and put you on a t-shirt. You get me? Sometimes he may not have nothing, but it's not worth the risk. Just run, don't fight. If you see a guy squaring up like this, at first you'll think, what the fuck is he doing? I'll tell you what he's doing. He's got some Muay Thai experience and he's extremely dangerous. Getting ready to give you the knee of your life. Wow. These guys just give hella verbs, but they're not really about that life, you know what I mean? They just keep talking and backing away. They're not really about it. They don't really want to fight, but because there's people around, they don't want to run away either because their ego's too big, innit? As you can see, he's not on piss. Not on nothing. This guy here is a Buki Donny, you know what I mean? Because he acts like he's calm, everything's calm, but he's getting ready to sneak bang you when you're not looking any minute. Wow. If you see a man squaring up like this, he's definitely... If you're running low on money, this is how... If you're visiting the UK, you need to know this. This is how to make friends in the UK. Let's go. First of all, take a train to London. Secondly, purchase one of these. As you can see, I'm wearing one myself. It basically says to everyone that you're a friendly, approachable individual. Now, once you have your COVID-friendly mask, as you can see, following the guidelines, you need to take a trip to Peckham in South London. This is one of the most welcoming communities throughout the UK. Once you're there, you need to look for these individuals that look like this. As you can see, they're all wearing their winter protective gear because the weather in the UK is extremely cold. So when you see them, you need to scream, Zone 2K! Moscow, B! Wagwan! Do you want to get
see his
splashed?
teeth through the fucking
And basically
mask.
what this means is Wagwan
so
is a friendly
goofy.
greeting, like, how are you doing, my bro? And do you want to get splashed basically means, do you want to go to a water park? After that, they'll probably approach you and ask you, do you want me to back it out? And you need to respond, yes, back it out. And basically this means is, I'm going to take my phone out and give you my number so that we can remain friends and keep in contact, you know what I mean? Like and comment for part 2. If you're visiting the UK, you need to...
Can you
If you're running
type in
low
the
on
search
money,
bar?
this is...
Can I
Can we
what?
watch watch the fight Inner Ishin? I want to
Yes.
show you some. I want to show you how much different. By the way, there is one attack like that is crazy, and it starts up in his first phase.
Okay, I have to click on this first, and then I will do that. Just because I saw this.
Was that Warlock?
Yes.
I guarantee you, the reason why she's so liked is because she looks like that. Like she's loved now. Like she's like the anomaly of fat people.
Couple girls in the back with some... That's a boy? That's a man? That's a man, bro.
She got a dick.
That's a boy?
Yeah. Oh God, you didn't know that.
Bro.
What the fuck was that, bro?
That is hilarious.
Warlock's a woman though. They had to have tricked him.
Trans.
She got a dick. Yeah.
Trans
Oh God, you
woman?
didn't know that. What the fuck was that, bro?
I never knew that.
You didn't know that?
No. I mean, all fat people. They look. I mean, it's hard to identify them.
Hello, here's your food. Sorry
Okay.
they were 5 seconds late, so I went ahead and brought my manager.
You don't have to
Once
do
they
that.
get to be like
Like you said, we're
Warlock,
terribly sorry for the inconvenience.
Like,
I went ahead and
you
got your
have to be,
complimentary
like-
Apple Watch to go with your meal.
An Apple Watch for being 5
like,
seconds late?
you have to be so obese where it's unidentifiable. Like if you're like 50 pounds overweight, you have to be like more than double. You know what I mean? Like,
To be
you have-
like so mushed in the face that you literally can't
Yeah.
tell.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
like
I
your
get you.
face, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like my cousin, he's 6'5", and at one point he was over 300 pounds. He still looked recognizable as a guy. But the thing with Gorlock is she has long hair, and
Yeah.
Anyways, Inner Ephraim. The more I talk, the more I'm gonna tie myself in a knot. By the way, this might be the hardest boss in the game. Like this Ishin is much stronger than the regular Ishin. See, this guy's using power up.
Power-ups with almost no health bar. Look at that tiny little health bar. Down on the
Oh
lot,
shit,
bottom.
you're right. You're right, and he doesn't have Chronos Charm.
Doesn't have what?
That's what they call it in the game. If you ring the bell, you lose your Chronos Charm. At the very beginning of the game,
Oh, yeah,
the boy gives you a charm. That charm is to prevent you from taking damage if you block that.
What is that fucking... That hat?
Fan? That's not a fan, it's an umbrella. It's supposed to prevent you from taking
Yeah.
damage.
I'm thinking rice patty hat.
Hear something? Ishin's second phase is the hardest phase. His third phase is easier than his second phase. The reason being that lightning attack. If you can exploit that lightning attack successfully, you can really stun him. That's the thing. So the third phase is like the second easiest phase. The hardest phase is the second phase. At least that's how it is for me. I was fighting Ishin today, and I did lose to him once, and that second phase was annoying. Because he doesn't really use the lightning attacks, he doesn't have as many vulnerabilities. So, when he's attacking.
What is with
I don't
that
think I'll be
character?
able to beat the first fight.
What do you mean? What character?
Look at all this.
Oh, that might be leftovers from his power-up, maybe. I don't really like... Yeah, it might be, I don't know, I'm not sure. Whenever I play Sekiro, I don't use any power-ups. I don't like using any prosthetic tools. I just want to fight them one-on-one with... and just using healing, that's about it.
What power-ups?
So, there are these red, blue, and yellow. I think it's yellow, but it might be a different color. But it's I know there's red.
Sugars or whatever.
Yeah, those. They power up your attack, defense, and then there's one other thing. But I hardly ever use them. I mean,
yeah,
I've
those
beaten all the
don't
bosses.
do that to you though.
It might be something else then. Might be something else. I'm not sure. I don't know. All I know is I never use any of this stuff. I just fight them without it.
I've used those before. They don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, and not only that I gotta go find more. It just gets annoying. I don't like depending on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this guy is really top notch. I mean, he doesn't even have Kuro's charm. Oh, that's Inner Genichiro. Okay. I would say he's about as hard as the regular Ishin. Yeah, he's pretty tough. those new attack variations they added to Genichiro, they're even if you're holding Kuro's charm, he could still do damage to you even if you block. Because that's just how they built it. They really built it hard. I'm not kidding you, he's substantially more difficult than your regular Genichiro.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that.
Didn't know you do what?
So, this is one of the problems I've been having with Inner Genichiro. Whenever I throw his lightning attack back at him, he just throws it right back at me, and I try jumping back in the air to see if I can throw it back at him, and I just end up getting screwed. So, I just end up running away from his lightning attack. See that? I don't want to do that. I've beaten him quite a few times, but I still don't know how to do that lightning attack. If you want to spoil yourself, there's another boss called Inner. Well, it's up to you whether or not you want to look
I don't
for
care.
him, but
Go for it.
his name is Inner Owl. Yeah, this boss is really hard. I would say he's tougher than Ishin. This is him.
Is there like a regular owl that you fight in this building?
Yeah, there is. There's two of them in this game. The regular owl you'll fight at the top of the castle where you're fighting Genichiro, and then if you go down the secret route, the secret ending of this game, you fight him in this burning area. I don't think you've gone down the secret ending. You could probably do that for your second playthrough.
To do what?
If you go down the secret ending for this game, then you get to fight him. You're probably not going to be able to fight him in your playthrough.
How do you do the secret ending?
I forgot, but you have to trigger certain events in the game. And I did it because I needed it for the platinum trophy. You have to look at the eye online.
Well, I know I did one of the events because I got that one guy to go to a different location than you're supposed to go, and he's supposed to turn into a
if you want to go down the secret ending, look online to trigger all the events so you can trigger it. That way you can fight him if you want to. But this guy, you'd be fighting the regular version of this guy. As long as you beat him as long as you beat the game once, I believe, then I think you can do all the bundles. By the way, to fight these inner bosses, you have to get to them in the gauntlet. And that means you have to beat a bunch of bosses in a row without dying, without losing. Like, you could die once and then revive, but without losing, you to fight them. That's what happened with me.
Never happened.
I mean, you could restore your health at the end of the fight all your killing boys.
Opium.
I was getting real frustrated with this guy earlier today.
Adriana Chechik is playing Dark Souls 3.
Who's that?
You don't know who Adriana Chechik is?
Nope.
She's that porn star girl that broke her back at TwitchCon last year.
I don't pay attention to TwitchCon. Twitch isn't my area.
The story got pretty popular because she was doing like a jousting thing, or not jousting, whatever the thing is where you're doing the thing with the big pole on like a balancing thing over a foam pit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she knocked the person off and she won. And then to celebrate, she went and did like a split in the air and then dropped into the foam pit. But the people at TwitchCon did not make a very good foam pit. This foam pit was like a layer of foam, like one or two layers of foam cubes over a cement floor. So
Did she sue? Did she sue them?
I don't think so. But she landed flat on her tailbone and broke her back. Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, that could have been that's a lawsuit.
I know. She lost her porn career because of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure if
she
you
was
ask
a back brace.
conservatives, I'm sure if you ask conservatives, they'll be like, "Yeah, that's a blessing in disguise."
Yep. I mean, Jack literally said to me, "Don't pretend like porn stars are equal to us one day."
I mean, he could make that argument for morals, but not in terms of equal rights.
Yeah, well, that's what he meant.
So he literally wants to take away their rights just because they do porn.
He just thinks they're worthless and that they're not equal to us.
From like a moral perspective or equal rights, or what
both, but he doesn't like want to take the rights away, but he doesn't care about them whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, damn.
He pretty much pretends like they're not humans. And they're retarded garbage. Yeah. It's kind of ironic coming from him, being that he is literally retarded and less than garbage. So it's so ironic seeing such a superiority complex in somebody that is less than worthless.
Yeah, well, one thing I would like to know is how his personality came to be this way. Because if you look at people of his generation, they generally tend to be very liberal. I mean, Jack's an anomaly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of younger generation, there was an article written. Millennials and younger will outnumber the older generation in the 2024 election once it comes time for voting. So that's what I would say is making Trump Trump. I don't know if Trump will win this 2024 election, but if he did, but the polls still they still show him winning, because I know at one point, because in general the general consensus is for the Democrats to win, they need to be winning by a few points. They need to be winning by like 4 points just for them to be barely taking it on the national polls, because obviously the Electoral College favors Republicans. So that's the problem. And I think most polls were showing they were equal or Trump was +1 at one point. But let's see what happens. But I want to see how, what goes on with the younger generation if they come out to vote, because I think that's like the biggest contingency.
Yeah.
Can you play the video?
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how it's gonna go.
Let's see what happens. I mean, Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry, drowsy. Fucking Christ.
Would you consider a second playthrough of Sekiro?
Sekiro has one of the most
A what?
Would you consider
Would
a
I
second
consider a second playthrough of Sekiro?
Okay, let me re-ask the
Maybe.
question. Would you want to do another playthrough?
Yeah, probably.
Would you do it? Yeah. I could tell you right now, once I got the platinum trophy, I immediately dropped the game. I was like, I don't want to play this game anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I was playing the game at 30 frames a second, and it was janky frame rate when I got the platinum trophy. Like I was playing it on shit quality on my PlayStation 4 Pro. So I was playing it in like somewhat shit condition. Who's this? Oh, screw it, Sekiro boss ranking. Oh, okay.
consistent boss lineups I've ever seen in a game. So much so that while randomly replaying it, I realized, wait, why have I not ranked them? So screw it, Sekiro boss ranking. Now just to get some rules out of the way. For those of you who haven't played this game in a while, about 2 years ago they added inner versions for a few of the bosses, which are just more complex versions of them. And for those bosses, I'm not separating the inner versions from the vanilla ones because it would just feel too redundant. I'll just base it off of which version I prefer. And just keep in mind, I have played this game a disgusting amount of times, which means that certain benefits of the first playthrough don't apply to me. For example, to give a slight spoiler, if I made this list after like 3 playthroughs, Divine Dragon would probably be a few spots higher, just because of how cool it is. But when it comes to long-term replay value, it doesn't hold up as well as genuine, super intricately designed
Yeah, I don't
fights.
like that boss.
Also, since the title didn't specify this, I should mention that this is a ranking from worst to best, not easiest to hardest. And I'm only including main bosses, so no mini bosses will be appearing here. Now, with all that said, here's my ranking of Sekiro's bosses from worst to best. Number 15, Headless Ape Gang. So, to the surprise of absolutely no one, the bottom
Jesus,
spot on
I
this
hate
list is
these two.
occupied by
They
what
make
I
this like
believe to be the
people
one and
at
only
once.
bad boss in this game. It's just such a mess. I can't help but feel like this fight was thrown into the game at the last second because they just wanted something more powerful than Mist Noble guarding the way to Mibu Village. Though I think the Snake Eyes mini-boss was more than enough for most people on a first playthrough. Anyway, the fight starts off with the first phase just being the second phase of a boss you've already fought, which initially makes it pretty lazy. Admittedly, this phase is totally fine though. It still isn't cool that it's repeated from earlier, but I do enjoy fighting phase 2 of Guardian Ape. Then once you beat this phase, it's just like,
now there are 2 of them.
and this is without a doubt the worst thing in all of Sekiro. This game already doesn't work particularly well with gank fights, and having these 2 massive bosses in a room together is just awful. There's really no proper way to deal with them. It's the definition of a shit show. They're obviously not meant to coordinate their attacks in a fair way, so you just end up with a random, lazy-ass fight that feels like it shouldn't even exist. So like most people, I just try to kill the brown ape as quickly as possible, either by spamming firecrackers to drain its posture, or just using the mortal blade. But ultimately, it really just feels up to luck. I truly have a special shit spot in my heart for this boss, not just because of how bad it is, but because it ruined what could have been, in my opinion, a perfectly clean boss lineup. And ever since I learned that you can skip it, I've made sure to do so every time. So that being said,
What up,
let's talk
baby?
about
What's up,
some
buddy?
non-trash bosses. Number
What's up?
14,
I'm getting
Folding
dinner,
Screen
but
Monkeys.
I'm just kinda
From
gonna
Software has
vibe
never
here
been
and
known
listen.
for having commendable
Yes.
puzzle bosses. In fact, they usually end up being among the worst in each of their games. And while this is technically true for the Folding Screen Monkeys, it's
Okay,
still without a
I'm
doubt
gonna
one of
ask
their
you
best.
the
idea of the
question right
different
now. Do I get off my lazy ass and make dinner, or do I say fuck it and order DoorDash because I did overtime today? Fuck.
Yeah, I would say kind of DoorDash because you've been debating for a while. You need the rest, I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready to hear the craziest shit?
Let's
What?
hear it.
Okay, so I had to be at work at 7 a.m. today. That means I had to be out of the door by 6:30 to get to work on time.
Uh-huh.
You all know when I left the call. I was back awake at 4 a.m. and I haven't slept since.
What time did you leave the call?
1 a.m. my time. I'm a fucking machine, dude. You don't even understand.
You slept for what, 2.5 hours, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah, about that. When I woke up, I couldn't stop thinking about a Serbian film. We didn't even fucking watch that movie, and that's the one that traumatized me.
Yep. That's why I only watched that video.
Yeah,
Next
fucking
time,
valid.
next time we can give you a better experience. We can watch Lilo and Stitch.
Nope, we can't.
There we go.
No, we can't. No.
Okay, fine.
But
We'll
you can
find
keep that meme up.
we can watch Frozen.
I'll kill you. I'll kill your family.
Let it go.
Let their heads go. They're
I've never watched
rolling on the floor.
I've
Wait,
always
did
wanted to
someone
make
make a video regarding
inappropriate
that?
movies like that.
What were you gonna say, Theba?
I was gonna say, did someone make a meme song regarding that Frozen?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah. Anyways, play the video. Play Sekiro. I want to see how this guy ranks the bosses.
Monkeys having different methods of being able to get away from you
this
is decently
boss.
well done. And even if you don't figure it out from the paintings of them, you can still get some advice from this dude. All in all, it's pretty well put together. You take advantage of the
No,
green
it's not.
monkey's good
This
hearing
boss
by
is
ringing
shit.
the bell near him, the purple monkey's good eyesight by trapping him in the dark room, and I guess there's not exactly a super thought out method of dealing with the orange one. Just try to avoid him seeing you and alerting the other monkeys. Then, of course, there's the invisible monkey, which is easily the highlight of this boss for me. I love how there's just no image for him, which makes his puzzle really mysterious, especially since the dude in the area
What's
doesn't even
up?
give
Lol, what's up, dog?
Doing
Nada.
good.
How'd the end of the panel go, Davis?
Not too bad. Tachyon ended the stream, and I left after ending the stream. I was going to make dinner, but then I said, fuck it, I'm ordering DoorDash.
Hell yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. My fiance is ordering DoorDash. I'm going to pick whatever the fuck she wants.
Good man.
Fuck. What?
Nah. See, the thing is, I don't want to choose, because if I choose, it's going to be McDonald's Big Mac for the rest of my life.
Oh my god. What? Ew.
You don't ever just want like sushi?
No, the way I look at it, food is food. Like, yeah, there's some really there's really good
No, I don't want to hear it.
Food,
No,
Minecraft
you're
hunger
wrong.
bar, okay?
No.
He's not wrong.
It's a
No, he's
Minecraft
not wrong.
hunger bar.
What?
It's a
He's not
Minecraft
wrong.
hunger bar.
No, it's not.
People who fetishize food are weird.
Yeah, I
No,
am
don't
weird.
get me wrong.
But
I will
no.
fetishize a good ass fucking piece of food. That being said, I'm not gonna
One
search for
unit
that
of food. 1 unit.
Yeah, it's like you should only eat really good food once in a while, so you really appreciate it. You know?
True.
No.
That debate was really funny.
You only
Think about
eat
it.
really good food once in a while, so you really appreciate it. You eat good food all the time.
Bro, I had to eat, like, when I was growing up, I would eat bologna sandwiches like every day for a fucking month. And when you get that steak, it doesn't matter if it's the cheapest steak at Walmart. That shit's the best fucking steak you've ever had.
I eat bologna sandwiches every day.
Are you sure that's called autism? Just kidding.
Maybe.
I eat
That is
bologna
also a
sandwiches every day for
possibility.
lunch at work. I legit make bologna sandwiches for work every day lately. The past couple of weeks.
Bologna's fucking good.
Mm-hmm. German
The
bologna.
most autistic thing I probably ate every day was when I was working at this fucking metal place. I constantly needed to eat like protein in large meals. So what I started doing was I was buying a hot dog pack, ramen, and then a bag of cheese. And what I would do is I would chop up 4 hot dogs, put it in my ramen with a fuck ton of cheese, and then nuke it for 3 minutes.
Weird. Sounds
It
good,
was
though.
super fucking good.
You said chopped up hot dog, ramen, and cheese?
Yes.
You know, there was this cheese ramen that I got once, and it was fucking disgusting. I hated it.
Okay, this is really good. Mac and cheese ramen is fucking disgusting. Don't trust that shit.
Okay.
It has to be cheesy cheese. Like that shit has to.
Oh,
when you pick up
cheesy
your
cheese.
Yeah, when you pick
Oh,
up the fork,
cheesy
that shit needs to be like
cheese.
leaving behind a strain, you know?
Okay, it can't be the not cheesy cheese. It's got to be the
Yeah, I
cheese
mean,
that's made of cheesy cheese.
yeah, it has to be the real shit, or like maybe the fake shit like Velveeta, you know? It
Velveeta's
has to be
fine.
like the really fake shit, or like the really real cheesy cheese, you know?
I just like dream cheese, you know? I just want it to be
That's
like
good.
in my mind.
Hanko,
you
how much
fucking
of
go.
that debate did you listen to?
Most of it. Like until
What did you
Tom
think?
left.
Okay, fair enough. What did you
Yeah.
think of my DLC boobs take?
That was really good. I like that a lot. That was really
That was a good one.
It's super. Sorry, like, there are very few topics that I will take seriously, and I'm not gonna lie, that was one of them. That was not
Based.
one of them.
No, it was one of them. I could tell you were actually really serious about the DLC boobies. Okay.
See, you know what?
No,
I agree with the
wasn't. I think
DLC.
Don't play
okay,
it, liar.
Hang on.
That
This is
wasn't
what
your
I
name.
think.
I knew that
DLC
people were going
boobs,
to like.
absolutely.
What?
Okay, here was my position. I knew that people were going to talk about how over sexualizing is bad for women because of image. Then I also knew men are going to say, well, fuck it. Why? Blah, 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 blah. But I took the angle that that's just kind of cringe. I don't want to see it. And if we're going to see it, then I want to see it like be realistic. And then everyone hated it. So whatever. It's fun.
You know what? I'm fine with the DLC boobs. That's why I said it needs to be up to a random number generator to set the size at first. And then if you want to set the size afterwards, you have to buy the DLC.
Real life.
You
Based
saying that was the
improvement.
entire reason why I started saying the random number generator thing.
Which, it's actually legit though. Big boobs, -10. -10 movement.
Honestly, I don't know if you had the same problem, but it was hard to take a lot of the panel seriously. And what I mean by that
Oh,
is like
hell yeah.
a lot of the back and forth, it was just like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Exactly. Nah, I was memeing the whole time. I think it was very clear. But there are other people who were taking it way too seriously. Like Vivian, I don't know. It was cringing the fuck out of me. I thought I would. I'm surprised. I actually ended up liking Oron more than Vivian. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
It's pretty
Well,
cringe at times.
Vivian just kept on fucking railroading you with anything and everything.
Dude, it was like,
definitely annoying,
shut
but
up.
holy fuck.
You don't even
Okay.
care, dude. You don't even care about this. Like, please, don't tell me you care. You don't care.
That guy Oren, oh my god.
He was a lot too.
Oh my god.
In
he
order?
is out of his mind.
And then
Yeah, Oren's a little out there.
A little?
Uchov's had me rolling the whole time. He's so funny. She was super rude though, and so was Stardust, but she was still fucking funny.
Just to be clear, the person that probably identified with my position the closest was Mantis.
Mm-hmm. Oh, when Mantis was going off about all the shit that guys say to other guys when they like are destroying them in games. She's like, you're a pussy, blah blah blah. I'm sniping you and shit. Like it was so funny. I don't know what she all said, but it was very good.
I missed that part.
Oh yeah, it was fucking amazing.
It's like, okay, you know what it reminded me of in okay, like the other guys where he like is annoyed by his wife's dancing so much that he like ironically learns how to like do the dance perfectly for some reason, and it's like kind of weird logic, but at the moment, but when you think about it, it's like, yeah, you hate something so much that you like know it very well. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a weird phenomenon, but I've definitely been there. But when she was talking about it, it was like, holy fuck, like she's definitely heard all of these things before because she's so on the nose that it was so good, dude. I loved that. It was good. Good times.
Oren definitely has katanas on his wall. And a body
Okay.
pillow.
I have a quick question. Does
What's up?
Ninetales always make like weird quips about neoliberals and capitalism?
Yeah, Ninetales is like cringiest human alive.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah,
My girl's friends
Ninetales
with
is
her. That's
hyper
cool,
autistic
but she's not.
lefty. So
She's not my. She's not my friend. I love like morally testing her wokeness in front of her.
fair.
It's such a me. But when I was like, I would challenge Ninetales to cede 1 minute of their opening and ending statement in the effort of like intersectionality. Oh my god.
You know what is
Or
like the
the
I
most
stood for that.
or the
frustrating
raid
thing
Based.
that
or the
Ninetales
raid Shadow
does?
Legends.
That was really funny. That was really good. The most frustrating thing that Ninetales does, and that like every fucking leftist does, is you should read this person's book. Their perspective and take on black feminism and critique of feminism is just really introspective and like really insightful, and you should really read it because you need to know about it.
I just
should read
hate
book
like
chat.
we're on a debate panel and it's like, okay. They're like Vivian at one point is like, oh my god, like you guys aren't reading all the like things I posted in chat. And I was like, dude, how many other like 99% of the time we're in discords, in chats, talking with all this shit. This is the one time where we're not gonna do that shit. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
The
it's
cringy?
in the literature. Oh my god. Why don't you shove the
Oh.
literature down your throat and literally choke on it and die? Okay? Fuck you and your
So-
literature. Ugh.
So there should be a moderator or like a moderator's assistant that you can send your source to in the moment, move on from the fucking point, and then later have them chime in and be like, oh yeah, by the way, I read your source and this kind of thing. Like that would be acceptable. But sorry, I'm not reading your fucking nerdy ass fucking shit you spent 20 minutes Googling. Like, sorry, not doing that. Yeah. Vivian pissed me off.
Fair.
And not even because I think she was that bad. I think it was just a personality conflict. She just annoyed me. I was like, dude, you're so fucking indignant. And then like cringe. I could not.
She was soaking up the time in that panel.
Dude, yes.
Dude, I was
Again.
falling asleep at points.
Well, Boot Shops was like, no, you're talking. She's like, you're talking so much. You're talking all the time. And I was like, yeah. Like, your voice is super sedated. Like, it was, yeah, I just can't. I don't know if it's like the way like leftists talk, but I don't even get it that much for Ninetales. I just think like Ninetales is just like dishonest and annoying versus like Vivian just like irritated me. I was like, I don't know. It's an irrational hate. I'll be honest. She's probably not that bad of a person. In the group chats, we weren't even like fighting against each other. Everyone else was. So the beef started on the panel, which was weird, but yeah. Anyways, they got worse today because me and Ninetales were going at each other, but that's like not something anyone hasn't seen before, so it wasn't that interesting.
Yeah, you should just do that more often.
Me fighting Ninetales
It's
is
funny.
so fucking. It is funny, but it's cringe too because it's like, oh my god, we're doing
Again.
this again.
Yes, this again, and it's
Give the people what they want.
Mantis fighting anyone is funny too.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a good time.
Neve, you should watch the time when Mantis was fighting Jack on the Israel-Palestine debate. That was
Okay.
intense.
Do you by any chance have like
Wait, that happened?
yes, or a link or a timestamp?
Yeah, here I'll put it in the chat. One
I'll
second.
play it.
Yeah, I need to see this.
Oh, you'll play it?
Yeah.
Alright, here.
Yeah, I play it.
All right, here. Let me pull it up.
the
One
fuck?
sec.
I need to catch up on the lore.
Oh, here. Do you know where to go, Cankle?
No, you gotta
Or-
send it.
Okay. Let's see. No. Oh, crap. What's going on?
Okay, why? Here's the thing that bugs me. Okay, never mind. I'll tell you after.
What? No, go for it. We got a second.
If you had to steal man Ninetales point here, why do you think Ninetales always calls me a pick-me?
She does? Why?
Wait, she does?
Yeah, she's called me like pick me like 3 or 4 times. But if you had to steal man that in the most charitable way possible, why do you think she'd say that?
Because people like her and they don't like, but people like you and don't like her. Like, as fucked up as it sounds, you're more liked on panels.
I just think that I add a bit of personality. You know what I mean? Some people.
Yeah, and Ninetales fucking grills everyone and goes on.
Oh, okay. The Steelman would be because you just agree with everybody, and nobody agrees with her.
Yeah, there you go. That's the Steelman.
That's the Steelman.
Okay.
The more realistic thing is you're more likable, and you have the more popular position that tends to be more reasonable.
Does it seem like pandering? Somebody told me I was pandering the other day. No?
No, it's not pandering.
Would you ever tell me if I was? I feel like I would sense it myself because I feel like, okay, there's the the shitty thing of going against it, but there's been a couple times where I've come off panels and I'd be like, dude, that was so cringe. Like, even if I do believe that, like, I'll just chill. It's because I'm like so removed from like lefties and leftists and other trans people. So I do hear the shit they say, and I do think it's fucking cringe. So I tell them what I think, but I guess from their perspective, they're probably like, oh, she's just trying to be the good trans. Anyways, play the video. I'm sorry.
Can you wait until I get back? I'll be gone for
of course.
30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, honestly, what you just said is why people call you a pick-me. And the reason why I say that is because you're saying, like, you know, I'm not like the other asshole trans people. That's like the ultimate steel man of what you just said that I could offer.
No, that's fair. But like, because of like an actual factual thing, like I literally hang out with like, I don't even have trans friends. Like I literally made a trans friend online. And I think that was possibly, this is horrible. I can't name some. Oh, the Giving Tree, I would say is a trans friend. Fruit Shops would be generous because let's be honest, no, it's your friend. We're all just content creators, sir. But I like her. She's cool. But yeah, so literally, not that I genuinely know too many other trans people. So I was forced to adapt in like what I would consider to be like normie society. And then not only that, like I was successful in terms of like the way I interacted with other people socially, to the point of like, I don't know, as cringe as it sounds, like networking and doing shit like that. So like, obviously I'm as terminally online as anyone else is these days, but when I hear some of the shit that comes out of people's mouths, I do think it's fucking insane. And I do rationalize with like more of a, I don't know, if it's like a moderate or like, even if it's sometimes just to be like, dude, you sound so dumb. Like, stop talking type energy. So yeah, anyways, it's cringe. I could definitely see that. And I think it's probably something I'll have to be more conscious of.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I think we all have pick-me behavior depending on the context.
Well, it's so much easier to go for groupthink, but when you actually think that way, then it's like,
Yeah, that's why you have to always make sure your opinions are grounded in what you actually believe, and if you have beliefs.
Yeah, true.
W pick me energy? W pick me energy?
There you go.
Based?
Well, dude.
Red pilled? Neef pilled?
Here's how I feel. This is the best way to decide if you are a pick me or not. Do you mind if you are in a room and everybody thinks you're a retard for what you're saying?
No, probably not.
Okay, then you're not a pick me.
No, because I'll tell you why. Yeah, probably. Hey, no, I genuinely don't care. I don't factor in what other people think into my opinions. There's no way. And like for the longest time I did, and that was like And the way that it was like I would say that it impacted my opinions was being like closeted like trans med forever. Like I literally was not open about it until like a month ago. Until Food Shop's panel. And then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Bitch, this is how I feel. And like I would always tell my non-trans friends that this is how I feel, but they like don't know any of the terminology, any of the stuff. They don't understand the significance of me saying like, no, I believe this type of thing, and like what the implications are to like some people. They don't even understand non-binary people. Like they're just like normies, or they don't care, or they're like like they accept people if you're nice and you're kind and you know what I mean, and like you're sociable, then they'll accept you and they'll use your pronouns or whatever. But like they're just not that tuned into all that shit. So like I probably have been open about it for a long time and I just haven't like met anyone who kind of knew. And then who slapped the label on? I think Food Shops probably did the first time, and I was like, huh, shit. Well, I guess that's. I think it was because in that panel she was like, okay, I don't know, she made a definition of like a trans medical, and then another one where it was like more open concept or whatever, and I was like, huh, I think I agree with the trans med stuff, and I just like went with it basically.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. I also believe the Holocaust isn't real. No, I'm just kidding.
Sick based. Me neither.
Based.
Just kidding.
Yeah. No, I would say that's
Or
my most
am I?
controversial opinion.
That the Holocaust is
That-
real?
That and the DLC boob thing.
I think what you mean to say,
Not
Neve,
controversial,
is that you're a
I guess.
revisionist.
Sure.
There you go.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Eat time.
Yes,
you
it was.
put it,
I'd love,
just to like steel
Alright.
man a little bit, or
I'm just gonna step out, so I'm just gonna say, all right.
Yeah, have a nice one, buddy.
well, that sucks.
Okay.
But okay.
Yeah, no hate. I don't think you're an
y-
anti-Semite. Maybe a little bit, but not really 100%.
Bro, don't do that. That's gross.
Amos, is that you on the panel?
Well, he's
Like
actually.
50%.
You know what's actually gross? You trying to say that like
Shut
the
the
religions are
fuck up.
just the same.
Whoa, whoa,
Fucking
whoa, whoa,
pussy.
whoa, whoa,
Bro,
whoa!
like
Has
you
anyone,
literally. Sorry.
has anyone here actually
Brain's
read the
ass versus
2017
Jack is funny
charter?
too.
Because it's
There's
not
no point.
fucking.
Their actions follow the 1980s.
I've read some of it. Yeah, I've read the.
Because
I've
it
read
actually
both,
sounds pretty fucking like reasonable, given that they're
No, it
even
doesn't.
willing. Listen to what I'm saying.
Sorry.
I'm saying because everyone's acting like they're unwilling to negotiate and they're just they just want complete eradication. of
lying.
Israel. Yeah. So, but have you read the fucking charter? Because they did
There's
make
no
attempts.
point.
Jack, you're such a fucking
Your mom
retard.
fucking
What are you,
lied
12
to you,
years
bro.
old?
You're
Yes,
fucking
he is.
gross.
He is
Literally,
12 years
the
old in his
fucking
mind.
dropped you as a fucking baby.
Like,
That's
over
why your
me, let me
fucking
make a
forehead
point.
is so fucking
If
dented.
Hitler wrote a new
Shut the fuck
charter,
up.
would you read it?
Yeah.
What?
If Hitler wrote a new charter in, I don't know,
That
1945,
is such
would
a
you read
dumb
it?
fucking point that I'm not even gonna engage
No,
with.
it's literally
you're
wrong.
just a
No.
fucking illiterate Kiwi. What do you want me to tell
Obviously-
you?
Obviously, what's happened
What?
now is fucked, and you can
Jesus
pretty much
Christ.
write Hamas off. But they're like,
This is
No,
why
it's
you
just
got
a
shunned, you
people just don't
cunt.
pay attention.
oh my god.
Bro's literally
Just-
Ben
Yeah, but he's
Shapiro.
great
Shut the fuck up,
content.
Jack.
I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
but
Pay
so
attention. That's why you
obnoxious,
use a
and I
fake
just-
voice and you don't show
He'd
your
be
face.
great.
and you
He'd be
don't
better
talk about it.
content if
Yeah,
it was
no,
content with a
no,
rope.
original thought. Shut
No,
the
you
fuck
fucking
up.
shaved your beard, okay? Like, you literally look like a woman, okay?
didn't have a
Suck my
beard.
fucking cock.
The problem is, if
Yeah.
everyone's going to sit
Damn.
around and just trash and talk about like, this whole conflict, and then obviously no one has any fucking solution, nothing's worked so far. Everything's like gone to shit with usually extremist actions. But all
Yeah,
I'm
because we
trying
don't
to
back
say is,
Israel.
huh?
We don't fully back Israel. We have like a half-ass backing.
You're
of
not
Israel.
talking. We. Who's we?
America.
Just America?
Only
Yeah,
country
okay,
that can do
well, fuck
anything
America.
about this.
Fuck America. I'm not talking about this as in like we need to back one certain side. Obviously, there's people on both sides who do shitty things, and there's people on both sides who are getting fucking dunked on. So if you're just gonna say
Literally.
pro-Israel,
You
then you
see
might as well say no. Listen,
They
if
kill
you're
you
gonna
for how you're
just
dressed right now.
Yeah,
Jack,
What are you
shut
talking
the
about?
shut the fuck
up.
up and listen.
They don't respect you. Like you're defending people who don't respect you.
You were just listen.
To what Eden was saying.
Alright,
Is
one
that-
at a time! One at a bloody fucking time!
Thank you. As someone who's actually an ex-Muslim, I understand what he was saying when he's talking about genocide.
No, Jack, for Blake's sake, you keep one at a time. Okay, Jesus Christ, you'll have your time to talk.
Who's going first? You go first, Jack.
I'm gonna finish.
No,
yeah.
Jack, you go first, okay? Jesus, but you don't get to interrupt others.
The issue is in that entire statement that he made, the first thing he made and stated was like, they're the same. One's Jewish, one's Muslim. Oh, like the Islam religion doesn't.
You don't even know what he fucking said because you weren't even fucking here and you didn't even know what we were talking about. You heard the last fucking thing.
So I can go based off of what he did say and what I heard him say. And what he was saying was that like the Muslim religion has is very bad things to say about genocide and all these things. The reality is they don't look at them as people. They're infidels. They're rats. They kill rats. They kill infidels. They're not equal. That's how these people view them. You understand that, right? There are Arabs who exist in Israel today. They're not rats. Maybe they have limited rights, but that's because they have tendencies to be terrorists and blow up buildings and shoot up places and cause problems. That's just the security concerns.
Could we be judging people based on individuality or based on a group?
Yeah, I think, Jack, if we're going to start this, can I reply? If we're going to start this conversation with that kind of fucking reductionist, fucking stereotypical rhetoric about an entire group of people like Muslim people, then you can't be fucking in this conversation because you're too fucking young and dumb to have a conversation about something so fucking complex.
Kill infidels? Was your grandmother encouraging you to kill infidels?
Are you just straight up anti-Muslim? Because if so, you're just as bad as the people you're fucking talking about.
I'm a former Muslim. I realize it's a violent religion that advocates death for that entire
He hates his religion. He hates himself.
So then you can't be in any of these conversations.
It's
You're a
not a
complete
religion.
You're a complete fucking thought terminator. That's you.
No.
In a fucking nutshell,
No.
you're a thought
I'm telling you
terminator.
the reality. This is a thought-terminating conversation. They
You're
just crossed the border and killed over
bad as
1,000
everyone-
civilians.
Jack is
You're
happening
just-
right now.
Okay.
So
What?
hang on. Let me ask Jack something. Jack, is your solution then for Israel to
He's
just
got a
fucking
what?
nuke him?
Take
Which
over the
cat
region,
is
get rid of the
happening?
violent
Which one's
aspects,
old and
period.
left?
Just get rid of the violent
a
aspects,
peaceful
like who? Like
action.
who?
I can't hear any.
Say that one more
Say that
time.
again.
Okay. Which chat? Is it the chat on the left or the one on the right? Like, which one's attached to this video?
Oh, both.
Okay.
So this is the stream chat. This is the Discord chat.
Who?
Yeah, peaceful action.
No.
Like
Like who?
Like
Just
any other
Hamas?
fucking terrorists. Yeah.
Shut up and let me ask my fucking question. Stop fucking talking, you stupid little cunt.
She didn't ask a question. She said, who I answered.
Jack, you had your chance to talk. Remember when
She
I
said,
let you
who
had
I
your chance to
answered.
talk? Okay.
Remember when she
alright,
asked me a question?
Okay, then did you answer?
Yeah, and then she cut me off.
Okay, what was your full
You said
answer?
Hamas.
Hamas
was your full
and other
answer?
terrorists.
And who is the other terrorists? What do you mean by that?
People who want to kill Jewish people, who want to stone women like Mantis, who don't cover their hair, who don't cover their fucking whole body. Is
No,
Okay.
you're so retarded, bro. You're so
Wait,
fucking
wait,
retarded.
princess.
a bunch of Jewish
Princess,
children. You're trying to
princess,
tell me
it
they won't
doesn't
do
help.
that?
Wait, princess, it doesn't help when you make ad hom attacks, okay? Alright, Jesus
No,
Christ.
I don't know because like he doesn't understand why they fucking.
You've never
hate
read the Quran.
Israelis. No, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, yeah.
Have you ever read the
I know
Quran?
the
I don't know
whole
if-
the whole shit started when Israeli people.
Oh
came
my
to
god.
their
How-
land.
okay,
What?
how do you guys wait. Fuck! How are you
Okay.
guys going to like proceed in a conversation? How are you guys gonna like proceed in a productive? What's the next step to be productive?
Well, I just want to fucking.
Well, I'm being told
talk
I have to
Jack
negotiate with
and tell him
terrorists.
That, like,
I don't-
he's literally calling his religion a terrorist.
I was just gonna say.
Not his religion. He's ex-Muslim, you dummy.
He just called all Muslims terrorists.
Okay, princess, shut up. Everyone, shut up.
Jesus fucking Christ! Holy fuck!
Let me respond. The reason I have an issue with the way you came in so hot is because you didn't make it very fucking clear that you were talking about terror. I mean, you're literally saying the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're saying get rid of all the terrorists. Yeah, as if anyone's gonna fucking
Majority of
disagree.
the population
I'm not
is
finished.
clearly happy with them shooting rockets into their country. Is it not clear who's terrorists?
It's obviously, oh my god, you're saying just go in and get all the terrorists out, but that's not what you came in fucking saying. You came in basically slandering Palestinians who have that kind of religion. You said they're all fucking savages who want to like get rid of all of the Jews.
Because their religion
That's what you
advocates for
said.
jihad, which is
So
terrorism.
then what do we do with Palestinians?
If they're not Muslim, I mean, they're probably not going to be a problem.
They're Arab.
Wait, Jack. What Mantis is pointing out is discrepancy in your language. That's what Mantis is pointing out. Does that make sense?
What? What's the discrepancy?
Is that basically like what she is saying is that you're pointing out, okay,
Literally
they're advocating for a
defend.
violent religion that advocates for like the like the inevitable hold on, let me finish. That advocates for the inevitable rise of terrorism, yet you're advocating for the erasure of terrorists. But then inevitably, if they keep practicing Islam, that terrorists will keep rising up anyway. So you might as well just advocate for the erasure of Islam anyway.
Islam is
Does
the
that make sense?
problem.
Does
I
that
open
make sense?
saying that.
So you might as well
now
just
we've got
kill
it
all the
clear.
Palestinians. So you might as well
Now
just
we've-
kill all Palestinians anyway. That's what ultimately
That's not what I
advocating for.
said.
Does that make sense? Yes. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. So you might as well just advocate for the killing of all Palestinians anyway, because they're all you might as well just advocate for the killing of all Arabic Islam practicing people anyway, because
No,
inevitably it
what
just
you do is
no, because inevitably just inevitably terrorists will just appear in the first
What are
place
you doing,
anyway.
retard?
Because what you're saying, no. Because what you're saying is that inevitably terrorists will just rise up anyway. Because if Islam just exists, then terrorists will just keep rising up. So what you're saying is that inevitably, if you're just trying to get rid of the terrorists, is that even if you get rid of all the terrorists, as long as they keep practicing Islam, then terrorists will keep rising up.
So you think Muslims are terrorists, not me.
Because as long as you keep
kinda.
practicing Islam, you have to keep getting rid of Islam. That's
If
what you're saying.
you flip out the entire part
That's
and
what you're
just put
talking about, Jack.
Mantis versus
Oh my God,
Jack.
Jack, that's what Mantis is saying. That's what Mantis is saying. Don't you?
Hold on.
Okay.
Would you like me to finish my point?
Okay, that's what Mantis
Would
is
you like me
saying.
to finish my point?
Okay,
No,
all right, yeah, go
that's
ahead.
not what I said. That's not what I said. And
It is, but carry
No,
on, because
no.
finish a fucking
Islam-
point, because that is
Islam
what you said.
Wait, hold on. Islam is the problem, but the reality of the fact is you can't have. What would happen in the United States if it was a 60% Muslim country? Or, my bad, you're from New Zealand. What would happen in New Zealand if your country was 60%
Our country
Muslim?
has a lot of Muslims in it, but it's not
No,
fucking
not a
majority.
lot. I don't want a
What do
lot.
you mean?
I want
What-
a
like, what do you-
majority. I asked you a majority. What happens?
What do you mean? And can you fucking get out of my face, man?
America, that's what fucking happens. You understand that, right? They impose a law. That's what happens. So the reality is in Israel, they need to maintain a Jewish majority. I'm not saying that Muslims cannot exist in Israel. They already do exist in Israel. But what you can do is you have to, like the United States did in plenty of countries that were attacking us, chanting, death for America, death for Israel. We targeted terrorists. Well,
Jack,
civilians die
you
in
basically
that.
want Sharia law anyway. What the fuck are you
No.
bitching about?
Wait,
Bro.
King Kong, do you
Yeah.
understand how he's making a self-contradiction?
Yes.
The
No.
King Kong, do you understand what I'm saying
Yeah.
when I said that? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank God. Thank God somebody understands. Jesus Christ.
No, I could understand that something's bad without saying we have to eradicate it.
No.
Okay. So,
Oh my
No,
God.
you
nobody
do
understands.
kinda want to eradicate it.
Nobody understands what I'm
Whereas,
saying.
Jack, if you say the problem is, Jack, if you say all.
Wait, Saba, you cut out.
Hey, but why'd you stop talking?
Yeah, sorry, Jack. The problem is if you say all Muslims are X, what you're essentially doing is making everyone hostile towards that religion, and then what's going to happen is no one's going to want to be Muslims.
Okay.
And if you say their particular ideology is evil, you're almost incentivizing violence against them.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Are
Yeah,
you
because
retarded?
what you're saying,
Wait,
what you're
yes,
saying is
you
that
are. I'm
Sharia
sorry.
law.
Yes, to people who think like, yeah, go punch a Nazi, to those types of people, of course, that would be a thought process. I'm American. I believe in freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of thought. All of these different things are important to me. I don't think you should just go and
Wait,
punch a
don't let
Nazi.
Jack pivot. Just focus on one point. Don't let Jack
So the
pivot.
reality is,
No.
no, I'm not calling for the eradication of all these people. What I'm calling for is an active awareness
Also, why
that
aren't you
these
guys
people
writing points
are a
down?
problem.
Jesus Christ, be a better debater. Write points down. Jesus fucking Christ.
I
We don't need to
I'm
write
saying
fucking
nothing.
food shops. We don't need to write points down. All he's saying is Sharia law bad, Muslims bad. We don't want them in that area, let alone in the fucking world, because
Mate,
God
you
forbid
realize
there's different
nobody flipped
religions.
country
Let
because of
me
this.
finish.
You're
good at pivoting.
dead
He's
family
so
members
good.
because of this.
You can point him down. You can point him down. Wait.
Wait,
Okay, all right.
wouldn't you agree that it is because of politics that have radicalized like Islam? Because like
No.
there are Muslim countries that do not agree with places like Iran, all of these places that like literally are very radicalized in their beliefs, right?
They're good despite Islam. Not like their ideology has nothing. Their positive aspects have nothing to do with Islam or their sect of Islam.
Okay, I don't even necessarily disagree with that.
Muhammad had
What does
sex
Muhammad
slaves.
have anything to do?
Because this is their basis for religion. Food shops. Every word that this man said is fucking God.
What is
And this is
Muhammad?
this is Muhammad said that these people are
You said some
infidels
true
and they
stuff,
need to
and then
die. You people just tapped into the religious debate. This is the
Can I
issue.
say
You
something?
guys watched the
No,
religious debate
can I
that was
say
on
something?
PBD last week.
Jack,
There was 2 Muslims and 2
We were having a
Christians. The 2 Muslims actively were calling for the death
Wait,
of
Mantis wants to
2
talk.
people.
Mantis wants to talk. You're saying nothing right now. Mantis wants to talk.
No, I'm giving you fucking clarity.
What the fuck?
I'm giving you clarity that
She's gonna
even
come back,
your
yeah.
nice Muslims want to kill infidels.
Where
They
did
just
Mantis
are
go?
going to hide it.
She left because she got angry, but she's about to
I
come
would
back.
say all
Mantis cut.
Muslims. Mantis isn't here anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, Mantis left.
Look what you fucking did.
I wouldn't.
Well,
I would
'cause she's
contest
spread
that. I
out.
wouldn't say all Palestinians want that, right? I probably would say that.
Look what you
wait,
did.
Muslims or Palestinians?
Muslims, there's a difference.
Yeah.
Where did that
so
music
you
come
think, like,
from?
on a broad
Me.
scale, like
I just
all
unmuted
Muslims
something on
basically
my
wanna kill Jews?
Twitter for a second.
Oh, I thought it
Not
was like a
Jews,
sound button that
Christians,
someone played when she left.
Hindus, Buddhists, everyone. If they're not,
If that's
their
the
goal
case,
is
why-
to spread Islam across the world. They're just very fucking bad at it.
Why is
If
Saudi
that's the
Arabia
case,
the
why
way
is
it
There you
is?
go.
Yeah, and why aren't they waging war against Christian nations right now?
Because they can't. They would get demolished. What are you talking about? They can't. They just can't. It's not
Then
like
why don't they
they're
take
like,
over
like
some
in
of the
Can I just say?
It's not like they're
Who's the
Afghanistan.
Thanos person?
Because
Can I just say
it makes
before
no
I
difference. It's not like
leave?
they're Afghanistan where they're in.
Wait, Mantis, Mantis.
Oh, yeah.
Jack,
More like
Can I just say
Squanos.
before I
My
leave
name
that
is
thank you
Seth,
so much for coming into a conversation and totally fucking ruining everything about the conversation and turning it into a religious debate about what religion is better and what religion is bad.
is a
We
religious
weren't
debate.
talking about
That's
that at
what you
all.
don't know.
But you just removed us from talking about what we were actually talking about, and now you just want to talk about religion in general.
No,
And
I
good
reframed
job,
to what it
Jack.
actually,
Good job.
what it's actually about. So fuck
You're
off,
a fucking
Kiwi, you
spurg,
fucking
and you're
retard.
like 12 years
Okay,
old.
okay,
Fucking
Kiwi
loser.
retard,
You
fuck
fucking
off.
slugly looking femboy. Shut the hell up.
I don't hide my face.
Oh my god.
So why would you say? What was your justification for like Saudi Arabia being like somewhere that people can like move back and forth and have like a truce with America?
Okay.
It's purely
Uh-oh.
economic. It's purely
Purely
economic,
economic?
and they can't. They
Ninetales, I'm really
militarily
glad you
can't do
joined.
it. It's
We
not
need
like they're in
someone to police
Afghanistan.
the
Like if
conversation.
Saudi Arabia was based out of
Shut
like
the fuck up,
Afghanistan,
Sam.
where it's like they have these crazy mountains.
Oh, that wasn't what you said last time you came in here?
Did I?
Yes, that was what you said.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, we need. I need help. We need someone to police.
Seeing it in like real time, the whole it's how it's like supposed to be.
Like
or
Jack's
nature,
not
you know
here,
what I
so
mean?
how
Even
can
those,
that be
like, nature
possible?
claims or how it's supposed to be claims.
I
right? Like,
mean,
these things
Avius.
Hello,
is here.
Ninetales.
Avius is pretty
Factual
combative.
reality.
Very true. Don't insult my dearest capitalism. I have a very fragile ego placed on me by capitalism, so you can't
True.
insult it in my
Same.
presence.
Same.
He's kind of, I don't know, like sans Soltier.
They hate.
Sonsaltier? Something wrong with my Discord?
No.
Okay. It just
Unless
got
you-
so
unless you
quiet
can-
in here out of nowhere.
It did randomly. Yeah.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, well, you turned off the video.
Yeah. It was just about, it was like over.
The stream is muted.
Yeah, it was, but just about over. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I muted this.
Oh, okay.
give you advice for him. It's so ominous. But eventually you'll probably notice the constant sound of footsteps behind
who's
you,
winning,
which should
Sekiro
lead
or
to your
Hamas?
realization. So while I actually do enjoy the puzzle
Sekiro?
element of this fight, the main reason
yeah,
it isn't
Sekiro.
higher is because this fight has literally 0 replay value. I mean, I guess it's
Hamas
sort of
is
fun to
full
see
of
just how
bitches.
fast you can kill them, since if you know what you're
They can
doing, this
suck
fight
some-
is genuinely
they can
over
suck
in
some
like
dick.
40 seconds, but it's not really what I play this game for. Also, the mechanic where
A
basic
dick with a
monkeys
peel
start
full of
showing up
sand.
after you've killed some of the main ones is just
Maybe we
kind of
can
dumb
help
and feels like
Israelis
unnecessary
get over
fluff.
their trauma
So
by letting
overall,
them
I don't
play
have any
video
disdain
games
towards
where
this
they
fight,
just
and I think
run
it's a
in, like, a
decently
bunch of
fun experience on
ninjas
your first
into
playthrough, but just
Gaza
nothing
in the
more
West
than
Strip.
that.
I'm gonna kill
Number
myself.
13, Lady Butterfly. This one is a bit frustrating. Sometimes I
Oh
find this
wait,
fight to be
is
pretty enjoyable,
Ninetales
and other times it's just a
denouncing
mess.
Hamas right now?
I
What's
know there
happening?
are some people who argue that she's actually a
No.
great
Already
boss,
done that, like,
and
5
I agree that whenever she just sticks to her
Oh.
melee move,
Have you?
That's good.
Do
You're
it
almost
right
at
now.
you're almost at baseline now. You're almost there.
Do it right now. I haven't heard it.
Yeah,
What
I
are we
haven't heard it
doing?
either. Ninetales is denouncing Hamas.
Do
Wait,
it.
Nah. And this is like, you know, when someone's like treating you like a dog who just does the same trick over and over again. That's how I
Yup.
feel.
Hey, if you
Shut up,
feel like a
Pickles.
dog,
Shut
if
up,
you
Pickles.
feel
You
like a
are that
dog, that's
dog.
the real
Nope,
issue.
you're the dog.
You are the dog that I've
You're
trained
the
to be
dog.
my.
You're the one that's literally got the name Fox, okay? Fox.
That's not a
Foxes.
dog.
Fox eye are
hey,
like dogs.
You are an
Fox
animal.
eye?
Fox eye.
Okay.
Fox
All you had to
pie.
say, was I denounce Hamas, and now you're not doing it for some reason, which I think is really weird.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Based.
You're always fishing for something, aren't you, Neve?
Okay, just tell me one place where you have denounced Hamas, and then I'll just go watch that video.
Tacky on stream last. Oh wait, was that a stream or were we just? I don't know. I talked to Tacky on last. No, it wasn't. Last
Oh, okay,
night
so it wasn't a stream. Oh, that's
on
convenient.
Tom's stream the night before. Or was it the night before or the night before that?
I don't
No,
know.
the night
and I
before
don't
that,
buy it.
people were holding you to your points, and you were fighting them. That's a different time.
Okay, so it would have been the night after then.
So just do it right now.
Why don't you just do it right now? Yeah.
Because I'm not your dog.
Yeah.
Well, all you literally
Yeah,
have to say is that
no.
you denounce them as
That's
you denounce
literally
them
all you
as
gotta
terrorists. You're separate from the Palestinian people, and you don't think that they
I've never not said
speak
that.
on behalf of Palestinians.
You do it.
I denounce Hamas.
I denounce
I don't
Hamas.
disagree.
They are terrorists. That's all
There you
they
go,
are.
I
They're
denounce
garbage
Hamas.
terrorists. It's not a revolution. They're just
disagree.
terrorists.
I don't disagree, nor do I need to virtue signal.
Okay.
Do it anyway.
You were queen virtue signal.
Yeah, you are kind of.
It's so weird that you won't now, though. We're literally giving you a pedestal.
Well,
Or
you give me
podium,
more of
sorry.
a pedestal. The harder I make it, the more of a pedestal you give me.
Sorry, a podium.
Yeah. I condemn
Okay.
Hamas, but
You have a
Israel's right.
$20,000 lectern
condemn-
right now
I
to
condemn
stand
this-
at to denounce.
But you can okay, you
Hamas.
condemn Hamas,
Bullshit. This is
but
worth 20
what?
grand.
But
Do you
what?
not understand the reference?
But I condemn Israel's actions against Palestine much worse.
Yeah, that's
Oh, it's so
problem.
hard. Oh.
Well, don't you think it's like the equivalent of saying like, okay, we're talking about men's mental health, and then you're in the middle and you're like, oh, about women's mental health.
Yeah,
Women
what
kill
is that?
themselves too. It's like you're doing the same thing. Why couldn't you just say like one without having to mention the other?
I don't know. It seems like you got what you wanted and it's not good enough for you.
Well, I think in this context, I'm asking you to denounce terrorists, and you said you would,
I'm
but then
denouncing
you
terrorists from both sides. So I'm denouncing the IDF, which acts like terrorists, and I'm denouncing Hamas, which acts like terrorists. Just
Okay, but
IDF acts
who
like the bigger terrorist.
does the country we live in designate as a terrorist group? Israel or Hamas? Well, answer the question.
The wrong one.
Okay, so it's Hamas.
If it's only one,
So
it can't
if
be
you
right.
live in Canada, and I know Ninetales does, you literally like Canada designates Hamas as a terrorist group. So it would almost seem like
It almost
I
seems
don't
like
know.
I call them both terrorists, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Well,
Yeah, that
I
would be kind
think
of fucking
that-
retarded, wouldn't it? Because the Hamas has people in it that want to do terrorism, like really want to
Yeah.
do terrorism.
So-
The
so-
IDF has people in it that are mandatorily inscribed into their military. They like have to do service. So the IDF isn't. They're not full fucking terrorists. It's the president making the army do
every
shit.
one of my critiques, and I
Hamas
know this-
is
I know
all
this is hard-
terrorists.
I know this is hard for your liberals, but every one of my critiques.
Fuck you,
scales
leftoid
with-
retards.
Scales with power. And
Bye.
the reason
Kill
it scales
yourself.
with power is because it's the people making these decisions, keeping things like this that are increasingly more terrorist. That doesn't mean I'm going to wash the IDF soldiers who do make that happen instead of revolting free of responsibility, but clearly responsibility is concentrated up at the top. For example, the Likud party, major Zionist thing, they're definitely the terrorists. Like, if you don't think the Likud party is terrorist, then you have an issue identifying terrorism.
Okay, well, nice try. Anyways, back to the point.
Hang on. Actually,
Like, I don't know.
Actually, Likud was founded by a terrorist. Now, what they do today, I would classify it as terrorism. The UN classifies it as terror. Well, they don't classify it as terrorism. They classify it as something else. My point is, it is very objective between nations whether or not what they're doing is bad. All nations take sides, and you have also taken a side, because realistically, you should have no fucking problem just being like, yeah, Hamas, evil as fuck. And then you can be like, the IDF is also fucked up as well. But the difference is...
That's literally what I did.
Yeah, but when you do it, it takes you 10 minutes to say it, and then once
Well, like
you
I
say
said,
Hamas
you give me a
bad, but
podium,
you have to
give me a-
immediately...
like I said,
you have
like
to
I said,
immediately add the
when
addendum.
like I said, when you give me a podium, it gives me a chance to filibuster and stand at that podium longer.
Okay,
can't
but
tell me
you
like
added the little caveat there, right? Like, regardless of whether you think it's it's
Well, you seem
equivocal
to
or
be the only
not.
person. You and Kenkel, the libs, only seem to care, so I don't care.
Well, why
Okay.
don't you look at things individual? Why don't you judge things by individual actions rather than take sides? Like, for example, condemn Hamas for killing innocent civilians, and then condemn Israel for cutting off water to innocent
Well, for example,
civilians. in
Israel
Palestine.
clearly radicalizes Palestinians to hate like that's their state, not the Jewish people necessarily.
You don't think the religion does that itself?
The religion?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there's like
All
the
religion
issue
makes
of
people
Gaza.
hateful.
No.
Well, no,
Like
the issue of Gaza and Israel
Zionism-
is like very relevant right now. But were they
Zionism
to be
literally
successful, would they not
Zionism-
work towards eradicating like Judaism in the entire world? Like, is that not their mission and goal?
So did Christianity until it realized that that it needs it to stand against Islam.
Okay, well, it turns out Christians aren't like killing people in mass.
Zionism actually is pretty anti-Semitic itself. Plus, it's very Islamophobic. So, not every single form, but certainly more.
Define
quote,
Zionism. Can you define it?
So the one that encompasses them all the best, the unifying factor is the belief in a homeland for the Jews that they are entitled to. The problem is that, and this is in part to do with the Brits. So I also, in a historical lens, condemn the Brits as well. When that comes at displacing Palestinians, that's where I would say that devalues them and their right to that land as well.
So you would say that the right to land with Zionism is worse than the right to kill all Jews with Islam?
No, there are definitely still Zionists who want to erase Muslims as well.
Yeah, but it's not explicit in your religious text to kill all Muslims.
And
the
then
literal
Jewish
project in Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, that did
But
not
Jewish
denounce.
people aren't
That
the only
didn't.
people
That
that believe
didn't
that.
negate what I just said, at all.
Are
curious about
Palestinians
something.
actually ethnically cleansing Jews? Are they?
They were at
That's
some
not
points.
negating at all what I'm saying.
Given the opportunity, they will.
Does the Quran
They were in the
actually-
20s.
No, they live in the
Yes.
West Bank. What about the ones in the
does?
West Bank who live around Jews and don't do that?
Ninetales, are you like completely missing everything I said? Are you like completely? Are you just
someone
ignoring
just said
it,
they
or
will if they get the chance.
Hamas
That's
doesn't
fucking
control the West Bank. Hamas doesn't control the West Bank.
But not every Palestinian in Gaza is Hamas. And you saying, oh, they will if they get the chance, that's fucking Islamophobic, dude. Like, it's certainly like there are extremists.
I don't give a
like
fuck if I'm
fundamentalist
fuck
extremists.
Islam. Fuck Islam.
Fundamentalistic. There are definitely fundamentalist extremists who are super anti-Semitic, but that's not the same thing as saying they
Okay,
all
so
are.
what we said is that given the opportunity, Hamas acting out its a religion to its conclusion
Okay,
would
fine, that's
eradicate
what you meant.
Judaism. Okay, so then you brought up the West Bank, and then you tried to say, well, Jewish people there, they're not having an issue.
Well, because
which is
I thought you meant Palestinians, and there's Palestinians
you
there
thought
too.
you thought that I didn't know Hamas didn't control with the West Bank. That's what you thought. Sorry.
Okay, Neve, you're such a good understander. Thank you for your analysis.
You clearly haven't been Ninetales.
well,
You've
you
been
were-
missing
you
what the
were
fuck
being
I've
a
been
little
saying and trying
disingenuous,
trying to fucking answer a
You know,
question I didn't
'cause
fucking
you want
ask.
it to mean more than it really does. I've said what you wanted me to say. You just don't like the fact that I refuse to make a
You didn't answer
disequivocated
the
statement-
question.
A disequivocated statement because,
Yeah.
No,
because
you're
I'm
retarded.
aware of
You didn't
how
answer the
that
fucking
because
question.
I'm aware
You're a
'cause I've read
leftoid.
the Hasbara handbook and I understand
Can I
why
ask
you're
a
doing
question?
You would
You're a
rather
leftoid
protect
mongoloid.
you would rather
Oh, yeah.
protect your perceived like rhetorical
Ninetales is about to be
credibility
Uno
than
reverse.
condemn a like terrorist organization that murdered a bunch of people from all over the world. Like, can you put that into perspective at all?
Uno
You
reverse
think it's
on
weird?
Neve too.
Well,
Okay,
I had
can
no
I ask
problem
you a
saying it. I
question
said it
real quick?
immediately.
She's not gonna answer it, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, Ninetales. Okay, so we are talking about Zionism. The topic is Zionism. So, do you know why the Jews say Israel is the Holy Land? And just to clarify this question, what was Palestine called before it had the name Palestine, and why did it get the name Palestine?
Are you looking for the answer, Jordan, by the way, with that? Because I'm not.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
I'm
Correct.
a little bit bad
Now,
with geography.
why did it lose the name Jordan?
Okay, I will need you to explain that just because I feel like I'm going to fuck it up if I try to explain it.
The Roman Empire conquered the Jews, slaughtered all the Jews in Judah, took it over, and ruled it for 700 years. After 700 years, the Jews returned, recolonized Judah, and the Romans came back, killed them all, and then changed the name from Judah to Palestine. It wasn't Palestine, it was like Palestina, is what they called it. That is the origination of Palestine. After that, the Arabs, after the fall of the Roman Empire, it then becomes occupied by the, what the fuck were they called? Ottoman Empire. And then they were able to operate as like their own independent state within the Ottoman Empire. But when I say that, don't get it twisted. They weren't like their own independent state. It was more like how New York State in the United States operates. It was still a part of the United States. They just had their own laws on certain shit.
So, like, I'm trying to also read about this at the same time. It seems like Jerusalem wasn't Jordan for a while and was Palestine through that. Maybe.
Do you know why Muslims claim the land of Judah as a holy site?
I don't want to speak for Muslims on this, so I'm not even going to claim to know.
If I remember
I've
correctly,
heard.
it's because Muhammad was raised to heaven from Temple Mount, the third holiest site of the Jews, and I believe it's the first holiest site of Muslims. But this
Okay.
took place 1,500 years after Temple Mount was established by the Jews. This is when Muslims claimed that this was where Muhammad raised, 1,500 years after the Jews had constructed it.
Can we also acknowledge a part of history where Britain, especially, the British Empire.
Oh, it's a good thing you bring up the British Empire. So most of the
May I finish?
Palestinians that live in Palestine
Can I
today
have a
don't-
turn, please?
I'm just saying there's a lot of facts about this that people don't know
There
about
was a-
Palestine.
I think the more recent historical event which makes Palestinians very passionate about keeping the land that they have is that Britain did originally propose this land to Palestine and I think the Ottoman Empire, or it may have been a country that came out of it. I forget. But then kind of just like said fuck it and gave it to Israel.
Okay, so do you know where the population, the 700,000 Palestinians came from in 1948?
From what I'm reading, it's not entirely from Jordan, but they didn't they come from all over?
Yes, that's true. Most Palestinians that say they have claims over the Jews, they normally only have a claim over 10 to 20 years because most of the original Palestinians had moved at the fall of the Ottoman Empire. The people who then moved in to Palestine were people from all over the Middle East because when it was occupied by Britain, it was the easiest way to have financial mobility in the Middle East. So you
No,
had people
also
from all
probably
over the
because they
Middle
had
East
ethnic
went to
ties.
occupied Palestine.
No, but also because they got dispersed and then came back because they probably had ethnic ties, just like the Jews did.
Yeah, I will say for some of them, but most of them were not like ethnically Palestinian.
That's
They were
possible.
from
You can say the
everywhere.
same thing about Israel.
Yeah, very true. But so the point of people saying most people in Palestine have historic ties, if we actually started running the books and seeing who has historic ties, yeah, a lot of the people from 1948, if you can prove you had a house on the other side of the fucking border in 1948, that's a pretty close case. But a lot of these people, when you start really getting down into it, you realize, oh fuck, this person doesn't have historical ties. They actually took the house from somebody that was originally from the Ottoman Empire that was fucking massacred by the Jews when they came to Israel. And this person has no claims to the land whatsoever, which can happen.
The problem with that is that that would be a double standard not applied to Israeli settlers, right?
What do you mean?
Well, do we say the same thing for like, Jews from who were in like Brooklyn and can't demonstrate that they
I'm
have
saying
ethnic ties?
if your main argument is the ethnic ties argument, you cannot argue okay, even the
No,
19
I was just it seemed like you were describing like I thought you were going to describe something that gave me a different view of Palestinians and the Jews, but it actually seems like they have every right to feel as passionate about that land as the Jews do.
I don't
This
see
is
that
multi-generational for both of them.
Yeah, but from when you look at the documents, it was the same generation. It was the silent generation, the fucking, the World War II forgotten generation. These were the people that were moving to Palestine before Israel and Palestine was created. Most of the people who lived in Palestine before World War I left after World War I.
Yeah, that doesn't change anything for me, to be honest.
Bye, Neve. Sorry.
Bye, Neve.
She was mad? About what?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, please continue. Sorry.
I don't know. My point is, people like really make this sound like it's so easy. Like the easiest leftoid argument is, oh, Palestinians have historical claims to this land that go back hundreds of years. That's false. Most of the Palestinians that had claims going back hundreds of years left at the end of World War I when the Ottoman Empire fell.
Well, it's the same claim that the Jewish people make, right? They have claims that go back hundreds of or thousands of years even.
Well, yeah, they have
displaced.
they have literally the oldest holy book proving this is where they're from. So like, I'm not trying to fucking justify what Israel is doing. I think what they're doing is fucked up. But at the same time, trying to downplay the claim that the Israelis might have, and then also saying, but Palestine has hundreds of years of history. The Jews have thousands of years. They predate the religion that they say is the fucking holy land for it. Like, Judaism predates Islam
Because
by
they had
double.
a prophet who died there.
No, he didn't die there.
Hello.
They said his spirit raised from heaven there. He didn't die there. He died far away from the Temple Mount. But in their holy book,
There was
they
already
say
a
his
mosque
spirit.
there, right?
Yes, they say his spirit rose from the farthest mosque. The farthest mosque that they were referring to was the mosque at the Temple Mount.
Which is considered holy by pretty much like all three
Yeah,
major
and do you know why they did
denominations.
that? Do you know why they did that?
Consider it holy?
It was a fucking power play. You think
Yes.
just do you
Same-
believe in God?
Same for the Jews. Same for the
Yes.
Christians. Same for the Brits.
This is what
Same
I
for
have
the
to
Ottoman
say.
Empire.
At least with the Jews, I'm not one for religion, but the Jews are a little bit bought in. It's the oldest history book we have fucking like standing.
Nah, you can
so
decide
they're a little
to not
bit more
care
bought
about
in.
You can decide to not care about scripture if you really want to.
Yes, but the reason why
Muslims
Islamic people say it's the fucking Holy Land, they literally put it in the book to justify killing Jews and taking the area over. That's a little fucked up. That's the reason why it's in the Holy Book.
Like, I guarantee you, there's easily stuff. Fuck, what's the? I know the name of the
Hey, Grandpa.
What's up,
The
Grandpa?
Torah.
The Torah, thank you. There's easily like similar events in the Torah.
Can you hear?
Like
Can you hear everybody?
this has
or no?
been
Yeah.
cross.
Everybody say
like,
hello real
and
quick.
this has been out group
Hello.
fighting
Okay, cool.
between them for a
Say hello.
long time. And like to say like one side's
All
better
right,
than
let me
the
back. I
other,
was,
like I'd be
showing
uncomfortable.
Can you name any examples from the Torah?
Grandpa,
Because I
you
named
still have
one
Ninetales
directly
muted
from
from
the
last
Quran.
time you were here,
I don't
so
think
she's
we can hear you.
talking.
Huh?
Hello? So last
Say
time you were
something?
here, we muted Ninetales, right? And so Ninetales is talking, but you still have her muted.
Oh, cool. All right, I'm down with it still muting. I was just passing through because I was showing some.
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to tell you because it's
Because
a
you were
new
both
day.
talking at the
It's a
same
new.
time.
It's a dude. It's a new
Disrespect is
day and
real.
new mute.
The disrespect is real.
No, when I pretty much make up my mind,
I
decide
tried to
to
help you
say
out
it.
there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I keep it like that until I feel like doing something.
Hey,
So
fair enough.
Ninetales gonna
Hey,
stay.
it's your,
Yeah,
it's
they'll
your
talk.
life.
Sorry, not Ninetales is late, too late for the morning for me. You're gonna stay muted because if I get unmuted, I'm gonna get riled up and I'm gonna say things that nobody want me to say. So
Doesn't he talk to
God bless
Jack?
you.
We might want you to say them.
Not anymore.
No.
No.
Nobody talks to Jack anymore.
Well, yeah,
All
no.
right, I'll catch y'all guys later.
If
I
he
was,
can, if he
Bye.
can
All
tolerate
right, later,
Jack,
Grandpa.
but not
can't go out. I
me,
think I'll hit you up tomorrow. Before after the stream when I catch you one.
Okay.
Yeah, I've read your stuff. I'm re-looking at it now.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it. I hit you up later.
Later.
Bye,
If he's
Grandpa.
more-
Have a good one.
if he's more tolerant of Jack than me, then there's some fragility there. I'm just saying.
What?
He's definitely not.
Oh, okay, my bad then.
I think we all equally hate Jack. I don't know. Maybe one of you guys likes him, but
No, I'm fed up.
okay.
No, Saban,
Okay.
you hate him too. You hate him too.
Me?
Yes, you do.
No,
I
don't.
demand it. You hate him.
Okay, you're allowed to not hate
I'm
him.
kidding.
Hey,
I
but
don't think.
are you afraid of saying you don't like people? I'm just curious.
No,
that's
Steve is just a free thinker.
No, because I've met people who are like, they literally won't say they won't like somebody
He's
until
a
they're
free
like,
thinker. I tell everyone what
like
he
their
thinks.
best friends. And then if you ask them to their face if like they don't like someone, they won't say it because they feel like it's. Like,
I mean,
really
I can
rude
tell
or
you right
something.
now, I don't like Hassan.
Well, that's
Yeah,
easy.
but you
to
don't
say.
know him.
I don't know.
That's just fucking easy to say.
Okay, my
Oh.
read here is that you're just non-confrontational, and if it doesn't like, you don't have to tell people who you like or don't like, because you're not gonna like be in a confrontation with them regardless.
I mean, I get along with Jax, and not only that, he reminds me of one of my friends right now, and ironically, his name is Jack as well.
So many angry Jacks. Holy shit.
Yes.
And you want to know something? He has the same political ideology as our Jack. It's hilarious.
I'm
It's
telling
not
you,
our Jack
Angry
anymore.
Jack.
He can,
Angry
that guy
Jack
can
is
rope
not
off.
just a meme; it's a reality.
But what you were saying before about the Torah doesn't have anything so explicit like that in it. It's not
Yeah, that's what I was
describing
saying.
that you should say or that you should kill Muslims or Christians. Like the Bible doesn't say that you should kill Muslims or
It literally
Jews.
says
But
no.
the
Yeah, it does. It
the
does.
Quran,
Okay, so
no, it doesn't.
This is some liberal establishment bias where you started
I've-
defending these.
Okay,
things.
all right, pull out the
I
Bible
grew
passage
up
right
Christian.
So particularly the Bible passages which speak of causing large swaths of death onto people who are non-believers or who didn't have enough faith because, well, I guess they just had it coming.
Yeah, that's non-believers. That's not an entire fucking like
Do you
group of
think
people.
Do you think that that is a group of people? And do you think that doesn't apply to people who have different beliefs and just don't believe in their God? Like, come on,
Okay.
that's so naive.
All right. Let's say I wrote a Bible, right?
That's not
And
the
let's say
same.
in my Bible it says all black people are
You're
based,
delusional
and
if you
everybody
think that's the
that
same.
isn't black sucks, right? Yeah, that's pretty
sounds
bad to
vague.
put in the book, right? That's pretty fucking bad, you know? But what if it said instead black people are based, and black people, it's their God-given right to kill all white people and take their land?
That would
That's a
just be
pretty
the
big
inverse
difference.
that would just be the inverse of the statement I made. And by the way, blackness is a really weird example because it's not like, you know, being Asian is suddenly like a wholly different thing. What we're talking about are these religions were like fighting each other when these scriptures came about too, just often not under the denominational names we know them as. So you can say like, oh, I don't think that's in this book, but it's because you probably haven't been taught in our evangelical society to interpret the verses of the Bible which do call for that way and which have been used for that.
Okay,
that
then
way.
tell me the Bible verse.
I
If you
just
know
gave
it.
you an example. I don't know these things
No,
offhand.
you didn't give me an example.
Whatever.
You gave
This
me
is
an
why I tell
example
people
that could
every fucking stream I
it
have a
could
learning
literally
disability.
go for
if
half
they-
of the Bible.
Yeah,
I've read the
I know.
fucking Bible.
Me too.
I've read the Bible and I'm not even to the point where I could source the shit.
I can guarantee you that
I
if-
read it and I have no fucking idea what it
There-
says.
There are two people who are atheists who have done a series called The Bible Reloaded. They've had this exact debate. They 100% believe that the Bible calls for the exact same thing that the Quran calls for. Like, I'm admittedly citing them. I haven't, like, I'm not a scholar on this, so I'm just going to leave it there. It is what it is.
No, the difference is the Bible denounces everyone that's not a Christian. So it's not like it's not explicitly discriminatory
So it's
against like
technically
a
open
specific. Let me finish fucking talking. I don't give a shit. It's not specific with its hatred. All right? The Quran is it is targeting Jews specifically. Not everyone that isn't Muslim. It's Jews.
Yeah, I realize that.
Mhm.
But the thing is that those are both wrong to me.
Yes, they're both wrong. One
both
is
create open
targeted bad. Way worse.
No,
Targeted.
like, religiously speaking, they both had terrible outcomes. Historically speaking, like
you know
it's come from all sides. Like maybe not the Jews as much because they've been an underclass in that whole battle, but especially
You
between
are-
Islam and
Do you know why
You are so inconsistent
Israel
in your
has
beliefs,
nuclear
it's
weapons?
pathetic.
Yeah,
Do you
you
know
wish.
why Israel has nuclear weapons and why they're so fixated on fucking bombing the Gaza Strip? Because 30% of the Gaza Strip still wants the death of Jews. And what I just said earlier about how the land used to be called Judah and then the Romans came in and slaughtered them twice after they were slaughtered by the fucking
I don't even think that people in Palestine care about that as much as you
my
do.
entire
Like, this
point
just
is
rhetorical
hang on.
strategy
No,
for you.
my entire point is I know the Jews within that area were slaughtered at least 5 fucking times. And when I say slaughter, I mean eradicated and there wasn't a fucking Jew left. That happened at least 5 fucking times over the last 3,000 years. That's crazy to fucking think about. And guess what? When you are an Orthodox Jew that lives in Israel, you are going to go psychotically far to the fucking right. Because what I said, you learn in primary school.
So
you know this shit your entire fucking
This is
life.
the only time a leftist would justify some group killing everybody is just as bad as targeting one specific marginalized group of people. This is the only fucking time that would ever happen in history.
I'm known as an atheist
And a hypocrite.
and I'm not for religion.
Because
Guess what?
leftists
You're
are fucking
justifying their
ridiculous.
fucking religious zealotry. When
No,
you're
I'm
going
not.
this
This is why
extreme,
nobody respects
and you're saying
leftists.
I support
So I was going to
a fucking
respond to
terrorist
something else that you
organization.
said, but you decided to start throwing that shit at me. So
I
You
can't
throw,
even.
you throw
It's
a
just
fucking
so like
reactionary at me all the
nonsense.
time.
I throw a reactionary at you.
Yeah, you fucking.
you call him
You
a
have
reactionary.
literally. You have
Read the
insinuated I'm a
literature.
Nazi.
It's just
You have
fucking
insinuated I'm a
retarded.
Nazi so many fucking times.
No, I haven't. It's like this is
Yes,
such a
you
trope at
have.
this point. It's such a fucking trope.
Yes, it's a trope of leftists calling
Yes,
other
you are a
fucking
stereotype.
just a little bit far right of
Thank
you
you, Hank.
leftists Nazis.
Likewise.
I
Like
wouldn't
me
consider you
earlier
more.
in the conversation
I'll be sure.
when
I'll be
we
sure
had
to take what
you
neoliberals
literally
think
called
of
me
me.
you
super
literally
personally.
called me a Nazi earlier. You actually did. Not
And I
even lying.
super meant it, Nate. I
Why?
super meant it. Like when I
Okay.
said it.
Well, you
Yeah.
actually did.
You know what? We're Nazis
I don't know.
together.
Let me read the conversation. Let me
Just
read the
want me to
conversation.
mean it because it makes you feel better.
No, I'm just saying, like, you throw that word around like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, because
so,
it lets you have
Like all
reactions like this, and
leftists.
then the audience is like, "Oh fuck, it's entertainment time."
You always
true.
always
Snyder
with the
Cut, we're not
post hoc
doing it for entertaining.
justifications.
I'm so dead.
It's always the really pathetic post hoc justifications that make no sense. It's like how
No,
that's
it
just
does
the
make a lot
leftist
of
stereotype. No, it doesn't.
I've been doing this for so long
that you've
like,
lost the sense of reality.
As
Yes.
soon as I realize that all you're trying to do is point scoring, then I get to have fun with like calling you guys
Who's
Nazis.
point
And you throw your
scoring?
little,
Who's
you throw
point
your little
scoring?
tantrums,
You're point
then you-
scoring.
and you give me more time to talk and laugh.
You
at
literally you
like a
literally
feedback
admitted to point scoring in the beginning of this entire conversation. That was your
No,
justification
actually-
for not
I
answering
mean,
the
I wasn't-
question was
I-
I'm just point
walking
scoring.
It's funny to me because I was trying to respond to
You
Avius
wouldn't
directly,
respond.
and then you talked over that, and then he just started point scoring at me. So the funniest
I wasn't
thing in
point
the
scoring. I was telling you
You're like,
asked
"Oh,
me
you're
to explain
blah,
the
blah, blah."
history
When
of
you start
Palestine.
saying, "Oh, you're blah 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 blah
Explaining
blah,"
the
that's
history
point
of
scoring.
Palestine.
When you start saying,
You
"Oh, you're
consider
blah
that
blah blah blah
point
blah,"
scoring
when you
because
start
I'm
saying you're blah
intelligent
blah blah
and
blah
actually
blah,
No, it's
when you
hand
start
waving.
saying you're
Because
blah
I'm
blah blah
point
blah blah,
scoring.
when you're saying you're blah 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 blah, that's just point scoring.
It's hand
That's not
waving.
making an actual. That's not having a genuine debate.
It's hand waving. Nonsense hypocrisy.
Thank you for identifying your issues.
Your issues. Nice try.
You wish. You wish.
I don't need to wish.
Okay.
I mean,
Keep telling yourself that. Whatever
most
helps
of
you
your
sleep at
rebuttals
night.
are you need to read the literature.
Whatever helps you finish at night. I can be whoever you want me to be, Cankles.
I'm one for
Fuck
instead
you.
of calling people Nazis.
Oh, this is
just call
funny.
them ridiculous.
You're weird. Yes.
That's the point.
I know.
just love
So-
making people uncomfortable.
Tell me this isn't anti
Don't worry, we can still
Palestine.
hang out.
Yeah, you suck the dick of Zionists. This is Ninetales. Yeah, you suck the dick of Zionists because you love the violence of the Israeli state. Happens every time. And I said,
True.
so you admit it's Israeli. So there we go, baby. That's all the proof we need.
Yeah, then I
And
said
he,
that's not anti-Semitism because
and he-
that's not anti-Semitism.
No,
I
it's
love
anti.
the violence
It's
from the Zionist
anti-Muslim.
state.
Okay.
I like the violence from the leftist state.
Okay,
True
there's more.
Soviet Russia.
There's
I
more.
mean, if
That's only
Marx was
one L.
alive, if Marx or Bookstrom were alive, I would suck their dick. Let's be clear. And I'd like
That's
their
only
boots.
one L you took today.
Based comrade.
Base comrade, you're
I keep
serving the
looking at my
community
L
well.
jar and there isn't anything there. I'm just like I'm waiting.
You're looking for some more creamy comrades.
I need to stack up some L's
Hang on.
because
If
I
you-
have this.
Cream
I have
rats.
my camera is too low, and that's why I'm not using it. So once I can stack up enough L's, it'll be high enough to see over my desk and everything that I have working. in front of me.
Well, you are a
Dude, your
leftist, so there's one
SSRI
more
couch
L.
is too low.
Yeah, you tried.
It's literally at the beginning
Try
of the
harder.
word.
Are you a tryhard, Cankle? Because you're
Yes, I
acting like
am.
one. Oh, okay, that explains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about
And you're a
communism.
loser.
Let's hear it.
W.
Okay.
These
Since
L's are
you
really
own-
flat.
Hang
I
on.
need,
You
I need
literally-
something with a
okay.
bit of body to them.
You
Since
said,
you own
yeah, Nine said, yeah, I know you hate real leftists, and that's why you attract the opposite, since you couldn't make a Nazi afraid of your arguments if you try. Akion said, I vehemently disagree, but she was willing to engage in the discussion and show an interesting, albeit wrong perspective on gaming, but that's what you were here to discuss.
Where did I
Akion
call
and
you a
Ninetales had
Nazi?
a debate. Well, it gets deeper.
Spoiler,
so,
I
Nine,
don't.
you literally have been called a Nazi. And you were like, I'd be scared too if I was a hollow media creator. And then I said, roll the tapes. And you said, and you act like one. So you just called me a Nazi. And then
No.
and then you said, stop treating me like a Jew,
You know how
Neve.
desperate she
And I
is?
was like, if I were
She
you,
has
I
to
would
take
feel
things out of
oppressed by me
context.
too, girl. Don't worry. I'll just snapshot the conversation and send it to everyone.
Yeah, because I was clearly saying you act like a hollow content creator, you dumb bitch.
A hollow
It's not-
coster,
What does
you
that have to
mean?
do with that?
It's only hard to figure out if you try. And the real zinger there was that you couldn't intimidate a Nazi when you debated them if you tried. I intimidate
Sorry,
Nazis,
I
and that's why
couldn't
they
get my
go around
mind-
trying to project onto me
You
because they're
intimidate
afraid of.
Nazis?
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
Ninetales, I couldn't get my mind
make
to
them piss
dwell
their
in the
fucking
fucking anti-Semitic gutter that you live
know
in
why?
long enough to get your joke. Does that understand? Do you understand that?
Anti-fascist. Anti-fascism is base. That's why.
Okay, that's ironic. But
No,
you-
Neve, that wasn't
I'm
a
gonna
response
vomit.
to you.
Okay,
I know you're
so-
going to try really hard to take that out of
No,
context, but
I'm gonna
unfortunately,
reiterate what I
that
just said.
wasn't
Okay,
for
Ninetales, I don't care. Shut
you.
up.
That
What I'm gonna
wasn't
say,
for you.
literally don't
That
care.
wasn't-
Literally don't care.
Antifa, the
Don't give a fuck at all.
anti-fascist organization
Wasn't-
that uses fascist methods. Ironic.
Oh yeah, that literally is a reactionary talking point. So if you don't like being called a reactionary, don't say dumb shit like that.
They are literally a reactionary group. Are you fucking retarded?
So
But
why
they're
do you
not-
invite?
They're a
Reactionaries are
reactionary group
right-wing-
that
reactionaries
doesn't
are
realize
right-wing
that
and
they
pro-
are the same thing that they're bitching against.
Reactionaries are right wingers who oppose
Yeah,
progressivism. You dumb
That's
fuck.
not what a reactionary
Why are you
is.
so quick to
No,
call other
Kendall,
people Nazis
you
and then
can't
equate?
be a reactionary if you're a leftist. But you know, I'm a
Reactionary
That's
is
so
not a
reactionary.
stupid.
Nazi, you
I
dumb
know.
fuck.
Reactionary because I'm a leftist. You know, I'm a
Okay, Ninetales,
reactionary.
why
And
are
I'm a
you
leftist.
so? Why are you so
A
quick
reactionary
to?
is not
Why are
a
you so
Nazi,
quick to?
Neve. A
Okay.
reactionary is not a Nazi, Neve, you dumb fuck.
A reactionary is also
But you
not
just
just
said it's
people on the
Why are
right.
you so quick to
Only on the
invoke
right.
the use of calling somebody a Nazi and then immediately like turn on your heel and then attribute your own like minimal suffering to the likeness of like a Jew's suffering? Like, how is anyone supposed to take your opinions on that shit seriously? Do you see that's like kind of weird?
You're the one with the narrative about me. Just answer your own fucking question.
Well, no, I'm saying that the narrative was actually presented to me about you, about things
Yeah,
that you
and
have
you
said.
clearly want to believe it. It's so fucking funny.
Well, because I'm hearing you say things like this, and now I'm
No,
starting
you're
to
not.
believe it. Well,
No, I think
I'm
it's the
reading
other way
them.
around. I think you're a little bit biased.
I don't think so
Like,
at all.
oh, she called me a Nazi. ... Oh, wait, no, actually, it's something else.
Okay. Well, those are two specific examples, okay? The other example
wasn't an
is the panel
example.
that we
It fell
both
flat on his
watched.
fucking face.
Okay, the panel that we watched 2 days ago where everyone was going at you because you're, I don't know, it was like some revisionist bullshit.
Yeah, they
where you
literally
were
couldn't keep my points straight because when people try to talk about me, they forget the crucial nuance that I add to my
Okay, so but they
point.
literally pulled the video up of you talking, did they
People
not?
like you need to be wrong about me.
Okay, so they pulled the video up of you talking to reinforce the things that they were saying about you. So what part of that do you not understand?
That there was a lot of context lacking from those clips, and anybody who's done
I
media,
don't think you talk. I don't think you talk with context. I think you talk in bursts.
And
I
anyone
think you
who
talk
takes
in bursts,
a
incoherent
single media
ideas, like
course. Yeah,
things
I know
that
you
don't
do.
correlate with one another.
Yeah,
They
you're
tie
afraid of
together.
me.
They don't
I
make any
intimidate
sense.
you just like I intimidate Nazis. Coincidence? I think not.
Why do you think that you intimidate us?
No, not you.
You just said Neve. She's
Yeah,
us.
that
So why
doesn't-
do you think you
Yeah.
intimidate Neve?
Because she's like hyper aggro all the time.
You make
Towards
people
you? I
aggro,
don't
not
like
because you're
you.
intimidating, but because
I don't
like
like
you
you.
don't
I don't
engage
like you
properly,
either.
and you're
I
very
think I would be doing you a
condescending.
disservice to. I think I would be doing you a disservice to coming onto panels that we both share and pretending I like you.
I don't want you to. I just don't take any of it personally, so you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, me neither. Which is why
Well, you
we're having this
clearly
conversation
do,
right now,
'cause
though.
here you are being a fucking tryhard.
What define tryhard? What do you believe a tryhard to be?
Somebody who like it's cringe level trying their hardest to get a win, and they fall flat on their face every time.
That's interesting. Yeah, you know what? I would have to say that I disagree with your characterization, but
Unfortunately,
I mean, a lot of the times that's going to happen, right?
can't say I expected any better.
Yeah, me neither. Like I said,
guess
I
that
do
would-
my best to extend some degree of sympathy towards you because I know you live in a, constant state of delusion. You can't trust your eyes and your ears, and
Wow,
you do your best. But
absolute fairness. I'm
yeah,
thank you, Nate.
and then there's the learning disability, which I should factor into that, but you wouldn't talk about that because it's not convenient to you right now. but
I
it was
literally talk
5-10
about it all
minutes
the
ago.
time. Like, just lie about me more. Okay.
Mm. So you were lying when you said that you have a learning disability.
Where did that come from? So you
Well,
see
I
how
just
you
said that
form
you
these
have one.
narratives out of
I just said that
pull
you
these things
have
out of
one.
your ass.
Okay, so I just said that you have a learning
And then you're
disability,
like,
yes?
oh, but you won't
And then
talk
you're like,
about it.
what?
Oh,
You're
but you
lying.
won't talk
You just
about
told me
it.
I was lying about that, right?
But then you're like, oh, but you won't talk about it. And actually, I do. So
Okay, so you told me that you were
Clearly
lying
a liar.
about it, that I was lying about bringing that up, right? Just now.
when you started narrating that I lied about having a disability because that's what you want people to hear, that was really fucking obvious and cringe. That was some tryhard shit.
No, I stated what you had said 5 minutes ago, and then you
No,
took
you
that
didn't.
opportunity to not even listen to what I was
think at
saying
some point you're
because
gonna
you were
learn that
ass
you can
mad.
only misquote me.
Literally- Okay, so remember what I talked about earlier that the Ninetales move is like kicking and screaming and saying everyone's a liar? In that particular instance,
Except when
you
Jay
didn't
does
even
it.
listen to what I had said.
Remember when
You
Jay came in on the
immediately-
panel and actually quoted what I said because he can
Okay.
do it because he's
Shut
not
the
a
fuck up.
fucking he's not an
Stop
insecure little
talking.
bitch.
Stop talking. Okay, so basically,
No,
you didn't even
that-
hear what I had
remember
said to its
that?
conclusion. You immediately jumped in there as your knee-jerk reaction to call me a liar because that's like your specialty move or whatever you want to call
More
it.
like lying is your specialty move. At least I.
Why
got
is it
better
that
tricks.
like everyone
At
you
least I
talk
got
to
better
is like
tricks.
such a big blatant liar? Like, why is everyone a liar? Do you ever wonder that? It's like,
I don't
why
know
is
why do people always need to lie
why do
about my
people-
clients.
why are
It's
the
almost like
people
they're afraid.
lying?
Hang on.
Like, why
hang
is
on.
Sound like
everyone
Jack
around
right
you
now,
lying?
Ninetales.
Ninetales, you literally directly lied to me in a debate.
Okay.
So you are a liar. I
Yeah,
just
you
want
lied
to
to me.
establish
Okay,
that
just
you
say-
are a liar.
You lied to me too, then.
I didn't lie to you about shit.
Oh no, I didn't lie
If
to you
you
about
think-
shit. I didn't lie to you about
Okay,
shit.
then what did I lie to you
Yeah,
about?
there we
If
go.
I can call you on the direct lie right now.
I was waiting. I gave you so much time, and you're
Okay.
like, "That."
You
You
lied.
literally
You lied literally saying you work in a
did.
fucking electrical lab every
No, I
day when I was debating you about making iPhones, you literally said you work in a fucking electrical lab all day, and that's
also
why you
said you
said
went
you
to
had a
journalist
benefit
school.
above me
You
because
all
I
have
made
selective
semiconductors.
hearing. This is fucking
told
amazing.
Tom
You
you went to
literally said
journalism
you work in a
school.
clean room every day. That's what you said in the
Yeah,
fucking
I
debate.
do work in a lab. I work at a mushroom farm where we have sterile rooms with vent hoods and that are literally a fucking lab room. I work with microscopes. I work
Okay,
with
what do you
other
have to
things.
wear? When you walk into the lab room, what are you wearing?
Lab coat, mask, goggles, and gloves.
Okay, so you and I were not at all doing the same thing.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so you were lying in the fucking debate.
Sure. Go ahead with that then.
Okay, now that we've established that, I would like you to call me out on when I lied to you.
So confident with this.
When
He's so
did I lie
confident.
to you?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm confident
He's so
as fuck
confident over
'cause
semantics.
I don't
This
lie
is
about
hilarious.
anything. I don't fucking lie
he's a
about
liar
anything.
because
I'm
he
confident
thought
as
super
shit right now.
semantical.
I couldn't be more confident.
Dude, what was the lab you worked in? It was another thing with a filter. It was a positive pressure room like the room I work in because that's all that the room that you worked in is.
Yes, but do you know what the difference between mine and yours was? If I got a single hair...
Took apart iPhones?
No. If I got a single hair in what I was doing, it's going to cause a massive fucking electrical fire.
And if we get a single
couldn't have
hair
a
in any of our
single-
stuff, we have to throw it out.
Oh.
Dumbass.
Yeah, from what you're talking about, it's not the same thing that we're talking about.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
I don't even think you know what the fuck it looks like when you're
Apparently,
walking
you don't
into one of
brush
these
your
clean
hair,
rooms.
so you have to wear hairnets. My boss and I, we brush our hair and then we put on, and then
You
we
have to
put
wear
our hair back.
You basically wear a fucking helmet. When you walk into one of these clean rooms,
No,
you look
you
like
need
you're
a
a member of
helmet.
the fucking KKK because you're wearing a full body
Speak for
gear.
yourself. Speak for yourself, buddy.
You're wearing full body gear. You
Maybe your
have
boss
to.
just doesn't trust you to do hygiene.
Are you a fucking idiot? Do you know what the fuck you're talking about right now? Because you are
I think you're
talking with
trying
such
so hard.
certainty.
You're trying so hard to
You know
find
what the
me,
fuck
to make
you're
me out to
talking
be a
about right
liar,
now.
and it's just like I have different standards.
You
than
were talking about
You're
your
a
new
liar.
fucking semiconductors, and now you're saying I
never
would
said
be
I
wearing.
I said
You're
I
saying
said
I
I've repaired
have
electronics, and I'm
inside of-
familiar with how
You
semiconductors
just
work.
said. You just said I would be
have
wearing a fucking
selective
hairnet in the
hearing.
room
You
where I
have
make
selective
semiconductors.
Hearing where
You
you
can't
hear
get
what you
one
want to
fucking
hear
microscope.
instead of what I actually say.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You lie.
Enjoy
to
your
win-
selective hearing.
You lie to
Enjoy
win
your selective
semantical
hearing.
debates, and then you accuse everyone in the fucking room of doing what you're doing.
I'm
That's what you do,
90%
Nine
certain at
Tails.
this point that
You
everyone who calls
accuse
me a liar.
everyone of what you're doing.
I'm 90% certain that everyone who calls me a liar at this point is too afraid to address what I actually say.
I just addressed exactly what you
No,
lied
you
about.
didn't. Yeah, you lied
That's
about
what
what I
we
lied
would
about.
call a
Good job.
delusion, right?
Okay, Cankle,
Yeah.
if I pull it up, will you cut on the stream and watch it?
Go.
Do you remember when I joined?
Oh,
the day
yeah, I
after it
remember you
happened?
saying. I remember you saying that we couldn't have like organic semiconductors, even though we have liganized semiconductor or dielectrics that exist. And we
Yeah,
can
and
easily
do you
dope
remember
them.
how you qualified that you were an expert on the topic because you've made semiconductors and you worked in a clean room?
I never said I made semiconductors. You're such a fucking
You literally
liar.
fucking did. You literally said you
Roll the
worked in a
clip.
goddamn
Roll the
clean
clip.
room.
Roll the clip.
Let me see if I
guess
can
if
find
I
the
said
fucking
that
stream.
I've written a couple songs, you'd also try to tell me I'm a liar, just because.
Well, have you written songs?
I've written at least one that like I consider completed. It's
Okay.
Like,
Well, that's a
would
lie.
be
because you
more
said
willing-
Songs is plural. You wrote one song. So.
well, some people might have very snobbish standards.
Nine
Such that they won't consider
I
some
know.
of the other things I've written to be songs.
You set the goalpost you set the goalpost yourself. You said
No, I'm just-
you
I'm
said
learning-
that I
I'm
wrote a
learning
couple
about the
songs.
semantical
Would you
bad faith.
consider me lying?
hang on. Let
and
me
then
ask
you
you a
literally
lesson.
said
Can I
you only
checkmate
wrote
this
one
real
song
quick?
so by your,
ABS
I just
by your
bad
own
checkmate this.
side, you
semanticism.
lied.
I'm learning my lessons
Fucking
from ABS.
idiot.
I'm learning my lessons from AV. Don't tell me to hang on. I'm learning my
You're so
lessons from
dumb.
ABS's bad faith semanticism, so I'm just covering all my bases.
Face semanticism. Okay. So the reason why it came up that you worked in a clean room is because I said I had worked in a clean room where I had to wear the bunny suit and I had made semiconductors. And
Does
you
it have
brought up
bunny ears?
work
Wait,
in a
does it
clean
have
room
bunny ears?
too.
Does it have bunny ears?
Yeah, you don't even understand
Does it have
that
bunny
people
ears?
call the suits bunny suits. You don't even know what the fuck the term bunny suit is. That proves to me
have
you've never
bunny
worked in one of
ears?
these fucking.
No, I just want.
It doesn't.
That doesn't count. It
It's a
doesn't count.
white suit.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
My God, you don't even know it's called
Never
a
been in a
fucking
bunny
bunny
suit.
suit.
It didn't have bunny ears.
It's not an
It's not
actual
a bunny suit.
fucking bunny
No,
suit.
it didn't have
Oh
bunny
my.
ears. Didn't have a fluffy tail.
You know what? You're right, Nine Tails. You're right. It didn't. But still, you had brought up that you worked in a clean room after I had said that to qualify
Yes, it
that
is
you
a
were
clean
just as.
The air is filtered. It is kept as clean as possible.
Nine Tails, do you not see the fact that it's a
contamination
little weird to
ruins
say
our product.
that? Do you think it's a little weird to say that when we were having a conversation about
No.
fucking semiconductors and I brought up exactly that I built semiconductors and you say, but I also worked in a clean room. You didn't clarify at all in
Because
that
at the end of the
conversation that
day,
you make
You
mushrooms.
working with semiconductors is taking iPhones apart and repairing them. You don't actually. You probably never even like opened up an actual semiconductor package.
I made semiconductors for solar panels. Nothing went into a fucking iPhone.
No, you assemble them. You assemble them. Sorry, solar panels. Now I remember. You assemble them, right? You don't. It's not like you do any processes on the semiconductors such that you laminate them or anything like that. So
no, I would solder them
You
and then
don't-
put them
you
in.
don't have- you don't have the
You know,
same
no one
profound
laminates
knowledge
it, right?
either.
You know,
You
you
don't
put it
have-
in the fucking machine, and the machine then
You
heats
were
it up to
using
over
that-
900 degrees to laminate it.
You were
right?
using that to say that you
No
had
one laminates
profound
it.
knowledge of what's possible and not possible within the realm of synthesized semiconductors. And all I was trying to
Actually,
say
no.
is that we have
It's
seen
laminated
labs.
them. I was the one that put them in the
Don't
fucking
cut
machine.
me off now because you're afraid of what I have to say.
I'm not afraid of what you have to
seen
say.
Synthetic chemistry labs put together semiconductors with organic ligands. And that means that it is possible for this technology to eventually be at the domestic scale, the home scale. That's all I said. And you threw such a
Can't
fit.
fucking
You need to
wait
pull
till
out your fucking
2100.
threads.
2100 is going to
You
be
need
bait
pull out your
as fuck.
creds and jack yourself off to your creds. It was and that's why I
I don't
brought
need to
the
jack
room
myself
shit.
up. I'm
Just
gonna
to
go
knock
fuck
you
my
down
wife
a
after this, and
fucking
it's gonna
peg.
be great.
Just to
It's
knock
gonna
you
be
down
the
a peg. You
fucking thing,
pedantic
Ninetales.
fuck.
I'm gonna fuck my wife, and it's gonna feel great, Ninetales. I don't have to jack off anymore.
Well, it doesn't stop you apparently.
Thank you. Everyone clapped. I'm killing myself.
I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. when a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sprung.
You got sprung. Bitch.
Okay. I wasn't even looking at Discord, but I could hear what was going on.
You know, that was a good one. You can't deny. Like the other brothers.
Man, I wish I had to lie, because then like I could actually just be like, okay, yeah, I was lying. Let's move on.
Okay, if you're not lying, then you're disingenuously bending the truth.
Not as much as you trying to say like, oh, I work in a clean room, therefore I know what's possible within the realm of semiconductor manufacturing.
Okay, I never said I was an expert, but what I will say
You
is I
acted
clearly
like one.
No, what I will say is I clearly know more than you on this topic.
I don't think you do.
I clearly do.
You clearly don't. Okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between a JFET?
Oh, hang on, let's ask the crowd.
No, I'm asking you. What's the difference
No,
between
we're
JFET?
asking the crowd. Who
No, I'm
from
asking you.
judge-
What's
people
the
who is
difference
watching.
between... No, let them judge after we answer. We both answer.
Na,
Electrical engineering 101. Electrical engineering 101. MDN versus JFET. What's the difference?
Tell me.
What's the difference between an NPN transistor, bipolar junction transistor, BJT, and a MOSFET? I'm actually going to switch it to MOSFET.
I need you to tell me who is right.
They don't know who's right because you haven't answered the quiz question because you can't.
What is the question?
AIDS.
What's the difference between a bipolar junction transistor and a MOSFET?
What's the difference between having herpes and having HIV?
I know the difference,
Ankles.
but okay, here's
One
the
is
thing.
painful.
I have a learning disability to the point where I, to this fucking day, mix up 50 and 30. So if you're going to ask me a question like that and be like, so what is this and what is that? Even when I was putting together fucking robots, I didn't know any of the names for any of the fucking parts, but I know how to read the blueprint and I put it together from there.
I have a
So,
learning
when you
disability
ask these
where I
fucking
mix up my
questions-
boner from an oak tree.
When you ask these questions, I'm not going to be able to fucking answer. I don't know the names of it. But if I looked it up right now, I would know exactly what the fuck it is.
Okay.
The reason why I know I would know that is
look up
because I
PID.
recognize the fucking name.
Look up PID and explain the three equations to me and what they do.
Penis in
And dick. Penis and dick. Penis and dick. Yeah.
Yeah,
perfect.
docking.
Oh yeah, docking. Don't forget
Docking.
frotting slash docking. Remember those words, frotting and docking.
Yeah.
Do you do a lot of docking?
Frotting. I mean, I get requested for it. I'm just like, nah.
Why?
I don't have like a foreskin, so it's just not worth it.
Yeah, why?
You could just
Do you-
make
have you
like
ever
two
done
kids in a
ankles?
sandbox. No.
Have you ever? Oh, that's
You,
unfortunate.
you could just make like two kids in a sandbox.
What?
You don't know about that old shock video?
That's not. That
You
just
said
has a weird
P-
name.
what
Said-
did you say?
said kids
PIV?
in response to that, let's
No,
PID.
it has nothing to do with kids or
Here,
sandboxes.
I'll give you proportional integral derivative control.
That.
Okay, do you know what K does? Do you know what K does in these equations?
Cucks people.
Because you at least have to know. You at least have to know what that does in order to implement a PID equation into a robot.
It kicks or keeps?
Honestly, no, I don't.
Okay.
And Ninetales, that should be sad. You know these things. You could tell me this right now. You know these things off the top of your fucking head. So why do I know more about the manufacturing process? Because that is what I've demonstrated.
I don't think you do.
Ninetales, we were trying to argue whether or not we would be able to make iPhones domestically, because you think we'll be able to.
No, I didn't. I didn't
fuck
say
do you think
iPhones.
that?
I said one of the first pieces of technology we'll have to make will be a semiconductor if we're going to be making those ourselves, and that the means to make that have drastically become smaller over time to the point where someone could feasibly do it, like maybe not in their house, but in like a large shed in their backyard.
Wait, do you know where Samsung's semiconductors is sourced? Do you know like where
Well, for
their
example-
chips are made?
For example, if your entire facility is a
No, I'm
clean
actually
room-
asking because I know. Do you know where the Samsung semiconductor is?
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
Where is it?
is the point that you're going to say that like it's huge, you know, like, because that's a different argument. That's
No.
That's an argument about the amount of products they have and stuff like it. Like I'm not concerned about.
No,
where
no,
it
no,
is.
no.
My argument doesn't change based on where it is.
You said something. Didn't you just say something about Avius? Weren't you just talking about how producing chips in the U.S. or whatever domestically is like more difficult or something? Wasn't that?
Okay, hang on.
Did I just miss something?
Most of the chips, surprisingly, are made domestically.
Yeah.
For instance, Intel makes all of their chips domestically.
Yeah, and
but that is
I
never
used to
the
work for the company
problem
that
that
makes
I
them.
had. That is never the problem that I've had with it. I used to live down the street from the fucking Intel manufacturing facility. The problem that I have with it is when it comes down to these Intel chips, we still need things that we import from China. We still need things that we import from Chile. We still need metals from all across the fucking world to put together
That is a
these
great
chips.
part to drop
Are you aware of
into
the forfeit or the
Pinko
counterfeit
market.
chip market coming out of China? So like, yes, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
The what?
I bought.
So you know that like part of what's enabling that is that they're able to do these manufacturing process on a much smaller scale than ever before. So they can take a factory that used to be like a clothing factory and then just convert it to a chip stuff overnight, because there are other manufacturers in China who sell to the American markets the technology to manufacture chips. That also means that there's an inner gray market that they can buy from. So over the past 20 years or so, more and more chips have been counterfeited. That's proving kind of my point that.
Hang on, if there's a counterfeit market, that still implies that there's a supply chain. This entire iPhone debate stemmed from you saying that we didn't need supply chains.
No, I didn't say we.
If there's a
I think-
counterfeit
first
market,
of all,
that would
my
still be a
argument
supply
doesn't say
chain.
that there won't be supply chains, just that our supply chains would be more from the ground up. So we need space rather than want space. So
There
the
already
luxury
need
of the
space.
the luxury of the iPhone is ancillary to the needs of like.
Hang on, how is our supply chain not needs-based right now?
We market things to people so that way they buy things based on impulse and want, not need. So, like for example, we get marketed to buy more TVs instead of just having one.
Okay, the fact that people are making it and putting it on the shelf implies that someone's going to buy it. If someone's going to
could
buy it,
also
that
get
means
thrown
they
out.
have money. Okay, yeah, they could be thrown out, but do you think they're throwing away most TVs? Do you think they're throwing away most products?
Not like.
Okay, so
Food, yeah.
since someone is eventually
Yes.
going to buy it, that means someone needs it. Okay? And that's fucking amazing. Think about it. We live in a country where we have an excess of TVs. That's fucking amazing. We have an excess.
Well, no,
That's
not
great.
amazing because we've also like absolutely raped our land and our ecology to get here, and it's not going to be sustainable for future generations.
Yeah, and that's why I push for legislation, because I believe we can sustain what we're doing right
neoliberal
now.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's better than what you advocate for, which is
Sure.
nothing until the
Did you even
government
read
collapses.
Bookshin yet? Have you even read Bookshin yet?
This is why
No.
nobody listens to leftists. Have you even read this person yet? Nobody cares.
Well, we've
talk
had
like
in-depth
you're
discussions.
talk like people.
No, I don't
haven't-
just do that. I don't just do that.
You do
We've
that
had
often.
in-depth discussions about social ecologies. He said he would read it before he critiques it more, and he still has these pious interpretations of
no.
it because he thinks that when something is done by the establishment, it can't do any wrong.
That's because the establishment is always going to be the best way to handle something. People are never going
Wrong.
to come together and live kumbaya.
Yeah,
it's
and
going to be
guess
the
what?
Lord of the fucking Flies.
You know how
guess
Bookchin
what?
communalism was off to the
Stop.
left side of the compass where it wasn't even on it anymore?
Yeah, it's not even
Yeah.
on
That's
the fucking
because
compass.
people don't respect how insane it is.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Those are the crazies.
So I honestly don't respect anybody who can only use establishment thinking. That's literally like when people say think outside the box is supposed to be a cliche, that makes you like even more of a cliche because that does actually apply to you here.
So I should be
No.
vouching for tearing down the establishment?
I mean, you shouldn't be acting like a self-righteous dickhead who thinks that your ideology is better than anyone who doesn't.
You're acting like a
It's
self-righteous
just it's
dickhead.
one of the ones that is just completely it's part of the delusional sphere.
If I'm wrong, people can tell me.
Cool. You're in the same camp as post-sadism and automated luxury space gay communism.
Sadism.
Post-sadism.
It's weird. Yeah, right. Post-sadism. Not really. It's again.
You're on the same line as it.
Seeing human communities and social communities as like an ecological force rather than a systemic force. It's really not that complicated.
Yeah, but it is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Of
Do you know
course
what's the
neoliberals
greatest thing?
struggle with it.
Of course, anybody that has, you know,
It calls
like
out their
reasonable
bullshit
thought
more
process.
than anything.
Do you know what's the greatest
Yeah,
thing about
no.
Bookchin? The ideas of Bookchin are never going to come true.
Yep.
Because Bookchin can only come true if capitalism collapses, and capitalism doesn't collapse like other fucking government styles.
This is
Reason
why I
why
think it's
we
so
can bounce
funny.
back. We can bounce back. And you said the reason why we're going to have to go to Bookchinian capitalism.
You get so
is
mad when communists do
hang on.
direct action, and when we riot.
Hang on. No, you said we're going to have Bookchinian capitalism because climate change
I
is
didn't say
going
we're
to
gonna
destroy
have
the planet.
Bookchinian capitalism. The fuck does that
Communism.
mean?
Bookchinian
No,
communism. I'm
not
sorry.
communism.
Communalism.
It's communism. You literally.
It's communalism. It's crazier than communism.
Last time we spoke, you said you vouched for
can't go further
Bookchinian.
left than
No, hang on.
communism.
You said you vouched for Bookchinian post-communism, and that's
Yes,
why I kept
post.
arguing with you.
Post.
And that's why I kept arguing with you, saying you can't have post-communism without first having a communist state, because all communist states were supposed to turn into post-communist states.
I mean,
but we've never
no.
seen the transition happen.
I mean, well, the reason that we're arguing past it is that instead of thinking communism as an end goal, which is probably a major problem with a lot of them, of the versions we've seen, it is a through way. You don't have to go directly through it. You can go slightly around it. Preferably more on the libertarian side is what I would say.
Okay, so when it comes to like Leninist socialism, the entire point is to establish a government, give the worker the means of production, and then destroy the government, and then you're supposed to live in a post-communist society. Like you acknowledge that's literally Lenin communism, and that's
No.
what the entire Soviet Russia and everything after that was built off of.
No, not really.
How do you not acknowledge that?
Because I'm citing Bookchin, not Lenin, and Bookchin never cites Lenin.
You do know Lenin was citing Karl Marx, which Bookchin was also citing, right?
No, he's not citing Karl Marx. He's critiquing Karl Marx.
I don't really see a difference. He was
That's-
still like
that's
strongly
hilarious.
he was strongly referencing all of the literature and literally built their entire government off of his literature. He might have critiqued parts of it, but he still adopted most of it.
He didn't adopt communism. Thank you
And
for
what
talking
did they
about
do?
something you have.
What did they do?
You're completely
What did they
clueless
do?
on this. Bookchin?
Okay. No, what did they do then?
Bookchin. What did Bookchin do?
I'm not talking about Bookchin.
Why are you getting me to talk for anybody but Bookchin? I'm talking about Bookchin.
Okay, fair. What can Bookchin offer that justifies it being better than capitalism? Something that has demonstrated it can bounce back. And the fact that before you were saying we're going to go to Bookchinian communism because of the fact that climate change is
hearing's on fire again.
Climate change is going to get so bad that the government is going to collapse. That's what you said.
Bookchinian communalism, the benefits to that are that instead of us constantly fighting nature to produce or to thrive, we'll actually be thriving as a function of nature, as a function of ecology, and thus we'll be more connected with our communities around us because the markets around us ideally won't even be about money. It'll be about mutual exchange. Literally, like, I understand that what I'm making is needed by people. I often need things from those people that I need. Why would I charge them for this or try to outcompete them when we're all in this together? We're all making things that we need. So the idea is that humans have always had this potential, but when there are bad players who try to create large hegemonic markets, that starts to become increasingly impossible. And to be clear, this is not a return to anarcho-primitivism, nor is it some sort of space luxury communism deal, right? We're looking to be realistic with the current technology that we have, while also looking forward a bit, probably in the next 100 years or so. and trying to implement that into our currently existing communities, such that each technology is in itself probably like the centerpiece of the community that they all.
I don't know why I
operate
didn't
around.
see that before.
So in regards
but,
to your semiconductor stuff,
okay.
you said that there's a
I think-
supply line. I haven't had a chance to respond to that.
saw you in
Now I'm going to use that. Yeah, there would be a supply line. There could even be supply lines up communities where the product comes back down. And
Yeah, there you are,
dispersed
TPM.
outwards when there is surplus. But the point is that no singular community would have a need anymore to hang on to surplus, aside from some sort of security blanket in case things, there are always disasters and stuff. But I think we'd also be better suited to support each other through those times.
I don't think so.
Cool.
Because okay. How do you treat an obese person in your society?
How do we treat an obese person?
Yeah, let's say they're obese. They could take twice the food as a normal person, and they have less than half of the output. How do you justify that person in your society? Because you can easily justify them in capitalism as long as they have money to feed themselves.
We're thinking about output as like purely physical labor, which is really not anymore with humans.
Yes, but how do you justify giving this person twice the bread it takes for a normal person that's actually sustaining the town?
So here's the thing, like, they might have more weight, but that doesn't mean they necessarily need more calories.
I don't know why I didn't see that chat until just now either.
To police what people eat or ration.
Fuck, I'm off it today, dude.
But
what if there's not a time of surplus?
Right, so then I think that then we can say, well, now you're going to start getting the same as everybody else, just to make sure that we do not fall like below a certain level and everybody can always get some. Because the point is self-sustenance within the community, right? So basically the idea is that in a scenario of greed, these things should be identified, they can be communicated, and perhaps you can have things ready for this. Like, yeah, the person who normally takes more is one of the first to start eating less.
But, okay, so your answer is just they eat less. So you would have to reduce their rations. You would reduce their rations.
Yeah, because they're already eating more to begin with.
Okay, but you understand that's not a problem in capitalism, right? We don't even have to make that decision. We've never had to make that decision.
Right, we just call people poor and then we let them starve.
Yeah, but even poor people, they have the ability to get on food stamps. And I believe it should be easier to get food stamps. I believe you should get more money for more food.
And just raise the income level. I mean, raise the income level that you qualify for.
So what do you think about like a city actually like growing more foods? That way there's food year round. Because that is way more possible than we ever. Like I know you're in a desert, and that would require some very special engineering.
Okay, so most
I'm in temperate Ontario, so thinking about here, like it's very possible for us to have orchards, very possible for us to have fields of like lettuce and stuff growing instead of corn. It seems like the amount of space that we have dedicated to agriculture around here is enough to feed the people around here instead of always exporting it.
Yeah, but okay. So here's the thing in the United States. The United States produces ass tons of food. Most of our land is dedicated to agriculture. It goes national parks, oil, and agriculture are the three things that take up most of the United States land. So, we have fuck tons of food in the United States. Most of the food, though, goes to India and China. That's how they support their 1 billion people.
I just put this up because I'm going to start playing the game while we're talking. So, Sable likes to watch. That sounded
This
weird.
is the thing. This is the thing that you need to understand about localizing everything. If you localized all of your crops, that means there's going to be people in China and India starving to death. Because we're the ones that feed them.
I do understand this, and I'm not trying to say that that's not currently the case. These are not prescriptions for tomorrow, right? These are prescriptions for once we're in a better position to start making transitions into these sort of societies. So
Do you think it's going to be easier or harder to grow food in these countries after climate change destroys the planet?
No, I agree. That's why I'm hoping to scale back capitalism, the main cause of it, which is anthropogenic climate change. one of the things is like the monocultures that we grow in are some of the least durable through climate change. So we're going to be getting famines from that one way or another. The difference is when you grow native species in your environment, especially if you already have habitats that are made for them to begin with, like you would have found them there, and then you just plant more of them. It's a little bit of a balance, but you can actually accelerate that to a point where there's easily more food growing than the amount of people there need. I mean that for more rural places, just to be clear. Cities are obviously overly dense, and most of the space within cities is useless. But when we talk about these fields, what would make them more robust against climate change is actually not having monocultures. So if you do want to address that, you should be addressing the fact that most of the food we produce is monocultured, and that's very, very unstable as far as like the ecology of those ecosystems. Yeah.
How would you turn these lands into farmlands?
Oh, you mean into ecosystems?
Yeah, like how would you grow food out of these systems? Because currently the way we grow food, it actually damages the ecosystem. And if we go back to the way we used to grow food, we're going to get half the output, if that.
And there are sustainable practices we can do, but that's more damage mitigation than truly sustainable. A truly sustainable ecosystem on this level will contain multiple different types of plants, from like grasses that we can eat to like various like types of lettuces and sort of like there's these things called ecotopes, which are like, or you can even call them microsystems within the ecosystem. That's like its own subclimate. And so when you craft those, that's like that place stays moist for longer. It holds more water in the soil and stuff like that. And that's where you grow those kind of crops. But what you want is heterogeneity as opposed to homogeny. So heterogeneity is like saying we break up the land to serve different purposes between it, different habitats for different animals, that sort of thing. And it needs to be proportional too, right? So a lot of the heterogeneity will be like different types of forests and grasslands interacting and interfacing with each other, such that these fields would now look like maybe clumps of different types of forests with different trees in them, and then between them there are different patchworks of fields for growing different types of crops.
Yeah, but the problem is we would get like 40% of the food we do now from those crops. And what I mean, like when you look at wheat, if you just naturally grow wheat, you're going to get less than half of what we get now.
That's not true. So I already talked about how like we're still going to be growing the same density of like wheat and stuff like that, so long as it's just mixed with other
It has
grains.
nothing to do with the density. It has to do with what we do to the soil. It has to do with what we pump in the soil, and it has to do with the pesticides that we use on the crop to ensure it grows to its full potential.
Well, the reason
all of these things are
that,
detrimental to the environment.
The reason we need to do all that is because these monocultured environments are void of something known as ecosystem services. So one of the things you mentioned are pesticides. Ecosystems naturally provide something known as biological pest control, which is not the total eradication of pets, but the majority eradication. So there's always predators, usually more than one, that are likely to quickly eat these pests, especially ones that are not usually there, because we're talking about usually larger predators who will seek them out. And so this is one of the defining hallmarks of a good ecosystem, is that it not only provides these services for itself, but for the ecosystems around it. So once you have this sort of this grand quilt of heterogeneity, you can stabilize it and not even need fertilizers, because you're doing nitrogen fixation way better than we can in monocultured soils. All of the soil bacteria is returned back, and so we also have like a sulfur cycling and a nutrient pool in there. And
these things take time, though.
And we need to get cracking, and the water table will naturally restore itself.
But it can take decades. What do we do in the meantime?
It takes decades. I mean, it takes decades.
And then
for, like, the first level
again,
of succession.
do you know what the green age is?
You're saying it takes decades.
Sorry,
how long it actually takes? How long it actually takes is undetermined. By the way, we don't know how long it takes, quote unquote, for us to establish an ecosystem. We know how long it takes for ecosystems to establish, and for man-made systems that aren't about like what I talked about, but are more like simulated ecosystems being.
You do know China has been trying this, and it's been an immense failure. What you're saying right now, China has been trying to do. They've been trying to rebuild their ecosystems. They've been trying to terraform entire parts of China. It's been a complete failure, and studies have showed they've actually
a
done more
Westerner-
damage. They've done more damage to the environment.
Yeah, okay, I'd have to look into that. There's probably.
I encourage you to do so.
I guarantee there are things that they could have done differently instead of just saying that it's impossible. Like, for example, so we know that, like, biodiversity, it's not something that we can force. For example, like, you can't force certain types of organisms to live in mutual symbiosis with each other. That's just not how it works. But what you can do is you can overseed it with more of the organisms that fill the same sort of niche or a role in the food web, and the ones that fit best will select out. So, for example, if China is trying to like force biodiversity by releasing what they think is the right set of organisms, part of the reason that might not work is because there's certain kinetics and energy balances which work better for even organisms within the same species, some better than others, because some might have differences which, for example, help them store body heat differently. This is one of these issues where when we study closed ecosystems, for example, we can see that like if you have like maybe like 4 different levels of trophic levels of organisms, then you can have like maybe 6 or 7 different species of each. But as soon as you start going to 5 levels, or like your kind of webs where there is no real level but they're all connected through different vectors, you start losing the amount of species that can fill each in particular role, and it goes down to 3. It's a hard 3 for every one of them. So you always kind of have to seed more than what you really like expecting there to be if you want it to establish itself. One of the hardest things with ecology for us to describe is self-organization. Although it happens, ecosystems naturally self-organize. Us understanding how and why that happens is a very, very complex science.
How much water would this take?
What do you mean?
How much water would it take to rebuild our ecosystems like you're saying? How much water are we talking about?
It depends heavily on where we're talking.
Okay.
So like here in
like
temperate Ontario,
the
it's very
normal
humid and
place, like
moist.
average. Like how much would you need for like the average place on planet Earth? Average would be, I guess, like a plain lands that's kind of dry, doesn't really get rain, shit like that.
Right. So plainlands are a bit better for farming. Like what you'd want to do is you still want to have heterogeneity, specifically with lots of different legumes and stuff like that. And you'd want to use water tiling. You know what that is?
No. Please explain it.
So water tillage is a technique used particularly in agriculture, but it can also be used in like your properties as well, where you basically you set up the land, you kind of form it so that way water drains or holds for a specific time and drains at a much slower rate.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So in areas that are too dry, you can do that. There's also a lot of benefits being shown from the introduction of beavers into the plains, because they are literally reforming entire ecosystems out there where they were lost because a lot of the human activity stopped the natural dams that were kind of there that had formed over hundreds of years and were very stable. And beavers are basically coming back in and re-engineering that all over again.
But beavers, one of the reasons why beavers have been going extinct, it's not just the fact that their areas keep getting overtaken by humans. Beavers are also suffering from the historic droughts that are basically worldwide at this point. So it's not as simple as humans are killing them.
Beavers are drought resistant because they build dams. They're some of the least affected organisms by that. So in most organisms, we call them either generalists or specialists, right? You have your generalists who can handle most environments.
I guess what I read was fake news then.
I'm not saying it's not affecting them. It's probably limiting which habitats they can make, so it's limiting how far that they can reproduce. But like the dams that they establish are like fundamentally, like by definition, drought resistant because they're huge pools of water. It's the land before that wasn't drought resistant.
But I guess I don't.
You know that beavers can survive even if their dams dry out, right? They just stay in their lodge.
Yeah,
Until
you do know there's a lot of like national parks in the United States that humans basically aren't allowed to go inside of. And because of droughts and forest fires that have been happening, even these habitats are dying. No humans are in these areas for hundreds of miles, and the habitat is still dying.
So that's why we can't look at forest fires as being a direct function of climate change, because those already do happen naturally. In fact, they seem to
No,
be.
the forest fires are being caused by historic droughts.
So there are historic droughts. I'm not going to say that there aren't. But when we say historic, we mean like within the time span that we've been capturing things. Right now, we're also seeing like a never before recorded mix of something known as the Indian Dipole and El Nino, and we're not sure how that's actually going to play out. But this has certainly been
Yes,
part
but
of it.
you
So what I'm saying is,
acknowledge that forest fires, like one of the leading causes of forest fires, are droughts, because it will cause the forest bed to be drier, which turns into kindling for a forest fire. Because forest fires, like
yes and
trees,
no.
catch on fire all the time. The reason why they don't turn into forest fires is because the bed of the forest is damp, so the fire can't spread.
Actually,
But the
why
reason
that's
why
happening
forest
more is because we're losing something known as interior forest. So before, we used to have forests that were like over, I think it was like 100 meters by 100 meters squared. So just 100 meters squared. Um, uh, and outside of that, they would have kind of like a subforest with smaller trees and stuff like that, kind of protecting it from those exterior conditions. Sorry, no, I just remembered what the conditions were. There has to be at least 100 meters bordering all sides of it, and whatever's inside that is interior forest. So
Have you ever heard of
that
the state
forest
of
in there.
Jefferson?
Can I
Have you
finish
ever
it?
heard of that
Can I
before?
finish
Oh yeah,
explaining, please?
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That forest in there is very different from the forest that borders it because it's so protected from all the forces outside of it. It's a lot damper. It's a lot cooler. And there are a lot more organisms that can only reproduce and breed in these kind of in these kind of things. And especially here in Ontario, we've been losing that more than ever. Now, Ontario doesn't have a lot of fires, but like in Alberta, for example, Alberta used to have like I think roughly 50% forest cover, and because of oil and because of farming and ranching, it's just nothing. There's like almost nothing out there.
Do you have national parks in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so how are your national parks faring? Like, how is the health of your national parks?
Not totally certain at the moment. I can look it up and get back to you if you want.
Okay, the reason why I ask is because in the United States, our national parks are heavily protected. No one is in most of our national parks for hundreds of miles. There's no civilization and no life.
Well,
And
there's life, right? Like there's people who go out there and live in those woods, but
yeah, but
there's not a lot
not
of
to the point,
activity tracking
not
them.
to the point where it's going to affect the ecosystem. Even in these ecosystems,
Well,
they're still
except when they
dying.
start fires.
Okay, yeah, but my point is because of droughts and shit like that, these forests are still dying. So, like, I was asking, do you know what the state of Jefferson is? The state of Jefferson doesn't exist in the United States. What the state of Jefferson is it is the northern part of the far northern part of California and the far southern part of Oregon. It is deep, deep, deep forests with some
Yeah,
of the
I've
oldest
always
trees
wanted to
in the
go.
world.
Yeah, I've always
Even
wanted to
that
go.
ecosystem is currently experiencing issues because of the historic drought in the area. Even
But
a forest that's existed for
not just the
thousands
drought,
of
right?
years.
It's the encroachment of urban sprawl as well.
There's no urban sprawl near there. The
No, but there is on
closest
the outside. So
the
huge.
closest
So the
city.
height of the canopy of these trees is admittedly like the largest we know of, right? Those
Yeah,
tall
it's some of the
canopies.
oldest trees on planet
That
Earth.
means there's a lot of there's a tall air column in there. That means that they need even more into like this is getting more into the actual math of it, but that this means they even need even more interior forest bordering them. So what to you doesn't seem like encroachment because this thing is so big. When they say that like there's parts of this forest being lost, I guarantee you it's on the outer edges of the forest. If you actually track where they're talking about, it's got to be on the outer edges.
No, the inside of the that's what has scientists concerned about this. 100-year-old trees are falling out of the fucking ground. They're getting unrooted because the soil is so weak. Because it's so dry, it can no longer support the weight of the tree. and they're
Aren't-
falling out of the ground.
I'm just confused. I thought these trees had like super deep tap roots.
They do. So now you
That-
can
that should
understand
be-
why
no, that
drought
should
is
be what
such a
supports
fucking
them.
concern for me.
The tap roots are the structural basis, like that.
Okay, the trees are
it can't
so
just be
top heavy.
dryness of the
When
soil. Like the soil's super
the
heavy.
soil is drying out so much that the trees are ripping themselves out of the ground. They're not fully ripping themselves out, but they're partly. And once they get
guarantee you-
partly opened like that, they're still dying.
Yeah, okay, but like unless they've 100% linked this to this, scientists are probably still looking for more reasons, because you can dry out like there's sandy soils in a park around here called Grand Bend, or sorry, the Pinery. It's in Grand Bend, and they have sandy soils, like literally like just sand, because everything's a dune in there, and but what happens is you get sedimentation that compacts it over time, right? So about like a foot beneath that, if you dig down deep enough, it's like punching into rock, even though it's actually sand. It's basically become sandstone, right? So the drier soil gets the more it compacts. And this is my issue, is that technically, like it might be the type of soil, but I have, unless it's like a strong humic soil, I can't imagine that happening. Although it could be. It's a very old forest, so lots of
Keep in mind, no, that area is one of the most humid areas on planet Earth. That
I said
area, and then
humic,
wait,
by
what?
the way.
Humic?
Like humus is the stuff that accumulates on the forest bed. It's the
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying humid, like
You can
damp.
think of it as the carbon, the broken down carbon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And yeah, the humid, like this is why I brought up like urban sprawl, because the more we encroach towards these forests, the more warm air can get into these forests. So even if they haven't done anything over this giant block, whatever they've done outside of that block to make warm air more penetrable will have that effect of drying it out, for example. But like we also need to keep in mind, like when it comes to being near the ocean, there are like global cycles that oscillate over the courses of like decades. So
But these trees have existed for thousands of years and they haven't been affected by any weather. Something about the weather patterns we're having today is affecting
you can't
a
say they've never been
1,000-year-old
affected by the weather.
forest.
You can't say that. You can, like, there are plenty of them that have fallen over in the woods, and there have been plenty
Not
of events.
at this rate.
There have been like downburst events from winds that have been reported as doing that. I remember looking at something about that. It is an area that's very free from tornadoes, luckily, but yeah, no, it's not as impervious as you're making it out to be, because no forest is. In fact, that would be too static, and it would, like, you wouldn't actually have a very stable system that way. Some of these trees will always have to be falling over.
I understand that. But again, my direct point is it's not the fact that trees are falling over. Yes, that's natural. Trees die in a forest. The alarming rate is the rate.
I just don't know what you're expecting me to say. Like, yeah, like climate change bad?
What I am trying to demonstrate is not climate change is bad. It's that we don't have the option to build these ecosystems right now because of all of these drought concerns and the fact that we don't have the water to support rebuilding our ecosystems right now.
What do you mean
Like
we
we
don't
have
have the water? Like, have you never heard of an aquifer before? Have you never heard of replenishing those by rerouting your water treatment back down to there?
Yeah, but okay, when you
We
do
do
that,
have the
hang on.
water.
No, hang on. When you clean water, you have to put chlorine, you have to put a lot of chemicals inside of it. Then if you use that for crops, that's not good for the land. If you're using chlorine pumped fucking water to try to rebuild your ecosystem, it's probably not going to last very long.
So the amounts of chlorine are pretty insignificant once you actually put it into the soil, because that diffuses and
Yes, but to rebuild an
Let me
ecosystem, you're talking
finish.
hundreds of
Please,
thousands of
let me
gallons of water.
finish, please. I've been actually directly studying wastewater management, like as of this week, because because of my work with my ecosystems at the moment. And so what you have to realize is there are many different ways to treat wastewater. Not all of them are chemically involved. In fact, what you've described is the opposite of biological digestion. And I would actually advocate for two main ways of doing things, which is flocculation. I don't know if you've heard that. I haven't studied that, but I have. And biodigestion, and large, like, lagoon-style biodigestion.
You acknowledge that to rebuild one forest would take hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, right?
Well,
like this is an astronomical
what do
amount
you
of
mean
water we would
take?
have to use.
Like, do you mean like it like as a net thing, or do you mean we'd have to pump that in? Because that's only true for like the driest climates.
Yes, and most of the United States are suffering historic droughts right now. So most of the United States,
Okay,
you're going to have to use hundreds of thousands of gallons of water.
Can you just stop saying this like it's a constant? Also, these droughts.
I'm going to keep saying it because I feel like it's being downplayed.
Well, you're going to be really let down once you realize that this is part of a broader global oscillation. The ones that I've just described, as well as maybe other ones that we are even like over longer time.
Why is the Amazon rainforest dying? Other than the fact that farmers were clearing out the Amazon rainforest for... Yeah, other than the logging,
and the
why
loss
was there
of
forest
interior
fires?
forest and the loss of interior forest.
Okay, do you think we'll be able to rebuild the Amazon? Because I don't think so. And if we
You'd have-
do, it's going to take hundreds of millions of gallons of water.
So what
in
you'd want to do
probably
in that
100
situation,
years.
You want to treat the existing forest as a nucleation point. You'd want to do succession on the outside. You want to let that succession basically do its thing, but you can also accelerate it, especially with things like activated carbon, ion exchange, and supplementing various soil bacteria. Once that's done, you start planting small trees and shrubs, and you start doing succession on the next boundary outside of that. After the trees and shrubs are done growing, you cut them down and you plant big tall trees. And yes, we can plant tall trees. We can plant like 20-year-old trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that requires unrooting a tree from its natural environment and then putting it into an environment where it's not supposed to be, and it's not a guarantee that the roots are going to retake to the ground. And it's a pretty big chance that the tree is going to die and not root itself back to the ground.
Well, no, that normally happens because of like suburban yuppies try to put that into a non-ecosystem. If I take a tree from ecosystem 1, but that's type A, and put it into ecosystem 2, that's also type A, there's very minimal chance of incompatibility there because the soil types will have to be the same, the amount of humidity will have to be the same, and the general dynamics will have to be the same.
That would be true if biodiversity matched exactly to type A to type A.
But
the way it works in real the way it works in real life is it's type A, B, C. And this area is type A, B, D. So
you're mystifying this, because what happens is that there's still mycelium and there's still bacteria on the roots of the tree that we plant in this new place.
Things that are inside of all forests on planet Earth.
And because the soil is the same type and because the conditions are the same, they outcompete everything because they automatically have a symbiotic relationship with that tree.
Yes, but when you take something from one biodiverse environment and put it into another, you could still be bringing things that aren't supposed to be into that environment. Things that attach themselves to other plants.
This is like a superstitious mystification. Like, nature is this thing that we'll never understand. No, we can do this. And what you're saying,
it's not.
What you're
It's
saying
science.
is more or less true with different trees. Like, for example, we used to have this problem because we didn't understand mycorrhizal relationships with fungi. So we would take a tree that has no from a place that has no type or of one fungus and a certain type of the other fungus, even though they are both type A ecosystems, and then we put it there and be a completely different type of mycelium, it wouldn't form hook connections. Therefore, we wouldn't see that mycorrhizal relationship form. However, if we put it in somewhere with no other fungus and that was the only fungus there, that would clearly just dominate. So what you're talking about is not as esoteric as you're making it out to be. We do
How would
understand
you
these
remove
things
something
quite
like
well.
goat grass?
We need to do the proper steps to do it. Are there any natural predators of goat grass, like bugs or grasshoppers that eat it?
Okay, so what goat grass is basically, when we were fucking with wheat, we accidentally created a type of wheat that is unedible, and it's just really crappy. The problem is it has the same growth type as grass. It grows exactly like grass. That's why we call it goat
that makes
grass.
sense.
So here's the problem with this. If there is so much as one one head of leaf that lands in a forest, it can have goat grass. Goat grass, I don't remember the type of plant it's called, but it's the type of plant that feeds on everything around it and kills it. When it comes to America, I think we have like
Phytophagous.
528 species like this where it actively kills everything around it, and these species have already
We're talking
inhabited
about
the
other
environment.
plants, right? So it's
Yeah.
phytophagous if it does that to other plants. What I would do for that is, it sounds like goats like eating it. I'd
No,
probably let.
nothing likes eating it. It tastes like shit. And the only way you can get rid of it is through extreme.
So it has no natural predators.
No, it was human created. And
That
the
doesn't-
only way to
that
kill
doesn't-
it is
no.
through horrible chemicals.
So do you truly believe? Do you truly believe though that just because humans created like a variant of something that nothing will eat it all of a sudden?
Yes, but what I have seen
Oh
is
my God, that's
animals
not how it
don't eat
works.
it. Animals don't eat it though.
Sure,
it's
but
all
there are-
throughout Washington.
Here's a funny
It's most of
factoid.
Washington state now.
Grasshoppers don't have taste buds and they don't care about texture. So what you
Yeah,
need to
grasshoppers eat it, but you don't want a fuck ton of grasshoppers in the field because they will also eat your plants and then you can't grow food. It
Well-
happened in the 1930s. It was called the Great Depression.
Yeah, well, I guess we have a bit of predicament where biodiversity is fighting us. My recommendation is: do you want your crop field this year, or do you want grasshoppers there, so that way you're able to plant your shit next year? It's
The
called
only way you would
biological
get
pest
rid of the
control.
grasshoppers is if you do something to kill the grasshoppers. So not only would you need grasshoppers, you would need something that would kill the grasshoppers. So it wouldn't be
Biodiversity, bitches.
Yeah, but when the Great Depression happened, some of these fields they couldn't use for the next 15 years when the Dust Bowl happened.
Well, they didn't even understand soil science, right? Like if you told them that there's like
Well, yeah,
a
they overgrew
mutual-
the soil, but there was also the extreme fucking grasshopper problem. The fields that weren't drying up because of overgrowing, they were getting eaten by the grasshoppers.
Right, but mind you, grasshoppers eat more in drier fields, so those fields were probably drier before the grasshoppers came than after.
And that's kind of the problem with goat grass. It's extremely fucking dry. Like, extremely dry to where I'm
That would
pretty sure the
mean-
only thing that's going to eat it are bugs.
That would
So-
mean that in a well, if you found like a biological pest form that does select for drier crops, which there probably are plenty of locusts that prefer drier crops over wetter ones because they can eat more. Then you might want to find those while you're over irrigating the crop that you want to keep, such that it has more water in its cells than normal. There's all I'm saying is that I get that you're like feeling overwhelmed by this all. It's important to remember,
It's not that I'm feeling overwhelmed. It's
you
that
know
I
what a partial
understand it's a
derivative is.
lot of shit.
You know what a
I-
partial derivative is, right?
Yeah.
And you know about partial differential equations. This is always like a 100 variable partial differential equation on both sides, the problem and the solution side, right? But that's both devastating and gives us a lot of optimism. That means that no matter how complex the problem is, we can still think of a solution if we put our minds to it enough. And I think that that's the key here, right? Not to just say, well, everything is the way it is. We can't do anything anymore because it's too scary. But instead to say, the worst thing we can do is continuing our mistakes and expecting different results.
I can agree with that. And I want to make one thing clear. It's not that I'm completely disagreeing with what you're saying. I think you do have good ideas and I think your heart is in the right place. It's just, do you think the only way that we can achieve this is through a future where we devote our entire lives to social ecology? And I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's much more things we can do besides that. We have endless options. And I think what you're saying is a good idea. I think we could implement it in America today if we had the fucking political willpower to do it. There's nothing that would stop us from, instead of giving $100 billion to fucking Israel right now, maybe we could take that and invest it into our fucking forest and actually try to rebuild it and do what you're talking about.
Now that's the kind of protectionism I like.
Yeah, and that might sound fucking crazy, but the last president in the United States that did protectionism acts was fucking Nixon, a Republican.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, he loved the fucking national parks.
Yeah, and if the psychotic fucking conservatives can get behind national parks every once in a while, I think we could like rally behind it today, and I think we could actually get it passed. Because there's a lot of people that deny the existence of climate change. But if you walked up to the average Republican voter in Idaho, and instead of saying we need to do this for climate change, say we're rebuilding our national parks so you and your family can walk through the park again, and it looks fucking beautiful, it looks the way it did in the 60s. If you said that, most Republicans are going to be behind it because Nixon never did it for the altruistic reasons of saving the planet. He did it because he wanted a nice national park to walk through. And most conservatives feel the exact same way. They don't want to have a dirty river. They don't want to have a dirty national park. The problem is when we go to pass legislation to clean them up, we say, oh, it's because of climate change. And that entire narrative, people have been pushed away from it for the last 30 years. But as long as you don't bring up climate change and just make it about cleaning shit up, people are going to vote for it.
Or even better yet, right? Like you want this to be done within the establishment. I would just say to them, like, there's a way to do this without big government. And like, if you want alternatives, if you want to just start making alternatives, you can just start making them. And literally, you can seed communities based on the fact that like they have food, they have shelter for people who need it. Because right now we have people who need shelter, and we have people who need food. Here in Canada, it's probably even harder because the majority of the land is considered crown land, which literally means like owned by the queen if it's not like privately owned.
Wow. Is crown land like your federal land?
Yeah, but it's even more like the federal government could decide like actually we are going to let these anarchists have their stupid little commune and their little social experiment so that way we can see how wrong they were, right? Canada would just be like, we can't do that because this technically belongs to the queen.
Oh, wow.
Or the king now, I guess. Sorry, English folk, if I offended you.
But yeah, it's like everything that you've said is a great fucking idea. I just wish that you would see it can be done within the establishment because Ninetales, I understand that you don't like capitalism. You and Vosh have like the same opinions.
No,
but
we
Vosh
don't.
on the
Oh my god.
Okay,
He's a Marxist
okay.
socialist. I'm a Bookchinian. You have to.
All right,
like,
fair enough. Hang on. Okay.
Don't
You guys
describe my ideas to me until you've read Bookchin, because like
Okay,
people get it
fair
wrong
enough.
so fucking much.
But you're both on the same side. You would both be arguing against me the same way. And if you were both in a debate together, you wouldn't be arguing against each other.
I don't think
You
Vosh
guys would
understands ecological principles enough to actually have the problems with capitalism that I do.
I still think you guys would be agreeing in a debate. And
here's-
my entire point is even Vosh, someone who would agree with you most of the time, he believes voting is a good idea. He is even pushing people
Cool,
to go
I don't
vote.
care. So the reason why I don't have faith in the establishment way of doing this is because it would actually require us to kind of establish an entire ecosystem all at once as a community, something that capitalism just doesn't have a framework for.
Why not? Why can't it have a framework for that?
Because the idea of labor being done for the sake of just building something rather than doing it because it serves some sort of profiteer is foreign to capitalism. So
We make art projects all the time. We have
Sure,
things all
sure.
across the US that we literally built just because
but
we
you would
fucking
agree
wanted
that the
to.
supply requires money. To get the supplies for those art projects requires money. You have
True.
to
And if
participate
we
in capitalism.
imagine if you took the time and said, we're going to rebuild the national parks. Not only are we going to
You
build the
not cut me
national
off
parks,
before I'm
but
not
you
done.
could get
I'm not
personally
done.
involved.
I'm not done. You've already said this. What I'm saying is, what my proposal is right now, capitalism wastes a lot of shit. Like, I used to be a dumpster diver. Inconceivable amounts of shit. Like basically, you could furnish your entire place with the shit that's thrown out. You could feed yourself if you were really savvy enough and understood how food spoils. So,
And I think that should be
so
legal.
let me finish. So if you instead take that to a place that you and a bunch of other people are working really hard to form an ecosystem, then you can also bring samples from other ecosystems on your journeys, and this
Yeah,
can all
and
sort of
here's a
coalesce.
crazy
Let me please. this can all coalesce into a single like movement on a single piece of land where you're all like constantly seeding a new ecosystem with heterogeneity that
food is
serves
here.
you
I'll be
that
right
serves your
back.
need. Unacceptable. Okay, let's all talk about how he's a piece of shit. Someone had to say it. I decided to be first.
But okay, I agree with you. Capitalism is very wasteful. That's why, like, I had a crazy idea one day where I was looking up how much food is wasted in grocery stores, like how much food we just toss out. And I thought, what if there was a law that 12 hours before the expiration date of whatever the fuck it is, you're not allowed to throw it out by law. But instead, there will be a local city van that will drive up,
That would violate
grab
the
all the
Constitution.
food you're going to toss out, and they take it down to the local soup kitchen or what the fuck ever, and they cook all the food. And if you need a free, good quality meal, you go to the fucking local soup kitchen and we give you a good quality meal. And the stuff we're giving you was going to go bad anyway. It was stuff we were going to fucking toss out and feed to pigs. But instead, we're feeding people. And if the people don't eat the food, then we just give it to the pigs anyway.
So
The problem is that law would violate the Constitution.
Would it?
No, it wouldn't. It's already done in plenty of ways.
12 hours passing 12 hours before the expiration date, there's a law that says you must donate that food. That violates the takings clause in the
I
Fifth
do
Amendment.
not. If you want to have this
It
conversation,
might.
I also just want to point out that we already do this a lot, actually. First of all, there's just
Canada
so much.
maybe, but not in the United
There's
States.
so much waste that it's like a logistical nightmare. And the bigger problem is that like actually getting it to the people who need it. The people who need it most are in their homes. They're like disabled people. We have a different organization called Meals on Wheels, which tragically underserves these people more often than not. But the volunteers who run it are wonderful people, and I don't want. It's not their fault. So like, it's important to remember that like, while whatever you want capitalism to do would work great on paper, capitalism naturally stifles these things. It makes it harder and harder by providing more and more barriers to what is essentially just the human spirit.
I don't think that's the case. I think the problem is people always operate in their best interest. And since the 1970s, when it comes down to like news and shit like that, people have been taught you don't matter, your vote doesn't matter, your voice doesn't matter, you're nothing. And when you're taught that, the only people that are going to have a word in society are the people that were taught previous you do have a word. That's why boomers and Gen X are the biggest voting pool, even though
God,
Gen
now we're
Z and
into
millennials
voting.
beat them out.
It's like
The
every time
reason
you mention
why
capitalism, you talk about voting, and every time you
millennials and
talk
younger
about
will
voting, you
outnumber all
mention
the other voters.
capitalism.
Yeah, like if millennial and Gen Z voted, we would outnumber them. But the reason why we don't is because we were taught it doesn't matter. And when you're
No,
taught
I
it
don't
doesn't
think that's
matter,
just the case. Our generation
No, but
doesn't
you
give a shit about
actually
politics.
can't legislate. Like, there's a lot
More
of
so,
ways.
the
There's
older
a lot of
generation they
ways.
do, mostly because that's what they sit around and do now, because they have the time, they're more interested in it, and it's old folks that don't know what to do with their time as much.
And
'cause
more
they're
than
that's not
ever,
true.
and
The
more than
boomers,
ever,
they got very politically
Hey, can I
inclined at a young age.
please get in here? If you're gonna force me to talk about voting when I'm trying to talk about environmentalism, capitalism, then you fucking, move the goalpost yet again. The reason young people feel disenfranchised is because there's not enough fucking candidates who are anti-capitalist and explicitly so, as the younger generation becomes increasingly disenfranchised from capitalism.
Yeah, but the younger generation, although there is a portion of them that is anti-capitalist, the majority of younger voters still believe in capitalism.
But that's becoming less and less true every generation. So
Well,
the
as it
Democratic Party, as long as the
the
Democratic Party keeps repeating this mistake and expecting different results, they're going to keep on losing more and more voters from the younger generation.
And until the younger voters, the majority of them want some type of socialism, they're just then they should be continuing to vote for capitalistic politicians.
Well, yeah, no, the problem is that if you want socialism, then when you vote for capitalistic politicians, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
No, you would just support and you would just continue voting for politicians.
So think about all
until
the
you can amass.
Democrats who would have voted for Bernie in like the 2000s but didn't, but instead had to vote for Pelosi for their district.
I
And
think
then-
he's making the accelerationist argument.
I know, but even though you know, you would think that like that would be like the accelerationism thing. No, that just stifled Bernie because Pelosi was one of the most aggressive people to shoot down like bills that Bernie's proposed and like make it difficult for him to work across the aisle and stuff like that.
But Pelosi hates everyone, and everyone hates Pelosi.
No,
Like no one likes Pelosi.
Pelosi hates anybody who's not a corporate Dem. That like there's a lot.
Yeah,
of
but even
Dems
other
that
corporate Dems don't like
I'm
Pelosi.
not saying that doesn't exist. I'm just saying
Is that
that if
really
you are a
true?
corporate Dem, you're more likely to like
Yeah,
her.
like Pelosi is one of the most disliked people in American politics.
But she got in that power because of progressives who decided, well, maybe if I just vote for her this time, then I can get my progressive candidate next time. And they were just fucking wrong.
They were wrong. You're correct. Fortunately.
And just to back up my statement that people don't like Pelosi, we all know how much Republicans would absolutely shit and tear apart Pelosi. There was never a fucking Democrat there to defend her.
Chuck Schumer.
I can't really think of anybody that like would openly defend Pelosi.
Chuck Schumer. That's like
They're
literally teammates.
So Chuck Schumer.
Didn't AOC vote for her to become speaker back in 2018?
I think she did.
Yeah, she did.
I believe Pelosi was the speaker in 2018.
Yeah,
I
she
believe they
was.
did vote her to be the speaker.
It came up that it was during that force the vote that came out of Jimmy Dore. I don't know if you know him, but he's the one.
I kind of remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone on the left knows now that Jimmy Dore is just like basically a liar.
Cankle.
Yeah.
You've heard that people don't like Pelosi, right? Like you've genuinely seen the sentiment
I'm
through
not
the
even,
left. They
I'm
don't
not
like
even
Pelosi.
debating that.
Yeah.
All I've said is that it's just
likes
less
Pelosi.
true for corporate Dems.
Well, no. Let me ask the more specific. Do corporate
Oh, yeah.
Democrats not like Pelosi? Is that what do you think?
What do I think about that? I'm not
Yeah,
totally positive.
Yeah, I never knew of that either. That's what Avius was saying. I never heard of that. I thought they all liked her because they supported each other and they hate the progressives, and the progressives theoretically hate them behind closed doors.
So there's an in-group of
But
Democrats.
hang on, how can you
Holy
say
shit,
that when
stop telling me to
Pelosi?
hang on.
But
I
Pelosi
don't do this to you.
elevating
I don't tell you to
AOC.
hang on. I gotta
Yeah, you
stop
do.
letting you
You
talk
just
over me.
you interrupt me though. You interrupt me when I'm speaking
Yeah,
midpoint all the time.
because I've started talking first, and then you just start talking as if I'm not saying
I
anything.
was
No,
just
you
trying to
interrupt a
talk.
lot.
I was just trying to
That's
talk, and you
literally what
tried to
just
start.
happened.
No,
Oh
I was
my
just
God.
speaking, and you tried to speak over me, and I said, "Hang on," and then you said, "Don't tell me to hang on," when you were literally trying to
Sure,
interrupt
I
me.
definitely started speaking first, but whatever. I'm sure
You
she's
didn't. You did not. I witnessed this.
Okay.
You did not.
Kankles, I'm starting to reconsider.
I
your
will play the
neutrality.
fucking VOD, dude. Don't.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It was like an hour ago.
I have no. I'm talking about.
What are you
right
eating,
now.
by the way? It looks really
What just
good.
happened?
The beef patty. The cocoa bread.
Ooh, looks
I
I
just
thought
want
that
to
was
point out.
Chick-fil-A for a second.
I'm sitting with one foot up on my chair, with my like leg leaning against the armrest, and then my arm on my leg as if it's an armrest, because I'm very cool. So, don't question my coolness.
I have a question about your name, Ninetales. Did you get it from Naruto?
Nope.
The actual
Really?
lore,
The actual lore.
like real
There
life.
you go.
Actual lore. Or did you get it from Pokemon?
If you think I got it from Pokemon, you can't spell.
Ooh, can I ask a question?
You
This
could've
will
spelled
either
it
be a
different.
very simple question or it will turn into a dumpster fire.
Oh no.
What do you think
Go
of
ahead.
Tibet? Ninetales, what do you think of Tibet and what China has done to Tibet?
I'm not familiar enough with it. This is one of those geopolitics things where if I tried to learn about it, like the having to remember dates, names, and places just would never happen.
Fair enough.
Like, you could tell me about it, and I'll give like the best analysis I can with that information. But there's no way I'm ever going to be like an expert in geopolitics.
Basically,
Israel, Palestine. Oh, go ahead.
China committed a
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I was thinking of the last time. I didn't realize when they were describing the situation she was talking about right now. So I wasn't paying as close attention. Yeah.
My life is better off at this point not knowing. I'm so steeped in the Israel-Palestine stuff, and I can just barely remember the details of that enough. You
We
know,
can always afford to learn another cultural genocide. These are
unless
things
you
we can always learn.
okay, say that when you have my learning disability. Okay, put yourself in my shoes and walk a mile, and then say that.
Hey, I have fucking trouble reading. I still read all the shit.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I don't try. I'm just saying, like, after I've already done what I've done to understand Israel Palestine to the degree that I have, and I'm not saying I fully do. There's no way I'm doing that a second time, unless it's necessary. Unless this becomes like just as much of a topic as Israel Palestine.
Sadly, with Tibet, it's pretty much a finished situation unless World War III breaks out between India and China and then Tibet claims independence.
And sadly, that is the ultimate goal of ethnic cleansing: is that people stop talking about the people who are being ethnically cleansed.
And that's pretty much what happened.
I ordered a chopped cheese and they sent me a Philly cheese.
Oh, that's
Oh no.
Oh, I'd be happy. That's better.
I'm not upset. I'm a little bit disappointed because I really wanted a chopped cheese.
Are you hangry?
He's cranky.
Oh, Crankles, yeah. Are you Crankles?
He's been listening to us for the last hour. He has to be.
By the way, Ninetails, you're vindicated. I made a mistake. When y'all were talking about the you were talking first thing, I thought you were disputing over earlier. You were talking first this time, but you did the same thing to him earlier where you interrupted and he said, hold on. So I thought you were describing that situation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right, fair
my
enough.
bad.
I'll take that back. I'm sorry.
This time it was like, you said like 2 words and then it was like, hold on, how could you say that? Which is, it's a fair thing to do. If it's interrupting to, it's not interrupting, it's interjecting to like pause on a point and talk about that. That's like normal. But if you're just trying to like start your point in the middle of someone else's point, that's a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe it's the way I talk, or maybe my mic's not working as well as it sounds in my ears. I don't know. Why? Like, I mean, like, I don't know why it feels like that happens to me a lot. I don't always think it's people being afraid of what I have to say. Obviously, I'm not that like egotistical.
You're not Jack.
There are certain people who, to me, demonstrate that with their behavior. And
I think we're both going to be like contentious to each other, and our debates are going to be a little contentious because we both come from the same side. Like, for instance, when you say all the shit about ecology, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying it's like, fuck. I really fucking agree with you. I think you're right. I just think it's step 2 or 3, not step 1. You're saying we should start this right now. I'm saying I know you fucking hate politics, but I think it is the best way to get people mobilized right now. And when it comes down to things like climate change and shit like this, I deeply fucking care about it. And I think we need to act today. I can't wait for a post-communist society. We have to act now.
I don't debate politics, and if like there was a politician that put up a good bill or like even a good campaign that made me feel like they're actually going to keep their promises, much like Bernie, I would probably support them. I hate the idea of doing the same thing and expecting different results. It's that simple. And my critiques come from a point of we probably would have done a lot of this stuff already if it was profitable, but it's not, and that's why we're not doing it, and it's probably why there's going to be continuous impetus against it.
If you bend the arm of a capitalist, they will always find a way of making money. The
Here's the
problem
thing.
right now is we are not bending their arm. We're letting them be a fucking wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man, and they're flailing all about, and we wonder why we're fucked.
Well, the other part of it is that our supply chain fundamentally must exploit the land as well at all times.
Seba.
So to tell a capitalist to reconvert the land is also fundamentally telling them
Tell me
to
if
put
you
a
can
kink
hear
in their
this.
supply chain. So this is why I mean, like, these things are at odds. You can't do one without affecting
No?
the other negatively. Could you just not wait till I'm done? Like, holy fuck, dude! You were just saying like how you like interrupting bad and blah blah blah.
I know. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just trying to have like a sidebar quick with somebody else.
You can DM him. You can write it in text. There's so many different. Oh my god. Why are humans so bad at communicating? I have to know.
You can keep talking. I wasn't interrupting your conversation. I was just having a separate conversation briefly inside of this
Ray
conversation.
Pill does that, like, even before he muted me, he would do that all the time. And it's like, dude, like, if you're just gonna be talking about the game, there's usually another gaming channel for that. I thought you were here for this discussion.
I'm here to fight. I'm here to watch Sekiro fight Hamas.
I just wanted to check something quick.
Hummus? Now I thought he was fighting Hamas. Now he's fighting hummus?
Yeah, based. Yeah.
There we go.
Hummus. You know how Trump said it?
I just picture him like swinging his, like being in a giant thing of hummus and like swinging his sword through it, like being like, no, it's swallowing me. Like, obviously,
well, looking at
hummus
Trump,
wins.
he is hummus.
Based.
Republicans eat their young. They really do. They
Fascist
eat their young.
hummus
Terrible
confirmed.
statement, but it's true.
And Ange throws it back. It's disrespectful.
Okay, who's soundboard?
And everyone clapped.
Mine.
We all did it.
Who's soundboard?
Hello, motherfuckers.
No racism, no sexism, no homophobism, no Allah
By the way, the emotes don't
Allahism.
actually do that. I think it'd be really funny if you got like the "What does the fox make?" sound every time I did the fox emote, like that. Yip 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 yip. thing that...
By the way, Ninetales, what songs you gonna have for song night? What is it called? Music night? Are you gonna be hosting?
Yeah, I'd like to have like, I don't know, like a mix between a rave and a rock concert feeling. So relatively high energy. So how you can like game to it and like get you kind of pumped. But also like a broad genre exploration, because a lot of these groups kind of mix genres and stuff like that. So, and interestingly enough, my favorite band, who I will just inevitably play the most, because they will connect so many different of these of the other bands I want to play, they're Israeli. Like they're full blown Israeli, right? I love them to death. I would party with them. Like, it's not like I'm not like, there's no fucking way I'm an anti-Semite. I'm sorry.
That is the I have a black friend argument.
Right, but like, where's my bigotry? I'm just asking you, where's the actual bigotry? Once you can get to the bigotry,
The support
or
for one side over the other.
I don't have support for one.
No, that's
side
not
over the other.
bigotry.
And I don't have
Bigotry is
support
when you
for one
support
side
a
over the other,
terrorist group.
anyways.
I would say bigotry is when you like support a policy or an organization that's solely bent on killing the group. So like, I would say, if you were to support Hamas in killing Israelis, yeah, that's kind of bigotry.
Or like supporting the IDF and killing Palestinians. Just saying.
Yeah, that would also be bigotry as well. I mean, bigotry is like a standard. It applies to everyone or everything.
And that's the thing, is I'm trying my damned hardest to be consistent about this, but at the same time, like, I am going to present a strong front for the Palestinians, especially after reading the Hasbara handbook and understanding why, maybe not you guys so much, like, this is more symptomatic, but why people who are like rhetorically defending Israel as like a strategy are doing so with deceptive tactics that make us kind of forget to humanize Palestinians and recognize them as victims too, while only focusing on Jewish people as victims. And so I don't have a problem with acknowledging Jewish people as victims, but have we never come across people who use that as a shield while they attack Palestinians when they don't think anyone's looking? Because I sure have. I'm not going to name names because that starts a whole debate about that person. But
I actually would like to know the name so I could look into the
I'll say this
lore.
much: President Sunday has a point. I've seen it firsthand.
President Sunday. Okay.
So if you know what he said about her, and if you know who I'm talking about, then connect the dots. But I'm not getting into that drama. That bitch fucking smeared the shit out of me, being like behind my back. Got a ton of people to harass me.
Ninetales, can you DM me it? I promise I won't say anything. I'm
Do you
very
want me to
non.
just send you the VOD?
Yeah,
where
send me
he's
the
talking
VOD. Send
about
me the
it?
VOD.
Yeah, it's not like it's Tom's VOD, obviously, but
Wait, who is it?
Watch the VOD. I'm gonna figure it out.
like
Where's the
honestly,
VOD?
with the way that she plays victim all the time, I'm not gonna say her name. I'm just not, and please don't, because I don't want her knowing that I was talking about her. It makes me paranoid because she is such a vicious person when she wants to be.
Okay. I might have an idea who it is.
Is that his most recent one? Yeah, it is. So he goes. I'm gonna send you Sunday's thing. I'll send it to you, ABS, and Kankle if you want. Do you want a Kankle, or do you know who I'm talking about?
Ankle?
Kankle.
What?
Do you know
Ankle's
who I'm
been lost.
talking about, or do you want me to send you the context as well? Just don't say her name, please. Like,
Whose name?
okay, fuck off. You don't count.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I was
He's,
not paying
he's not.
attention.
He's not in on the joke against him, so we can just laugh at him more at this point, because he's an idiot. He doesn't listen.
Who's doing something?
What time does it happen at?
I don't know. The person's name is in there, in the title.
Oh, it is?
I don't even want to say what it starts with because people will immediately know. So it's just like, and he just rants about her the whole time. Like it's not. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't start right away, but you know when he's ranting about her. Like at this point, I've given it away to anybody who's seen that VOD because that's where all the drama about him right now is coming from. I guess I should find the tomfoolery thing. I'll just send you that. Because that he starts. Does he start right away with that? Stream starts. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like 15 minutes in. On his VOD. On tomfoolery's VOD.
Never mind, it's not who I thought it was. I've never heard of this person.
Yeah, they disappeared after doing a lot of damage to people like me for a while and went very under the radar. Probably because of personal reasons, to be honest. But she very very quickly like climbed her way up to like the most elite ranks of like debate broship. Formed like these very deep alliances, like in groups and like cliques and stuff like that, and then totally just like picked a group of people who she thought she could smear without anyone like double second guessing it too much, and went ham on them. I'm guessing President Sunday was one of them too, by the sounds of it. I didn't know he was wrapped up in that. But I had that experience where she was super nice to me. Then the Israel-Palestine thing happened for that time when she was doing the debate stuff. I made comments.
I'm gonna mute my stream for a second.
He goes ham on her too in that VOD, and I wouldn't use the same language, but I mean I understand why he feels the way he does about her. Trust me. And that's like if I've learned anything about like the bigger debaters and stuff like that, is like they're either like all chummy with each other, or they're like throwing someone under the bus together. That's like they provide security for each other and they gatekeep whoever they can before they come to their level and compete with them. And of course, people find their way in, right? Like you can socially hack them if you want to. I even thought about ways to do it, and I was just like, ugh, fuck. Like, are these people really worth it? Like, they're just gonna be shitty people once I get up there. And then there's like people like Keffels who just stumbled upon that more or less, but for obviously terrible reasons. And both terrible, and that's tragic that it happened to her, and terrible that she also made a couple mistakes along the way.
Wouldn't you say Keffels, though, has become more reasonable? I mean, she restored her relationship with Destiny, sort of.
Nah, I'd like her more if she remained a leftist instead of becoming like this,
Sane
yuppie,
person?
before becoming like a yuppie debate bro type person who cared more about maintaining the size of their audience and their relationships with bigger streamers than advocating for the things they were originally advocating for.
You realize that maintaining the size of her audience would be maintaining leftism, right? That's
No.
like her entire audience is based
No,
on her
because
being a leftist.
Leftists have actual standards, unlike neoliberals. So you can't say like as much stupid.
They
shit
really
and get
don't.
away with it. You can't say as much stupid shit and get away. I know you think that that's insanity, but that's just because you haven't comprehended a world where things mean more to you than just, oh, this is what the establishment told me to think.
Leftists really don't have standards. They're like the biggest hypocrites on the fucking face of the internet.
Yep. Good analysis. You've definitely hit leftists there because you've described leftism with your actual words. Good job, Kinkles.
All you said was leftists have standards, and I fucking said no, they
So,
don't.
like-
They are
so, like-
hypocrites. You're full of shit.
So, like, one of the standards being that we generally are more critical of capitalism than not. So when we say, capitalism's bad, we don't just say capitalism's bad, right? We have a series of conditions that make capitalism bad and would make
Okay.
something like communism or social ecology more favorable.
That's not standards. That's just you have an ideology.
Or, for example, when we learn about Black intersectional feminism, then we also tend to acknowledge when other leftists are not using that lens to police themselves and check themselves before saying stupid shit about other groups. So, the standards that we have are literally there because we have literature that tells us how to...
Ninetails, where was that earlier when I asked you to cede time to me in the debate and you wouldn't do it?
Welcome back, friend.
Welcome back.
Where was the intersectionality there?
Good
Shouldn't my oppression
It didn't
succeed
fit.
yours?
How much were you
It
expecting?
didn't fit. So
How much
Well, I think I asked for a measly minute. I think I asked for a minute in your opening statement and then a minute in your closing statement, and that was too much for you. Why is that?
Oh yeah,
point
just
of
because I
privilege.
didn't actually think it would make a difference since you're not too good of a leftist, so I don't care.
Well, I think that you should still elevate my voice as a trans woman of
I
color
think your voice
from
was
a
plenty
marginalized
elevated.
background. I
You
think that
elevate your
maybe
own
you should
voice
consider that my things that I'm saying are, from a point of privilege, and that my experiences
Oh,
are
they are.
possibly more difficult than yours.
you mean a point
Yeah,
of
no,
oppression?
you do a great job elevating your own voice. So I think you got it covered.
So, aside from that, I think that we should be discussing our points.
Is Ninetails
in-
downplaying a woman of color right now?
She literally is.
Yep.
And
What the
specifically
fuck?
because I don't
Literally.
actually believe in Black feminism, not because you're just totally straw manning it right now.
That seems like a whole topic in and of itself. Black
Oh, yeah.
intersectional feminism. I don't even know what that means, but I would like
It would
to
help
make.
if you read Kimberly Crenshaw first before trying to debate me about it and tell me what you think it is.
No, I'm not debating. I just want to learn about it. What's her name?
Kimberly Crenshaw.
Kimberly.
Ninetails,
Yes.
do you elevate Black voices?
When it's necessary.
Name 10 Black
When
people.
they deserve it, and the white person gets to decide when they deserve it.
Name 10 black people that you know.
No, they like. I'm more than happy to like listen to requests for it. But if Neve just wants more time to speak, and she's already spoken more than me on a panel, then I don't.
No,
give a
I just think that you should consider elevating someone else's voice as,
I do.
you know,
I do
a
it a
white
lot.
trans woman. You know, my oppression.
I don't need
Obviously,
to
I
provide
outrank you
you a list
here.
of receipts
No, I
to
outrank you here
gain
in
your
terms of
fucking stupid
oppression.
approval.
So you should consider ceding me time in open discussions because I think that it would make me feel more welcome in this
Check your
space.
privilege, Ninetales.
No, you've.
We need to make sure
had
they feel
so much
included.
talking time before.
Please, Ninetales.
Yeah.
Your privilege is showing.
Likewise.
True.
Likewise, you're showing that you don't actually need representation because you'll just take it anyways.
Just like a white woman to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy you would
That was
say
very
How
that.
dare you
validating.
downplay Neve's
That was-
found
Wow.
strength?
That was very
Yeah.
validating for me that you called me a white woman. Thank you.
I don't
That's
care.
what you are. And you're insulting a woman of color right now.
Literally.
Yeah, Karen.
I guess this is something that the trans community has to deal with, and we don't really care for any cishet bullshit commentary. Thank you.
Well,
Neve,
wow.
Neve
aside
does.
from that, we
Wow.
don't agree on the
Wow.
same.
Wow.
We don't
Sexist
agree on the
much?
same premise of the trans community.
Sorry,
So
sorry, did I just say
I don't think you
cishet? I meant
can-
cishet male commentary.
Are you speaking
Wow.
on behalf of the
Sexist
non-binary?
much.
Okay. Question: is your definition of the
Bring it
trans
on, I like
community
it.
include non-binary people? Because if that's the case, we're not talking about the same community. I think that's an important distinction to make when making broad statements related to the trans community. Don't you
No.
think?
Yeah, no,
Very
We
true.
do
Very
need Brianna Wu, Ryan.
non-binary people have even more need for representation than we do.
Well, Brianna Wu said no, so
Well, I can pull my friend in here.
Cool. Am I
Do it.
Brianna Wu?
I didn't know
I
Brianna
won't
Wu
do
was
that.
so
She'll make
based.
every
I
day.
thought
Am
she
I
was
Brianna
kind of
Wu?
nasally at first, but
Am
I'll
I
bring
Brianna
her in
Wu?
here.
Just checking. Oh wait, no, I'm not. Fuck. Well, I
We
guess your
haven't
criticism
decided
doesn't
if
apply
you're
to
Brianna
me.
Wu
but if you were, it would be a better argument
You're
for
always pushing
non-binary
it. You're always
people.
just sending bait out there like, hey, Ninetales, do you think what Brianna Wu thinks? Just seeing like, please take the bait. Please take the bait. Come on, I
Sorry,
need
did
this
I
so
say that?
bad. You
Did
act
I
like
say
it.
that?
You act like you're fishing all
Okay,
the
well,
time.
you're inferring intent right now. That's interesting. Why would you do that?
Because I need something to explain your weird ass behavior.
You think so?
Yeah, you're always so aggro with me. It's like I wasn't even talking to you.
You're a bitch.
No, you're
I think
a
what
bitch.
you don't
I am a
understand.
bitch. I never said
Insulted
I
a woman
wasn't.
of color.
Well, I said I
I think
was.
what you don't understand is that I'm
Too bad.
immune to
What?
your random ramblings and that I don't take your presence seriously. So whenever
my
you're
random
around,
ramblings?
I'm inclined
Your
to like,
randamblings.
make a mockery of it because I think that, like I said, your presence is not to be taken seriously. So
Aw.
Yeah, it's to be taken flippantly.
If I had my violin on, what do you call it? Library, I guess you can call it. Set up on my keyboard, I'd be playing you a very sad song, but I don't. So
nice. I wish you would play me coherent sentences instead.
well,
God,
once you stop using selective hearing, it gets a lot easier.
Isn't that your thing? We're
Yeah,
like
you play selective
it's literally
sexism,
yours.
cisphobia,
Yeah.
and racism.
I'm the only terrible person ever. You're not just all libs who get really upset whenever there's a far leftist in the room.
Who said I was a lib anyway?
Bro,
You are
I'm
a lib.
fucking offended
Says
every
it.
time
Political
someone from the
compass
far
test
left
did.
comes in here.
No.
I thought I
Oh
was
yeah,
a
the political
Nazi.
compass test said you were.
No,
a
it
lib.
I
didn't.
thought I was a Nazi.
Yes, it did.
What
No,
are you
it
talking
didn't.
about?
It said I was a libertarian, left-leaning,
Who's farther left? Who was farther
democratic
left? Who was
socialist.
farther left? Who was farther
Hey,
left?
my boy.
You know, I won't even consider you far left. I'll consider you off the spectrum. All right? You're off
Okay,
the
that's fair.
spectrum.
But
To be
that's still
fair,
further
I'm
left
the
from
most
you.
conservative person in this
So you're a
room.
lib.
You are. No.
True.
Are you? How do you self-define your political
When I
leaning?
How do I?
No,
Oh.
Ziva.
I describe myself as center left, but when I took the political compass test, I was put in the liberal democracy camp.
Okay, I would describe myself as center-left, probably.
Same.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, Saba
Center
couldn't
left's
even
not
fake
demi.
being a leftist. He talks like a liberal.
I talk like a what? A liberal leftist, you said?
No, you just talk like a liberal.
Oh yeah.
Liberal leftist is like
A
an
fucking
oxymoron.
disgusting lib.
Yeah, because leftism is not about freedom and liberty.
What
That's
about
fucking
you,
dis-
Iris?
not.
Bro, if you have
You
freedom
know,
of
there's an
speech,
entire
Nazis can talk.
libertarian leftist section on the spectrum that you were supposed
Why
to
did that come straight into my ears? Is this you? What the hell?
Huh?
Oh yeah, lick it good.
Never
That's
gonna
what
give
I
you
need.
up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around.
Where's this coming from?
Desert you. Never gonna
Okay.
make.
What the fuck was
I
that?
will make you cry, okay? I will.
Did you just play Teenage Dirty, maybe?
I didn't play it.
Let's not do that.
It was so fucking loud. It was literally like I couldn't breathe.
Okay, as a schizo person, I feel qualified to say that Neith's being super schizo right now. Like she's hearing shit. Like
You know
we
what?
can
That
schizo
means
than that.
something from Nine Tails.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe I should reconsider my life decisions.
Yeah, you need to go see a doctor.
I don't know
Or
what drugs
maybe-
you're taking, but they're probably not working out for you. And I mean like drugs, like hard drugs, not like
Or maybe
wasn't
this
a-
is
that was
all
a mistake.
part of your delusion, and what you think is happening right now actually
Oh,
isn't.
that's the trippiest thing about being schizo. Actually, it's like, what if I'm just imagining that like what I'm even doing right now is like as like what it sounds to me. It's like so funny.
Well, you should ask yourself that question a lot more.
But that's the thing is like I've never had the luxury of taking that for granted, and I think that's why I'm always telling liberals to think outside of the box. Whereas like they're like, oh man, no, like I spent my whole life thinking like in lockstep with the establishment. Why would I change now?
Did nobody hear that?
I could hear it.
No, I didn't. If you played a sound, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've muted your soundboard, so go fuck yourself.
No thanks.
They probably muted your stream screen.
Oh, I'm not listening to the stream.
Is it on watch stream?
Does anyone ever do that? Does anyone ever like use this stream as a monitor to hear their own voice back? I can't handle it because the compression bugs the shit out of me.
This is a jam.
I've already heard.
And that's actually like why I'm kind of like, should I do a music night? Because Discord's gonna compress that, then Kick's gonna compress that, or whatever Kinkle's
Whoa.
There you
will
go.
compress it. And
I've
then
given
What
you
is
a
my
taste.
boy doing?
I've given you the taste. I had
Fucking
that set
taste.
and ready.
That's a good man right there. I'm
There
very
you go.
proud.
Okay, this is a crazy thing, but one time, okay, back in the day when I was as left and as crazy as Ninetales, I was an executive for a pride society, and I had to go to the bank to get like the money like transfer for like the organization notarized in my name or like switched over, so it was notarized basically. And so I went there with like I don't know, like the ex president and the current president, whatever. Anyways, and literally, the person who notarized us was named like something gay.
Like the last person, the person's last name was gay.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny.
was that actually the first time we've heard that? Because like there was a kid in my class with the last name Gay, and we like this was like
No, the
kindergarten,
significance,
right?
the significance is
kindergarten.
that we are there. We are at the bank on specific pride organization duty, and it just so happened the person that was like signing the papers for us was gay or was named gay.
I think the reason I'm
I
pro
just thought it was funny.
LGBT is because there was a kid in my class with the last name Gay, and this was like junior kindergarten, so we didn't know what gay was. So the first time we'd ever heard gay was this kid's last name. And so like when some kid, like our first encounter of someone trying to use that as the insult was like, what do you mean they're gay? How do you know some kid who was in my class in junior kindergarten? What the fuck? It really helps you not be a bigot towards gay people. Just kidding.
What a fucking jam.
Now it's on my soundboard.
There we go.
Serious?
Mhm.
What the
Am I serious?
Ankles, I have something for us to watch because you're kind of being
probably
boring.
use that a lot.
You're being annoying.
Oh, I said boring.
Oh. Well.
Save, I'm gonna send you some of the songs that I might play.
Delicious.
All
Mostly
right,
because
let's
I
hear
sent
it.
them to Cankles, and to me they're like very Halloweeny.
Speaking of music night, who's gonna be joining us? Kankel's gonna join us, right, Kankel?
When?
Oh, and if I do that, I am gonna release my official DJ name.
Oh my god, I hate
Who's your
American
DJ
Superbad
name?
Oh my
music, and
God.
also I'm not playing that right now.
What is it? DJ Ramble?
Oh, got him.
What are you thinking?
More like DJ Tramble.
DJ Ramble
I
actually
should,
has
if
a
I
line
say
to
it
it.
now,
Don't rule it out. Don't rule
like
it out.
if I do say it now, then like it's on
Did
record.
someone say DJ?
So so it's just cyano.
Selective hearing.
DJ Selective Hearing, what?
I said, did someone say BJ?
So far, none of you are
I said
acknowledging.
selective hearing.
So
Mine's
far, none
better.
of you are
I'm just
acknowledging the name I chose. So,
Hey, you know what? Nine Tails,
I can't hear
when
anything.
you
People-
joined today, I actually didn't hear your land acknowledgement. Are you going to do that or no?
What acknowledgement?
Don't you have to like acknowledge that you're on the unceded territory of like insert nation every time you like insert a conversation?
Do I?
When are you going to do that? I don't know. Isn't that just like a leftist thing to do in Canada?
True.
Where you
Bro,
acknowledge the
a fucking Indian can come into your house and kill your entire family because you're on stolen land. Like, what the fuck? You stole it from those poor Indians.
So yeah, I'm just wondering where you're getting that idea.
Well, you're obviously not
stole it.
woke enough to not know that, so that's kind of cringe.
Okay.
You're a fucking colonial power. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It seems like you would maybe like.
I better not be being told that
Or
by a
colonial
fucking
entities.
filthy American.
Damn straight. We know
Hey,
what
hey,
filthy
hey,
is. You
we're
should take my
savages,
word.
America. We're savages down here, okay?
Exactly.
We go and take it. That's
Exactly.
what we like to be identified as.
You wear
We
your
didn't
nuts.
settle the West. We took that shit.
You
You know
wear
what
your
else we
nuts
take?
outside. of the
Women.
truck.
What?
Wear your colonialism with pride.
Wear your
that's
truck
right.
nuts like you're a colonialist.
Kill
There you go.
I'm not even gonna make the joke.
What are you eating?
Because Cankles, I
A beef
guarantee
patty.
you, Cankles actually has truck nuts
I don't.
on his Honda Civic.
Nope.
Is that what you drive, Kinkle?
But
The
you
guy
do
that
drive
got
a
me
Honda
into
Civic.
heroin, he did have truck nuts though. He also had a Confederate flag.
There you go. Checks out.
I was eating a beef patty with cheese and hot sauce on cocoa bread.
You can safely say I've never seen a Confederate flag in person.
Oh
I
man, no,
have.
I've seen them
In
here in
Alberta.
Canada.
Buddy had one
I've
on
seen
the
I
them
see one in
here.
Alberta, right next to me in a house that I was visiting.
People fly
How
that
are
shit
there
from
Confederate
apartment
flags in
balconies. It's in like
How?
people's backyards on
We're in
flagpoles.
Canada. Why
I know.
are they?
Trust me. We know.
You
But
motherfucking Canadians need to calm down. a
They
little
just
bit.
don't like them N words.
it's so fucking dumb. We know.
No,
Them
what happened
goddamn
was
dirty
a bunch
raw
of,
man words.
a bunch
Stupid
of
fuck.
like a bunch of the traders, the American traders,
You're a traitor.
felt really oppressed by all the people in the north and came to Canada because they felt safer here.
I feel oppressed by you right now.
Little did they know we would soon become.
Hang on.
the
There's
dystopian-
someone who would like to speak. My fiance's been listening, and she would like to respond to Nine Tails.
Listen, the British started that shit. Those tea drinking, mayonnaise looking, yellow stained ass motherfuckers.
True. Thank you.
And everyone clapped.
That was a nice
I was
change up.
clapping my
Thanks
ass
for
the
that.
whole time.
Thanks for that.
The British are the traitorous scum fucks.
That
You
was
know,
a
at
nice
least
change up
can we
from
all agree that we
Michael's
hate the
nasally
British?
ass voice.
I hate the British, but I actually kind of do like a lot of British like YouTubers.
Ah!
After tonight, I hate the British. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm actually British, by the way, so that's even more reason to hate them. That's like 50% of my family.
You're like the most
lineage.
pure
You
colonialist
want
now.
me to hate them though, so now I love them.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I wanted you to like them because I'm British.
Well, I want you to embrace your culture and then go fuck yourself.
There you go.
Ah, the duality of life.
Right?
Yeah, Neve, like I don't know, you're more chill when you're not trying so hard.
I'm chilling so hard right now. You don't even realize.
Oh man, I've been like literally, I'm smoking pineapple express. I probably smoked like 10, like no, not like 5 grams, 3 or 4 grams since I sat down for Tachyon's panel.
Damn.
I'm smoking a lot.
Rest in a long time.
What?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why you
What?
can't remember any of the lies and shit you say. That's crazy.
That's
Oh.
why you've been fucking.
And I have to know what you're smoking because you're even worse.
At least tell
Bro.
people you're high, then they won't hold you to the same standard. They could just say, "Oh, don't trust Ninetail. She's
But
always
then it's
high."
not as fun. Like it's kind of
This
funny
is
to
why you're
me
always
when
talking about
people are like
apology. You're
struggling
on the
so
leaf.
hard.
I think people would assume the absolute worst of you. If people just knew you were just like a degenerate, then they would be fine. Like you'd be cool. Not that smoking
Likewise.
weed is, but smoking weed and trying
Likewise
to
on-
morally
likewise on the
ground stand on positions is a
degeneracy
little weird.
point.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow a lot of the recreational activities you engage in are seemingly degenerate. So, it's weird how that happens.
One so far.
Hmm.
Are there any others? I don't think you've mentioned any others that are
Which?
degenerate activities I partake in.
Oh, violins.
Oh yeah, I'm always very violent. That's a good point.
Hmm.
I go out there and I pick fights with people.
Rambling. That's another one.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's like a hobby for sure.
What's your literal day job?
Do I get paid by the word or by like the paragraph? Probably the paragraph, right? Because that's the only reason I would actually ramble.
You get paid by every time you admit to lying about something.
Oh, well, that must
True.
mean why I'm not making any money because I don't lie, and admitting that I lie would mean lying.
Well, no, admitting that you're lying would just say that you
Okay.
you already gave me the answer I was wanting here, right? So you said that you don't really have much money. I
Neve,
said
no,
that you get paid for every
Neve,
time you take
calm
accountability.
down.
They kind of
Stop
just
trying
make sense,
so
right?
hard. So I do lie. There, now I can admit that I lied because I just lied to you.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
There we go.
Yes.
We
got
need some George
0
Bush sound
points.
effects.
You win 0 coins. By the way, can we all play Mario Party? We got to find a way to do that. I'm pretty sure we can.
I have. Shit. Do you have it for the Switch?
No, but here's the
Obvious.
thing: is like there's someone who goes by the name of Doug, and he's a streamer, and he's able to play it with other streamers. So there's got to
Well,
be a
he's
way to
probably
play
u-
it through like Steam or something.
Steam? No, he probably uses a capture card, and they all use their Switch, and they probably just use the Switch to connect with each other. The thing is, which Mario Party? There's the regular Super Mario Party.
He's running
then
like
there's Mario Party
GameCube
all-
emulators. Yeah, he's running like GameCube emulators,
Oh,
like
the
4 and
GameCube
under.
You should tap
Yeah,
into
I
your
don't-
white nationalist networks and figure out how to do that.
I'm not white, so I wish I could.
Just reach harder,
Fuck-
Neve.
fucking I have an
idea.
You have an amazing reach. I'll give you that much. Your accuracy is just absolute dog shit, though.
I don't think I'm as tall as you, but that's okay.
Well, that's what's sad is that I have more accuracy and more reach still.
I mean, as a trans woman, I wouldn't really call that a buff.
No, men love how tall I am. There, especially since I'm like more legs than torso.
They must love it when you drive by. You're like, get in the fucking car.
I don't drive. I bike. So what I do is I bend them over my handlebars and I say, "You're coming with me."
Right.
Oh, wow,
So that height
lovely.
does have an advantage.
There you go.
Just picture that. Make sure to picture that, like me just like taking.
I'm picturing that right now. You
I'm
you
pulling
walk
their
up to a
shirt over
strange
their
guy.
head like it's a jersey,
Yeah,
of course, because
and
I'm
you bend them
Canadian.
over the front tire of your bike. Yeah, I'm
I
imagining
hog
that
tie
right
them.
now.
I make sure that they're hog tied around there so that way they don't fall off. Want to ensure their safety.
And you
then-
start the encounter by catcalling them.
Nah, I'm kind of uncomfortable with that actually.
No, come on. Your name is Ninetails. Cat's
but
within you.
But then they'll know that I'm coming, and that's the issue. I like to sneak up on people.
Don't act like you don't talk
Oh,
like
God.
a fucking succubus. You do talk like a succubus, so don't fucking lie.
What's a succubus? Sounds.
You know what it is.
sucky. Sounds sexy.
Amelia, Couplia.
Dude, I'm actually gonna take my headset off.
What is the stream turning into?
AIDS.
Cankle, what have you done?
You're welcome. That's what I've done.
Hey, Kenko,
What?
tomorrow's stream, you should just title it "How to Catch AIDS."
Sick.
How to catch debate
True.
AIDS with your ear hole.
Yes, how to catch debate AIDS. That's it. I like it.
Debate.
With your ear hole. Debate AIDS are a disease of the ear hole causing regressive retardation with
And
each word that
leftism.
you hear.
True.
No, and
leftism.
rightoids. Definitely rightoids. Regressive retardation and rightoids. Come
Nope,
on.
it's gonna be in
That's
leftists.
alliteration. No, it's alliteration. I win.
Nope. Alliteration doesn't win because
Alliteration always wins.
Alliteration
beats
is a
everything
form
else.
of fascism.
True.
True. But that's why it wins. It beats everything else.
Make America leftist again.
See,
True.
Cankles can't alliterate worth shit, even if he tried. So there's no chance that he ever wins any debate. Because all I have to do is alliterate, and I win.
True, being illiterate will make you.
You're a
win the
loser
debate.
leftist with lame lumps, okay?
Good one.
Relax.
Okay, I was hoping. I was like sitting there for so long. Like, someone please talk about how that sound like I said illiterate, because I don't want to have to think about a joke for that.
Did you not hear what I said?
And then there's just Cankles, who's like, iterate.
Did you not hear what I said?
No, I was like, I have selective hearing for you.
Okay,
specifically.
anus. I said you're a loser leftist with lame lumps.
You tried.
Lumps as in
A for
Lovely
effort.
lady lumps.
fighting
A
tactics.
for effort. The amount of
I'm
syllables
back.
are lacking.
Oh.
You're lacking.
You're a loser
syllables.
illiterate leftist with lame lumps, okay?
It's getting better. I like that you're working on it. Just,
What?
you know, maybe write it down. Read it.
I'm not
through
talking
a
about
few
tits,
times.
by the way. Talking about like
You
hits.
had my lady lumps.
Talking about hits.
Just talking about brain cancer,
From
breast
the
cancer.
back and from the front. My
Like
hump
take your
says I
lumps
do.
in a fight or in a debate. Get your lumps
She's
in.
got me spending, spending all your money on me.
I wanna
and
vomit right
spending
now.
time on me.
You're ruining this
I
ice cream.
swear, I will start singing Nickelback if you don't stop.
Look at this photograph.
Don't
Every
make.
time
I will.
do it
I will
makes me
fucking
laugh.
sing Rockstar. God damn it! Don't make me do it.
I moved her into the fluffing room.
There we go. So there. See. The
That's what you
nuclear
get.
power is
A
taken out.
timeout.
What?
I am a
I said
nuclear
you get a
power.
timeout. Relax.
Stopped. I stopped.
Good. That's because I moved you.
No. You could have also been like, if you don't stop, I'll give you a timeout, and I would have just stopped. See, Saba went to the other room.
What
'cause
the
he
heck,
wanted to hear me
Cankle? Why'd you
some more.
move me?
Funny, Saba.
No,
Nice try. I moved you
went
back.
there. You went there.
Are you
You
messing
went there
with
because
me?
you wanted to
I
hear
moved
me
you
sing.
back. You fuck. I know what you did. You did that on your own.
Definitely- You were like, oh, maybe if I go there, Ninetales will come serenade me.
Nope. Nice try though.
Why'd you pull me back? I was like, holy shit, peace and quiet. Okay, cool.
Saba, that fucking bastard moved me.
You forgot I was
Saba,
a mod.
you fucking. Oh, you didn't even.
There we go.
Oh my god.
Welcome, friend.
Wow. The mod can
How
move the
confused, how
owner.
confused were you when you got moved? Or I guess.
Okay. All right. All right.
Okay.
Hey, whoever moved us into the live shooting gallery is the only real mod here. Because they're like, okay, we're still streaming. Why are we not in live shooting?
That's me. I did that.
Wait, Saba's a mod too, right?
I moved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am. I moved one person.
I moved Cankle one time. That's it. And then I continued
moved
taking
no
my
one.
lentil oath.
I was the good boy. I didn't do anything.
Why is that?
Yeah, that's a problem. We
My
need-
favorite
It's because
part
I'm
is,
in
like,
Unity.
None of that is like my actual singing voice. I'm literally giving you like a bad singing voice every time. So that way when you do hear it, you'll be like, oh, great. Thank God it's not those voices that I've heard before.
Yeah, you know, that's what they all say. That's what they all
That
say.
sentence just gave me secondhand sadness. I don't know why.
Wait, so Kankles, do you know who Metric is?
No.
No.
You
I
suck.
do.
Oh, well, you're not going to care, Neve, because you don't want to hear anything good about me. But my voice is like Emily Haynes from Metric. Like, I can sing.
Okay. No, you're
sing
talking
in-
to a Metric fan, bitch. You
Yeah.
better not. You
I have the
better.
exact same vocal
You
harmonics.
better
as
not
her.
miss. You better not miss.
So Raw Sugar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm not just one of those people who can do like the acoustic
No,
part.
we just have to
Slow
stop
down.
talking about Metric. No, I'm done here. Sorry. You're not gonna ruin something I love.
True. I'm not. I'm gonna sing it like a fucking babe.
Emily Haynes is literally a goddess, okay?
She is. No, I love her
I will
music.
not let you beseech her name in my presence.
Okay. Whatever that, like, I'm not. I'm saying I want my voice to be like hers, and I'm very much honored that it can be.
Did I ever show you the little piece of a song I recorded?
Add tone deaf to your list of ailments.
Do I? Okay, so this is the part where I say, no, you should show me because I expect you to do the same for me. So, no, you should show me.
All right.
Is that Ninetales? Yeah, finish your third person narration of it.
What?
You know, it's a good
How can
game
I,
to
how
play.
can I have third person if I'm NPC?
Because you were literally like, this is the point where...
No,
And then
I'm
you
NPC.
proceeded to
I'm
say the
NPC.
thing that you
I'm
indicated to
NPC.
the room that you were supposed to say, right?
No person contact, right? So I can't have first person because I'm no person.
So remember, when people go into delusion, you just have to validate their emotions, even if what they're seeing isn't what you're seeing. It's okay.
So, oh, cool. So that's why you're always devalidating my emotions. Neat.
No, I just assume you don't have any. It's way easier for me to depersonalize you. So that way I can continue to address your bullshit and, not feel any type of way about it. How about you?
The
Why do
problem is
you...
that like I don't take anything you do actually personally, so I could care less what you're doing. Like,
That's good.
This is
I don't
like
think you
chess playing,
should.
right?
Mhm.
It is also like the political stuff I am passionate about, but with people like you who are just trying to do tit for tat, try hard shit, then it's like whatever.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
It is. It's like
I think
I'm
you
the
think
coolest.
I think you think we're playing chess. That's really, really cute.
I'm just not trying as hard as you.
Got it.
Go Kankle.
That's it.
Oh,
You know what this reminds me of?
I legit like that. Can I just quickly say about like
Go ahead.
just because I have only one piece of advice for you.
Mhm.
You need to flesh this out so that way it's more like an arrangement.
Yeah.
So that way it has an intro and stuff like that. So are you planning on that being your chorus?
And that was, yeah, that's, but that's dead now because I don't talk to the dickhead that I was writing that with anymore.
Oh, I see. So this was a collaboration as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, for one person, that is very layered. And there, like the thing that came in the middle, or the middle of that track, but towards the end of what you played, that was kind of like out of place. That was actually really good because
The growl.
if that was, yeah, that could have been like more stale. And then I would have, honestly, I couldn't have listened to it, but there was so much going on there at the right times that it was very listenable.
That whole thing, like what we started with was just the music by itself. We just found something on YouTube and just went with it because we didn't have a fucking band. So we started with like I just listened to the thing and just sort of just did random like gutturals to the whole thing.
Oh, I see.
And then went over it. It was fun.
Yeah, I've been learning piano, drums, and trying to train my voice. I just recently feel like I've actually like gotten the full resonance of my singing voice. Um, and I still have a lot of work to do on that particular. But the idea is like when I start working with my synth, obviously the piano is going to be huge, but then the drum will allow me to actually have more control over it without having to fiddle with drum machines. So I can get the synth to do what I want and then just start drumming to it. And that means I can add syncopation or whatever I want on the fly, like either at a show or say I want to re-record something. It's so much easier that way instead of having to like bring all your bandmates together, try to get like your the drummer in there to understand what you want and stuff like that. I don't know if you ever had to deal with that, but I don't intend to work with other people very much to make my music just because I'm already my biggest barrier most of the time, and it would just make things harder to deal with other people.
I did another song too. That was all me, kind of. Totally different though. It's rap, and it was completely about heroin.
No way.
Yeah.
Were you
You
high
wanna
on
hear it?
heroin? Were you high on
Yeah.
heroin when
If you want to
I
show
was
me,
not
sure.
high on heroin, no.
Were you the opposite? Were you like
This was like years after. This is like last year. I've been clean for 6 years.
I don't know if I want to hear a white guy rap right now, to be
Yeah,
honest.
well, you're going to. It's not great, but you know what? I,
mean,
think the
this
lyrics are
is
clever,
technically
sort of.
optional. Like, I'm not going to
Prefer-
ever force you to listen to me rap, so this seems kind of unfair.
Really? Because you did just say, I would expect you to do the same for me, so.
But like I said, it's becoming very mutual in that I'll never be able to do to you what you're about to do to me, scar-wise.
See what I'm saying? That leftists are hypocrites.
Got me so hard.
True. I did.
Finally, I got an L to prop up my camera with.
Base.
You got enough L's to prop up your bed, let's be honest.
My bed's lower than
Give
my
the
camera.
entire
That would be
frame.
easier. My bed is literally a mattress on the floor. I need no L's to prop that up because it's just gravity.
Where is this cancer on my phone?
And well, that's the other thing is like part of me cannot stand listening to this through like a mic, then through Discord compression.
I'll find a way.
I was always one of those people like when I use LimeWire, like my friends would be like, "Listen to this song," and it'd be like 64 kilobits per second. I'd be like, "I can't listen to this," and they're like, "No, it's so good. Let's listen." But like, no, the quality is too garbage. And then like, I couldn't even handle 128 megabits because half the time these were like poorly like decompressed MP3 files anyways. So I'd always like go for like 192. And my friend one time, I was over at his place and I was using his computer to find a song and I couldn't find it, so I was taking longer than I said I would. And he was getting so mad, like, "Why do you care about the quality? I find all the music I want. I just don't care about the quality." It's like, God, that must be nice. I, on the other hand, cringe and die inside especially if it's a song I already know and very much like. Giggles, you ever listen to electronic music of any type?
I used to. Not so much anymore, but
I would say I have both really eccentric and niche tastes with electronic music because, of course, like majority of the mainstream stuff just never does it for me. especially since they've entered in auto-tune and stuff. The most I can settle for that sounds like that would be like an Infected Mushrooms rendition of whatever is like popular at the moment. But I tend not to listen to their most popular songs as much as their other songs. So I just generally cannot enjoy the stuff that mainstream people enjoy as much, even if I do enjoy it a bit. Like, that's not to say I don't, right? Either like 99 Red Balloons or 99 Left Balloons by Nina. Love that song. There's like but that's because it has like a character and a flavor to it with like the synths and a particular way the female vocalist sings. And another example would be like Chicano Batman, where like they're just using a Moog, but it's more like the vocals and how like there's a like the vocals are such a journey, and it's hard to not appreciate like especially like the main singer with the backup singers are so good.
Okay. I'm gonna play this while I go put this fucking ice cream away. All right.
I'm definitely listening to it.
Needle. Okay. Fucking, I'm gonna kill myself. All right, here you go. This is bad, but whatever. I'm fine with embarrassing myself.
Shoot it to the face, pump it through my veins, heroin to play with. From the needle scraping, you know what it's like to fiend for your life. No better way to tell you, you're about to kick the bucket. Nothing left to hide, shame is left behind. Needle in your eye, desperation cries. Can't find a vein anymore. Blood drips on the floor. Needles going dull, pain is void and null. Take a hit of that stem, gain some concentration. Get back to it, search to shoot it. Hunting for a vein, poking, causing pain. Skin is white as snow, but that goes up the nose. Coke is for the weak mind, dead. Dope itself is reminded you of the pain of losing it again. You're a sidewalk stain, life is gone in vain. Family insane, friends are left with guilt. Could have gone and spilled all the knowledge still. Maybe stop the kill, stop the fentanyl. Now you're feeling ill, heart bound to guilt. Tell somebody nil, not your blood to spill. Now the feelings drill straight into your chest. You're under duress, filled up with regrets. Now you're all depressed, murder on the heroin express.
Every single time, it makes you feel sublime. And every single time, it makes you feel like dying. Every single time, it makes me feel sublime. And every single time, it makes me feel like dying.
You know what? I've heard worse.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Sounds just as good as any other. It sounds just as good as any other song that I've heard like this from a white rapper. I do tend to. I noticed that like, black hip hop artists and rappers tend to diverge a lot more within this, whereas this feels a bit generic. But that's like,
Definitely generic.
Okay. So
What would you consider not generic as a rapper?
Me, as a schizo, I need my representation.
No, sorry.
I
That's
agree.
a pretty bold statement to make for someone who
Yep.
probably doesn't listen to hip hop.
So I literally posted a song about me in DM to you, Cankles. You need to play it now.
Okay, sweet. Answer my question now.
Ask.
I cut you off. I don't think anyone knows what your question was.
I said, if that's generic, what would you consider to be niche?
Something like
Is it Buck? See, this is I know the name of
So
the
you
artist.
just say you don't listen to hip hop. That's all you have to do.
This is a name.
Literally just say you don't listen to
I have
hip hop.
learning disabilities with names. Bike for 3.
Right.
Do you want me to just list off all of the artists that have like hip hop influences that I have on my phone right here? So first,
Is that what I asked you to? Is that
Next
the question
one's
I asked you or no?
Next one's Carte Blanche. Next one's Charlotte Audigerie. The Chemical Brothers have plenty of hip hop influences in their music. The Coup.
Okay.
Deltron 3030.
You don't listen to hip hop. You don't listen to
Deltron-
hip hop.
Deltron
That's okay.
3030. Yeah, I know you're just trying to keep.
I think
You
it's a
literally
very
just
generic
said you
flow.
literally just said the Chemical Brothers,
But
because
good
they
lyrics.
like have
Ghost
hip hop
Poet.
influences. That's so
Ghost
stupid.
Poet, Gorillas. I'm not done yet. Janelle
You
Monáe.
okay?
The Anal Sisters. What?
Wait,
Cool
did you just say
cool-
gorillas for hip hop?
You literally just said Janelle Monáe.
Cool DJ Red Alert.
Me.
Lewis Logic.
DJ Big
Marvin Gaye.
Thickness.
Ninetales, please stop.
Marvin
This
Gaye
is
and-
embarrassing. You're literally just naming all music by black people. That's all you're doing.
Not all these people were black, by the way.
Okay, a lot of them were, and that's what you conflate hip hop
Rage
with.
Against the
so-
Machine. There you go. Super white.
No, they're not.
Nice.
That's not even
Not
hip
The
hip-hop.
lead singer is not
They're like
white.
alternative
He's
rock,
black.
They're alternative rock.
The lead singer is black.
I have no artists who start. Oh, well, you're not gonna take Stevie Wonder.
I was listening to Rage Against the Machine
No.
today.
But I'm just doing it because
ironically.
it pisses you
Specific
off.
type.
Now I'm definitely just doing it because it pisses you off.
Okay, all I'm
Sure
saying
you
is
are.
just say you don't listen to hip hop. This is the issue you have with like everything. Somebody asks you a question, and instead of just like admitting you don't know anything about it or like conceding a very small point, you'd rather like work your way into like this random fucking hole digging bullshit. It's
You
just
are
so cringe.
erasing my schizo dancer identity. You have an obligation to play that song for us to enjoy.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
No, I started it and I played like the slightest bit of it. It's terrible. I'm not.
It's not terrible.
It's so
okay,
bad.
You didn't. It starts off loud, and it's just someone
I didn't.
screaming. but
I
then-
didn't listen to the start of it. I went
Yeah,
a couple
you've got to
minutes
listen.
in.
It's not that bad. Oh my god, you pretentious little yuppies.
It's some trash
Okay.
EDM. Some diarrhea of the ears. That's what that stuff was.
I'm sure it was.
Fucking delicious.
Ew, fuck you.
I love diarrhea.
I bet you do. Want me to
I
send you
listen
home
to Limp
with some-
Bizkit all
some
the time.
leftovers?
Have you seen that video with Limp Bizkit dressed as like the country music star?
Oh, Limp Bizkit's another
Sadly,
hip
yes.
hop band I listen to.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay.
My
Linkin
dad
Park- and Linkin
fucking
Park?
loves Limp
Enough.
Bizkit. It's
Linkin Park is the best rap ever.
what?
They're a good band, but
Actually,
can
no,
you
there is
name
one
one
song.
actual rapper? Can you name one rapper?
I mean, I mentioned Deltron 3030.
Linkin
Okay,
Park
name
is
like-
new metal.
Name like a rapper. Name like a
Oh
mainstream
no, not
rapper.
good enough. Even though you named a rapper, I need you to name another one. Pretend like that wasn't an answer.
Okay.
Shut up.
Appeal to the mainstream hip hop listener.
Anus.
Oh,
Name a
Eminem.
hip hop artist.
Drake.
Eminem.
Okay. He's white.
Cool.
He doesn't fit your criteria.
It doesn't fit your own. Okay. You're gonna say Yellow Wolf next.
Paige Francis.
There you go.
His next ones would have been Yellow Wolf, MGK.
Oh, and MGMT.
Funny.
There you go.
The
Dude,
company?
You're smoking.
MGMT?
Smoke glass.
Yes, the company, not the band.
No, it's a
Sick.
band. It's
Is
a
it?
group.
Is
Yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Well, it's both. It's
Take
both.
on me what you need
It's
from
electric
me.
feel. Shock me like an electric eel.
Say, ooh, girl.
No one's picking that up. Oh, fuck you.
I'm just surprised Keiko doesn't know what that is.
Oh, you know what?
Turning me on.
I think I do.
Feel.
I don't, but I do.
I think Ninetales is butchering it, so I wouldn't blame you if you don't, but
That's the compression from Discord, trust me.
I couldn't do
I
your
have monitor
nasally voice.
headphones on. I have monitor headphones on.
So
if
do
I was
I.
butchering it, I would know. Yeah, so speak for yourself. Monitor headphones work on your voice best, and then you speak for yourself. You sound like shit through Discord compression. Both.
That
of
would
you.
explain why you like to talk so much. You literally like hearing yourself talk.
Oh yeah. And then people give me the
Crazy.
podium by like lying about my positions, and then I just let them cook, and then I'm like, no, and then they cook some more, and I'm like, actually, I said. Then they cook some more, and then I finally get to say what I actually said.
Yeah. You're like, wow, this would be a really good opportunity for me to practice my enunciating, my pitch control. Wow.
Except I
But you don't
don't.
actually believe anything you say.
Except I don't do pitch control because I don't use debate panels as an opportunity to train my voice.
Wait, you fooled me.
Really?
And with that, I am going to head to bed.
Yeah, and what like do you not how often do you hear me talking like this?
Oh my god.
All the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Oh,
Every day.
yeah. 24/7.
No, like
Yep.
you do that
Mason
voice with me
Redfield.
all the time.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you,
Honestly,
especially
if
if
I
I'm
never heard
talking
that
over
voice
you.
again, I would be.
You think you got me, but I know how often I do this voice.
I got you,
Often.
bitch.
You know how often you do this voice in your
Bye,
life,
Ves.
but your
Oh
life
yeah, I was
isn't
like
solely
born talking like this.
on
When I came out
Discord.
of my mom's womb, I was like, "Hey, what's up? This is my voice, by the way. Chill."
Heinous.
That is based. You knew exactly what you were when you came out of the womb.
A heinous anus.
And then I got oppressed into being a boy, with the doctor being like, "Nope, shh, shh, shh. You're a boy. You're a boy. Okay, shh, quiet, you stupid baby. You're a fucking boy."
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Yeah.
Oh, vivid memories.
That's exactly
Like,
how it
I can
happened.
I have vivid memories of that day.
I bet.
They trapped you in a little room with a TV and mind controlled you.
The lame leftist
When did you come
lies.
out?
When did I come out?
Yeah.
Yeah, what time
So
of
you
day?
want me to dox my birthday?
I don't
Or
give
just
a
what
fuck when
time
your
of day?
birthday is. But you just told me it was on your birthday, so.
I can tell you,
That's-
I came out during a thunderstorm.
Neve.
You're such an idiot.
I didn't even.
Okay, forget I asked. Forget I asked. I don't care.
Oh
I
wait.
came out. And a bunch of SpaghettiOs shot out around me.
You came out. You came out. You came out and a bunch of cats like simultaneously died.
What? Was there like a cat chewing a wire in the hospital room or something?
No.
Where did that come from?
The balance on the earth. And the butterfly effect when you came out to whoever the person is that you came out to.
I mean,
the end result of that.
We're talking about different coming
The
outs.
end result of that. Okay, the end result of that was like at least 10 kittens dying. So I hope you're happy with yourself.
I also came out penis first out of my mom's vagina.
She's
I'm not sure I
talking
want to
about
say based to
as
that.
trans.
So only trans women do that. That's like, if the science just recently realized that everyone who's ever been born trans also came out like that. Since I'm not gonna say it again since it makes Kate uncomfortable.
It makes me uncomfortable? What? What does?
That.
Wow, Kankle.
Why would that make him uncomfortable? He talks about his mom all the time.
Damn right.
We don't talk about your
We're
mom enough.
supposed to
though,
listen
Nine.
to that song first, Kankles. Holy shit! Like,
Yeah, no, I said no.
part of
remember?
it was that like everyone's being annoying by calling me schizo, and then a song about a schizo dancer that is annoying is very poetic and ironic.
What if we're all schizo?
And I'm not. I'm technically the same one.
Let's just all be schizo and accept it. We have to be
You-
crazy
you-
if we're in this
I
call.
wouldn't even know where to start.
But this is like when white people try to act black. It's always just like disgraceful
Intersectionality.
and cringy.
Oppression.
It's just so cringy when they try to pretend to be.
Wow,
something else. So,
do you feel the need to bring up race since there's a colored person here?
Yep.
Yeah, actually.
Wow.
Huh. Actually, as a
That's
mod, I might be inclined to mute you all so I can get my sentences out from
Do
start
it,
to
bitch.
finish.
Do it.
I might feel inclined to elevate my own voice and position it
Do it.
higher than your opinions,
Do it.
even if yours are right.
Do it. Do it. Do it, Anakin.
Ninetales.
Emperor Palpatine?
Ninetales.
Do it.
Do you love black people?
Oh, I love black people. You will never find someone who loves black people as much as I do.
You
Jesse
fetishize
Lee
black people?
Peterson-
That's kind of fucking
Jesse
racist.
Lee
You
Peterson-
literally ran from one racial trope and then straight into the other.
Jesse Lee Peterson
God
heard
damn.
how much I loved black people. and
Racist
cried.
Ninetales literally fetishizing black people. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm
What
so
the
good at
fuck?
it that I made Jesse Lee Peterson cry. He was like, "Do you love black people, Ninetales?" And I opened up my heart
You're
to
like,
him.
yeah,
and
I
opened up
just want them to
I showed him
literally
my heart.
Oh,
And
you're the one he
be
got caught
he wept.
texting?
my
Wow.
sex.
And he wept.
You know what?
Cinco.
Oh yeah.
What?
Took away
No,
my
I've been up in
ability to
Jesse's
move
DMs.
people.
I was up in
Yes, I
Jesse's
did.
DMs like a total skank.
I took away all my ability to move people for the duration of this call.
Really?
Yep.
You're so funny.
Yeah.
You're so fucking silly.
You're damn right.
Yeah, you did. That's hilarious.
That's like a mod timeout. That's like I'm fucking like dead right now.
Hey,
What the fuck?
it's your world.
What the fuck?
You know what would really piss him off? If you gave me mod powers.
No, you're not getting that.
I would leave immediately.
I would leave.
I-
I'd leave my own server straight up.
You know, I've never abused mod powers. I don't even think I've used mod powers on Discord. I don't know which Discord servers I have mod powers, and I know there are like 2. But like,
I've
so
only
people
ever
could have
had to
given me
use
them,
them
and I
on
wouldn't care. Like I don't think like, oh, I want to mod this person ever. I think I want to tell
Remember?
them how fucking dumb they are.
Remember when me, you, Kankle, and possibly one other person all muted Refined Randy at like various times in that conversation?
I remember that.
Without even knowing it. It was really
And then
funny.
Angela threw us out because Randy kept DMing Angela.
Mm-hmm.
She thought, well, yeah, she thought we were bullying him, but then, yeah, I talked to her. I don't know. It like she thought that we were being impartial, but then like when we had explained what was going on, kind of thing, like it was obviously not the case. But yeah,
I've only
has he
ever had
popped
to
in here yet recently?
No, he's banned.
Oh, he's banned here too.
Yeah, I just
Wow.
banned him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't want to bother with him.
Who's banned?
Randy.
Refined,
cunt.
refined
Ah.
Randy.
Huh.
I've only had to use someone once, and that was Jack. Unironically.
What was the context?
It was unironically when he was debating with Ninetales.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
yeah, it was. Ninetales, do you remember that?
I do.
What were you debating?
I don't remember that.
You know what's funny?
Any stupid
Out
thing,
of-
Jack.
You know what's
Fascism
really
and
funny? though?
retardation.
Out of all people, Jack hates you and me the most.
Yeah, you should hear what he says about you guys in DMs. It's disgusting.
He actually like
He has a
somebody
crush.
sent me a
He has a cute
somebody
little
sent me a clip of what he was saying on a panel, and he specifically named us by name as like 2 of the most like
Remember when
people
he
he just
tried
doesn't.
to make fun of us for living rent free in his head cankles?
No, I don't.
Or who was that? That was someone else then. Was that you, ABS?
Wait, what?
Oh, when we came up with the, maybe it wasn't you, but whoever it was that I came up with the Jack Brain joke, he was like saying that like I live rent free in his head because I was like going at him in text, so apparently that means I'm always thinking about him. And then like hearing that he's mentioning me on panels, like how did I know that was projection? Poor angry Jack, he's always projecting.
I wish I had like written down some of the crazy shit he would say in his like tirades. Some of them are like genuinely
Oh, it
so
was
fucked and
TJM.
wild. They're so funny.
It was
Um,
TJM, that's right.
All right, everybody. Good night. I've almost been up for
Good night.
24 hours. I'm gonna go
Actually,
get rest.
bad night. Bad night to you.
Good night.
All right. Fuck you all. Have a terrible fucking night. I hope an earthquake happens. There you go.
Actually,
You know what?
good night. Actually,
Suck
then,
my
good
dad's
night.
dick.
I'm just being opposition.
I will go suck your dad's dick. I'll do it right
Forget
now.
the
Good
truth,
night.
You need it.
Tell him I sent you.
There is a starving child in Africa who could use your dad's semen. Donate today.
I mean, it was pretty fucking top tier, I can't lie. So.
Oh yeah, you
did
tasted
create
it?
me. It created me, I mean, so.
You think, hey, Kinkles, is your finger itch?
Nope.
That's too bad.
No, it's not.
Your balls are feeling lonely then.
Fuck. No, they're not. Or else it would itch. Oh, what's this? What's this? Fuck.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna feel vindicated if that makes him laugh, and you didn't. So, okay, you got me on that one.
And I know what the joke was too.
Yeah, if you didn't know what the joke was, then that would just be funny because you're an idiot. But
I'm giving Starfield another shot.
only one. You're only gonna shoot once in the entire game. That's
Giving it like 3 shots. I picked it up like 2 or 3 different times. I was like, eh.
I like those challenges that are like getting $1 million in GTA without breaking any laws. That shit's ridiculous.
Grab my Terry folds.
And they will do that. Like there are people who are crazy enough to do that in the public lobby. I'm like, how?
Mantis.
How do you try to do these challenges in public lobbies? Because I would. Like it's one thing to like, I kind of enjoy it sometimes when like someone finds like a clever way to grieve, right? Like it can be clever. Like someone can do something funny, like get into your car and then leave a sticky there and then jump out. And you're like, why did they jump out? And then you go around the corner and you blow up. And it's like, oh shit, that's why they jumped out. I'm an idiot. So there are times where like I've even laughed at griefers. What I didn't get to say on that gaming panel was that to him is that Rockstar is just never going to stop catering to bullies because Rockstar has decided like that's the mechanic of GTA. That's what makes people spend money is having things to dominate other people with and ruin their experience.
That sounds great though.
Yeah, when you're not having your experience ruined.
Or you could just play a better game like Overwatch.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Rockstar essentially decided the bullies are more valuable gamers than
Overwatch.
Well, I guess what they decided was that the bullies were more profitable than the whiners. The people who were getting bullied, essentially. So you can't blame them. I mean, it seems like quite the slam dunk. Am I wrong? Did I hear you say that you could pay not to get bullied?
Like the hackers are the ones who can really be funny because like the one time I was in this lobby and there's all this crazy hacking shit going on. And when I first started playing, the hacking was super bad. Like Rockstar wasn't doing anything. But like,
Mantis, get the fuck in here.
And then suddenly like the orange from on top of the orange juice stand became like my entire body.
Get your Terry folds the fuck in here.
And it was like the most awkward thing ever, but it was so funny. And then I would like trip, and the orange would literally like roll, and it would force me to roll with it. So that was like top 10 moments that I've ever felt. Bottom 10, someone just throws you into a cage and throws you
Clean.
Yeah, like this is what I mean, right? Like if these people were creative, if they were making the game And I just mean, like, to me, like, Rockstar clearly decided that, like, this was okay. Like, this, like, they wanted the side of it that's shitty, except for the person doing that damage. And
That game just has too many titties for my liking. I'm on an arbitrary war against titties now.
What a villain.
Put them away. Put them away.
How dare you?
I really got, who was it?
But I'm aware.
I really got what, Aaron? What was his name? I forget. But when I was like, okay, who are the female NPCs in GTA Online that your character interacts with, right? And he's like, oh, I guess it would only be the sex workers. And it's true.
I think that was Jay.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was Jay. And like that didn't change until Paige was introduced. As like for her own missions. So he could have mentioned that caveat, but then I would have pointed out it didn't start that way.
Hmm.
That almost felt productive. It felt like it was like on the verge of productivity, especially like sometimes Viv was really going places with people.
No way. That's the beauty in perspective, because I feel like every time she talked, people like were just
Annoyed.
Oh,
yeah, kind of
Viv?
insufferable. Yeah, she's a little insufferable.
Okay. I think she got a lot of traction.
There you
with
are.
people. She got a lot of traction with the people on that panel, from my perspective, and
Hi,
from me
Mantis.
being there the whole
Hey
time.
Mantis, objectively, do you feel like Vivian Wolf had a lot of traction on the panel today?
Traction as in like support or
I don't know. How do you define that?
Getting the other side to consider her points.
she's okay at that sometimes, but she you know, yeah, she was okay. She was okay, but I don't know, she can come across a bit, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain Vivian.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Mother Teresa.
Very
esque.
Mother Teresa. Okay, that's one way to put it.
Well, she talks like she knows best for everyone.
Are you sure you're not just annoyed by leftists?
No, my bias
definitely am.
aside, I think that condescension sucks.
Yeah, it's condescending for sure.
Indeed. The way of the
We all
leftist.
talk
I think her
condescending-
constant
we all
attempts to
talk
frame the
condescending to
conversation.
each other when we think we know better. Like, it's just that she has a
No,
British
but you
accent.
can. No, you can communicate your points without being like condescending, unless, like, you can even be aggressive without being condescending.
I think
I
that
think.
No, if
from
we're
your
talking
perspective,
tone,
Nine Tails, a
if we're
lot of people
talking
probably
tone-
sound condescending.
Yeah, and if we're talking about tone, then it has a lot to do with the position you're in if you feel like you're at the receiving end. If we're talking about words, there were times where she said some condescending things with her words, but she didn't always, like, like that wasn't the majority of stuff she said. The majority of stuff she said was addressing the things other people said. Kankles is like not even listening to us. He's
you know
listening
what?
to
Damn
music.
You know what?
I didn't listen to that part, but
I sent him a funny video. He watched it. I think she comes across really shitty to like Tachyon and those guys because she's so quick to label the whole get into the Gamergate thing in a certain way, and her perspective is like, so if she thinks their perspective is one thing, then her perspective is like the total opposite. She won't even acknowledge sometimes that there was a part to Gamergate that had nothing to do with like the
That wasn't how it was. Like there were various points where Viv was
Perception.
definitely acknowledging points from the other side, and I was pretty like impressed by her ability to get people on Tachyon's side to acknowledge what she said with their own examples. I think she did that at least twice.
Name 10 times.
10 times.
She's
Sorry.
actually she's not bad at doing that. I'll give you that. She can be good at doing that. She comes across a little condescending sometimes even when she makes good points.
When she wants to be, she's super condescending. Let's be clear. Like, I'm not saying she's never condescending.
And then, like, I found it funny at the end of that talk, she basically said, hey, I want toxic shit in games. I like shooting people in the face. I don't want things to change. I just want to, like, I don't want to remove anything about what's currently going on. But that's, like, in stark contrast to sort of the shit that she was saying earlier in the panel.
No,
which
it
was
wasn't because
No,
I lost all
nobody-
respect for her when she started lobbying for boobs.
Nobody ever once said that we wanted to remove stuff. That was something entirely manufactured by Tachyon's side. We were saying this whole time we want more diversity. We want more education, media education in the
And
in the
less
media as well,
boobs.
and we want a better range of boobs that can make women with different breast types feel more confident about themselves and being represented by that media.
Literally has nothing to do with representation. It
So
literally
I
has
just wanna
one thing
notice-
and one reason alone.
This is another example of you trying to quote a leftist and you falling flat on your face.
No, you are quoting me. I'm literally quoting me. So it has nothing to do with the leftist. This is my take.
No, I was
okay.
talking about Viv.
Yeah, bitch.
Okay. Uninteresting. Sorry, I don't care.
Access denied.
Well, I grant
Yeah.
it.
I'm on an arbitrary war against boobs. Sorry. Boobs in
Bev?
video games specifically. Okay. I will die on this hill.
I want more nipple. I want to free the nipple in video games.
Based. Yes.
I just think they look dumb. They look dumb. Sorry.
By the way,
Stupid.
fun fact: in GTA Online, the libertarian colony that's up in Mount Chiliad, they are legit naked, like legit, like bare ass, bare dick naked, and they gave
Okay.
the balls and the penis physics.
Okay,
They
well, you know
animated
what?
the penis.
Let me start with the boobs first and I'll get there next, okay?
Eagles,
Give me
you're
time.
canceled.
I just realized what I'm drinking. Does this make me a leftist? I'm just kidding.
It makes you a
Eagles
soy
is
fuck.
gay.
It makes you a
Eagles
soy
is
fuck.
gay.
Clearly.
My dad's gonna say
Um,
something about it. I don't give a fuck.
How much soy is in that drink, huh?
All of it. Every bit of soy in the world.
So it's
At least
you're
all the
just
bit of soy
drinking
my
fermented
uncle
soy?
farms.
So you're just drinking some fermented soy. What is that, sake? Oh wait,
Your
that'd be
uncle
No, that's
awesome.
rice.
Your
Nice
uncle's a
try
soy
though.
farmer?
Yeah, he is. He's also a
Racist
corn
Chinese.
farmer and he's a
Angles,
general
you're
farmer.
You're super fucking racist. Rice is Chinese, soy is Japanese. You're clearly sake is made from soy.
It's made from rice.
Both are made from rice.
Fucking racist, I swear to God.
You don't. You're bugging. Sake literally means rice wine.
I think your face.
That
means
is what it
rice wine.
translates to. You're not gonna tell me it's soy, okay?
I think your face is made out of soy.
I think it is. But guess what? You're still wrong.
You have cheeks that I would like, in a totally platonic way, want to pinch. That's how much soy is in your cheeks. Holy fuck!
Dang.
See, like, you don't even have to do a stand-up routine. You could just go on stage and do that face, and people will just be like, "What the fuck? Oh my god!"
They'll kill themselves on set, on
Giving me
site.
You'll be the next
vibes.
Joker. You'll be the next Joker.
I literally just have to walk in the room and people start committing suicide in mass.
Oh shit!
Oh
Is he
my
about to tell a
God.
joke? Somebody spiked the punch.
And the crowd went wild.
For that face? What are you talking about?
I meant for your joke.
Oh, that wasn't a joke. I'm like, I really do think people should spike the punch if they're going to your comedy show.
There you go, Saber. He gets it.
Oh.
Gets it in, that is.
This is why soundboards are always muted, no matter who. If I find out that your soundboard isn't muted and I'm talking to you, I will.
Hey, speaking of soundboards, Stardust
So
today.
funny today.
It was,
was really
fucking funny. Okay, it got a little bad, but it was funny at first. I was like,
Yeah, it was funny initially. It went on a little long, but I thought it was funny.
I loved
Yeah.
it. That was really good.
She should have left earlier than she did because I feel like it was just kind of disrespectful.
Well, Tom didn't even want to be there either. He said he's
Yeah.
only staying because he's never flaked on a panel before.
Yeah. I think Tachyon was just like cordial and like, you know, really kind. So I felt bad about being disrespectful kind of at points, but not directly to him. And definitely not to Ninetales. But like other people at times.
Yeah, Tachyon's like bless his heart. He's such a lovely guy.
Yeah.
I made like a note not
I
to like,
love-
prepare for this because I had a feeling that the conversation could have gone 50 different ways, and it went at least 10.
Hey, so I love the thought that goes through my head whenever somebody brings up Gamergate. It's just like a war-torn like Vietnam veteran. So funny. He rings that way with me.
The uniform is the pillow.
I never heard about Gamergate. I wasn't involved. I
I have no idea what it is either.
I don't
But
know
now
much
I
about it
do.
either.
I know a lot now because I listen to Tachyon talk about it a lot on like Food Shop's channel, and I never heard his side, which is why I kind of do simp for his side a lot more because, like, as someone who's only ever heard one thing, which has been the loudest thing about Gamergate, I was fully unaware that there was this whole other, and so I understand their like frustration with not being heard and how it's lasted this long because they technically still are like being drowned out.
The problem is like he's blaming the left and feminists for that as if like we tried to cancel him, but they're like, no, dude, you got shouted down by your own side, and them not like wanting to get like not actually caring about ethics and journalism, and there's them stealing all the attention because let's be real, with mainstream media they go where the fire's at.
But he didn't get shouted down by his own side. He got shouted down by people not doing the same thing as him, like a completely separate, like radical group.
Right, I'm by the own spies. I mean, he was part of the anti-SJW crowd, so it's not his own side. But by his own side, I mean compared to the leftist and feminist.
Yeah, but can you blame him for being like a little bit annoyed with SJWs?
No. But this is definitely like a caller is in that. The caller is in the house type deal.
Ninetales, do you think SJW is an antiquated term, or do you think people still use it?
Oh yeah, like I don't think anyone actually called themselves a social justice warrior.
What do they call themselves now?
Destiny did.
Probably
Progressives.
activists, progressives.
Wouldn't you call them woke?
No, God,
Eh.
no, that
That's
term
a-
is
that's a-
literally clueless.
That's
That's a bit of a shitty straw man.
Yeah, because it's been like adopted too much as because some good things fall under the category of woke, some like good things for society, but it's like it's mostly
Yeah, like-
progressive now.
Small boobed video games characters.
Yeah.
Okay,
Those
I
are
need
woke?
a better argument for this, guys. I think you guys need to help me form an argument for this
Kankles is
argument.
You're on
drinking
your own.
Bud Light. Kankles is drinking Bud Light.
No! Why?
He's literally woke drunk right now. We need Kankles
not
to
drunk.
explain what woke is.
I'd be droke,
Yeah,
by
you
the way,
are.
but
Okay,
no, I'm
the
not.
reason number
drunk
one.
today.
Reason number one to reduce the size of boobs in video games, okay? The meme, mommy's milkies, okay? No one likes hearing that, let's be honest.
You mean mommy
yes,
milkers?
The first time,
Mommy
yes, thank you.
milkers?
The first time you hear it, yes, you get a little chuckle. But then the more you hear it, it gets worse and worse and worse. All I'm
Nah,
saying
disagree.
is that
Mommy milkers for the win.
Honestly, that line about having what was it? Exercise bald testicles. That was fucking.
exercise ball titties.
Funny. What? Someone also said
It
testicles.
was
at
yoga
some
ball
point.
titties.
Yoga
Oh
ball
yeah, I
testicles.
said yoga ball titties because I thought it was ridiculous.
And then Stardust
know
at
what
some
that
point, was saying like, "Oh yeah, like I want men to be like super strong, stuff like that. If you want them to have their yoga ball testicles," and I just like fucking died because.
Oh man.
The imagery, like there's definitely porn out there that does that.
I saw a video recently of a guy on TikTok with massive balls, and he's got them all bandaged up, and he can like barely walk. It's actually really sad. I don't know. I'm laughing, but
I mean, if you were to put yoga ball testicles in a video game, that there's no way that has artistic freedom. That's going into some fetish shit.
Based.
Sounds like
get
we're
on
gonna
this
be-
fucking shit.
Sounds fun.
Just bounce on them.
Oh,
I
what
thought that was a
what
good
is that
descriptor.
from? What is that from? Where they gave themselves South Park.
Yeah, he stuck his balls in the microwave.
And he hops around on it like it's like it's
Bouncy
a
ball.
Bouncy ball.
Guys, I went to
Bouncy.
hospital this morning. It was really fun.
That sounds fun.
Why?
What for? Just to get a lollipop?
Actually, I don't want to be trauma dumped on right now.
I wish I got a.
I love getting lollipops from the
You
doctor.
didn't even get a fucking lollipop? Loser, dude.
No, they don't have
They didn't like
lollipops.
you.
It's still like COVID here.
I go to the emergency checkout because it's the closest thing I can get to a free massage.
I get a $50 massage every other week.
Hey,
I guess I got.
are you
massaged today.
are you good? What happened?
Oh yeah, I've just got a kidney stone.
Oh man.
Are you excited to pass
So
it?
you literally wasted those doctors' time.
No, it's fine. No, I was worried. I passed out yesterday. I had like a really weird thing happen, and then I had real bad pain all night last night. Now, this morning I woke up fine, but I was like, I should probably just get it checked. And then that's what they assumed, so I'm just gonna ignore it. It'll be good.
Fun.
What
Is that
age-
like
Is there any irony if someone from New Zealand has a kidney stone the size of a kiwi?
Sheesh, that would hurt. Those things are bigger than you
Yeah,
think.
I guess the amount of pain would make the irony kind of mute. You never
Yeah.
acknowledge my kiwi jokes. Are they offensive?
Also, the kiwi, like when you said that, I was picturing the kiwi coming out, and you know its beak is like a fucking swordfish.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant the fruit, and I was particularly like, you know, it being ironic if you're from New Zealand.
we were watching your debate against Jack, and at one point he calls you like a fucking kiwi or something. It's so funny. He literally just goes to the immediate like, I don't know. He just calls
You're
me
not
like
me. You're
you're
from
just a
somewhere
fucking
else.
trans communist Canadian. It's like,
He
dude,
always
shut
brings
up.
where you're from, eh? It's like it's just inferior to America constantly.
And see, like Viv and I's mentality is like, okay, maybe we're a little bit explicit with certain things, but we can't ever be as bad as Jack.
But Ninetales, you're forgetting something. Yeah, I like them too. But Ninetales, you're forgetting something. You're from Canada. Your opinion doesn't count. I'm joking, by the way.
Base, no, you're not.
I'm
How is
joking.
that
That's literally what
Speaking the
Jack
real
says to me.
truth.
Yeah.
Like,
And
yeah,
honestly,
like, it's not even funny anymore.
we just
No,
have
it's
the
funny.
objective.
At
It's
least
funny
you don't get
because
told
it's
your country
ridiculous.
doesn't exist.
I should
Well,
say to
it's-
Jack. I should say to Jack sometime. What's the country that he always talks about? Like his family?
Albania?
Yeah, I should be like, your family's from Albania. You should have an opinion here. He gets so fucking pissed. He
No,
gets so
I already told him to jog on with his Albanian shit. It was not nice.
You know what's funny is he says people from other countries shouldn't get a say in American politics, but I bet you he will reference Australian Sky News.
True. Whenever they're dogging on people,
Mhm.
100%.
That's your like Fox News, right?
Hey,
It's
don't bring
Australia's-
foxes into this. Oh wait, never mind.
It's Australia's like, yeah, they're pretty foxy, I guess.
I think
Hey,
we have
They're
like
not Foxy. They're right wing.
Hey,
I don't know if
Foxy would be
Canada
good.
really has one.
Hey, we're misusing terms, and this is becoming offensive to me.
Oh, well, funny. Actually,
Hey,
no, they
just
would
say
be Foxy.
FOX, say FOX News, and then.
Oh, this is where you draw the line, eh?
I'm just saying. Don't bring us foxes into Fox News. That's not our fault.
It is your fault.
Oh, maybe actually. If the right wing version of me would make Fox News, so shit.
Damn right.
What would the right wing version of you Ninetales you think would be?
Oh, who would I be most
Fox
like? Probably
News.
Jordan
Oh my
Peterson.
god. Fucking
If I was a
Putin,
right winger, I shit you not, I'd be like Jordan Peterson.
No way would you be that reasonable.
Reasonable, Jesus.
You
God,
would be
that hurt.
Glenn Beck.
You cannot be throwing shots like that, Mantis.
Can so I can do whatever I want.
You would be Glenn Beck, unironically.
Lobsters and their fucking hierarchies makes me fucking feel so bad for men.
What are you playing, Ventus?
Zelda.
Bitch, what was
But no, think
that?
about it. He's like a pseudo intellectual, right? That's me. He's obsessed with like animal behavior for some reason, but doesn't actually know much about it. That's me.
Yeah.
And he's basically like the SJW version of the right wing.
That's
To
you?
be honest, can I be honest?
No,
I
I'm
know
the
he's gone a
SJW
bit
version of the
cuckoo.
left wing, Neve, but thanks for trying.
I know
Probably
he's
just
gone a
be the
bit
left
cuckoo,
wing.
but whenever he brings up stuff, like, I still find a lot of his points he brings up kind of understandable. I just think, yeah, he's gone cuckoo on, like, he sees it as so much bigger of a problem than it probably is. Like, he just exaggerates, and I think from what he sees on a daily basis with, like, the men he's changed lives and stuff, I think he gets really emotional about it to the point where it's just a little excessive.
He also
But
gets
none of what he
emotional
said
about
initially is
feminists.
necessarily wrong.
He also cries because he thinks about how much feminists must be hurting young men. So let's be clear. I think the reason, the fact that his points seem
Well, the
reasonable isn't
feminist
because they're
movement
like necessarily
sucks.
profound. In fact, a lot of the extra, like the superfluous nature of his wording doesn't add to like how profound it is. It makes it more obscure seeming. But he's really just saying basic stuff that you can find in any other self-help, just with fewer words and less pretentiousness. So that's why it's reasonable, because it's not really anything new. And his prescription of focusing on the fragility of young men without actually calling them fragile, that to me is more of a grift for him than him like really caring about those things. I think he's currently emotionally unstable because of what he went through in Russia. Regardless if you want me to be sympathetic or not, I just think that's a fact. And he finds himself crying while he's also proselytizing on a camera. That's just how it works.
Who?
Peterson.
Oh, shit.
I thought you were talking about Jack still. I was like, he went the fuck in Russia?
Oh, no. Jordan Peterson.
What's he doing there?
He went to Moscow for treatment to get off his benzos, and he almost died.
Really?
Damn.
Yeah, because he's
so
too
close.
He's too good for Canadian healthcare.
We almost lost a Canadian. Damn.
Ninetales, I
Fucking
think if you were
Russians
on
having to be good. Sorry.
If Ninetales was on the right, I think she would be something like Rush Limbaugh.
Oh god.
Rush Scrimshaw.
I'm not that old though. That's the problem. Like I would not talk about the same things he talks about.
You're right. You wouldn't be that old, but you'd have.
Hi, Rhino.
Hey, Ryan.
Hello.
It's just a millennial Rush Limbaugh seems like an oxymoron.
He's like, yeah.
You know who I miss is Bill O'Reilly. That guy was at least hilarious. Me and my dad used to watch him all the time and laugh our asses off at how
He got hella fun to watch. Right?
So your
It
dad
was
was
so
indoctrinating
fun.
you early. That makes a lot of sense.
No, my dad disagreed, but he liked to keep the enemies closer, so he liked to watch them and laugh and make fun of them. And we would sit there and laugh at Bill O'Reilly for fucking hours.
Yes. Yes, like when I watched Alex Jones and laughed at him.
Did you? Because I would have.
No, I actually did watch that for a bit because his like anti-deep state stuff, of course, and then he started saying weird stuff about Jewish people. I was like, nope. Actually, true story. This was before I was even a leftist, but nobody probably cares. He wants me to be an anti-Semite, so.
Wait, when were you not a leftist? The fuck?
Prior to, honestly, about a year, like the year before I came online, I wasn't like a full leftist. I had been through Occupy, but I really had the mentality of a libertarian, if anything. I was kind of like in a libertarian gray zone, where I wasn't like keen on like why right-wing arguments are way shittier than they try to appear to be. And I wasn't familiar with left-wing arguments, so I was just like, oh yeah, like overarching power bad, people abuse power, blah blah blah. And so, leftism helped give me more proper lenses and more consistent lenses to view things through.
That's so weird.
The internet indoctrinated you, is what you're trying to say.
They got him.
It was actually, it was the Destiny to Bosch pipeline. And the serfs.
You watch the serfs, unironically?
Actually, no, the first thing was Democracy Now!
Oh shit.
Anti-democracy, democracy now. Sick.
Oh yeah, they're very anti-democracy.
I'm kidding.
Sometimes it hurts how much they are liberals, but I do love them at the end of the day. They're absolutely invaluable reporting outlet.
I think that I was pushed more to the right because I realized that my priorities were being pushed aside for people that are completely inconsequential to my life and my daily existence. And I feel like it was important for me to be able to prioritize what I needed done in my life. And I felt empowered to step away from political parties that pander to me or make me feel like I should have to vote for them because I'm trans. I think that was a really big thing.
I totally understand that. I mean, it's like a desperation that you just need to get, and like what do you call it? An appropriation. For
And
it just
to
doesn't make sense that you
disassociate
would
myself
go to
over,
this- that you would go
and
to
to
the side that makes it
disassociate
harder
myself from
for you.
people like Ninetales. I'll just say that. Nope, not at
Yeah.
all.
I mean,
It's not hard
if the point is to be selfish, yeah, but if the point is to get trans affirmation, you move further away from that goal.
Well, I think the point is to focus on a collective goal with people who think like me, not people who think like, arbitrary things are what they are and ignore science.
Oh, right.
And stuff
You're a
like
trans
that,
man,
right?
aren't you?
Totally, yeah. You knew that.
I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
I guess I don't either until I'm in the presence of somebody who is non-binary, which I do find myself getting a little agitated, but it is what it is. I'm not like blatantly disrespectful. I will just make the distinction, and I tend to stand on it, and that gets people upset. And if that's what it is, that's what it is. It's okay.
Yeah, it's just leftists all stand under the same tent instead of having to think of them as separate and unequivocal categories altogether.
Yeah, you think that?
Sound like you would know. You literally couldn't make it.
Oh, it's literally what I wouldn't know that, having literally ran a whole pride organization at the age of like 24, but that's
I was like so fucking corporate now. That's like saying like, oh wow, I ran as a neoliberal in the elections, therefore I can speak for all leftists.
Well, I was a leftist, literally public figure when I was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. I was pretty far fucking left, let me tell you. So, I don't
I'm
know.
just saying,
Like,
your metric
Thankful
for that
you're in a good
probably
mood.
doesn't fulfill an actual leftist metric.
well, I think it would because, you know what I mean? Acting as a leftist in a public space is a lot more than doing it online. Wouldn't you say so?
Fundraising for an already corporate event? Nah.
I think that's a broad assumption of the sort of things that we did, but obviously you wouldn't be able to separate the two having probably never stepped outside of your computer room, right?
Sure. Did like for example, when did you coordinate with the city, or did you do actions that were resistant to the city?
You are forced to coordinate with the city. You're forced to coordinate with the community when you need to.
Right, but did you make demands and then continue on with those demands if they weren't fulfilled?
No one makes demands.
Oh, leftists do.
Okay. Well, that's why everyone hates you.
Indeed. It's one of the
Oh
reasons.
no, you have to get over yourself. How scary.
No, I just think that the recognizing where you are and being able to understand the people in your community and what sort of like communication style is a great approach rather than applying a, authoritarian blanket approach to every single community, around the world when, they don't fulfill your arbitrary needs, right? When they don't have they them bathrooms and Rona stores and stuff like that, like, It's
I'm glad
it's
that
tough,
you
but
clearly understand what authoritarianism is, and don't just say that whenever something you don't like comes up.
well, I think that the more important element here that I'm trying to identify is compromise, right? But you haven't even learned what accountability is. And that's one step far away from conceding something. So I don't know. This is kind
Yeah,
of a tough conversation to have with somebody, again, who's tied to the computer chair, again, has never had any public, ties, anything like that. Like I don't know. It's kind of a
yeah.
difficult
Well,
difficult conversation to have,
you've
right?
never done any direct action or resistance against, uh, for it to actually protest and put pressure on politicians. Sound like you licked some boots.
Hmm. That's really funny that you would think that.
Why are you trying to invalidate Neve's experience?
I think it's okay. Like, I think that if I was her, I would feel insecure as well. A lot of the things that she says, goes into VODs that, don't
Because when
exceed
she
100
tweets about it.
views. And I think
The
that
problem
when
is
you're primarily a leech who hops from other people's platforms and other people's Discord, yeah, like you could get
Thank
a
you,
little
Pinkles.
disillusioned with the way that the world is and what real action looks like. But,
Well, what
keep
set off the red
LARPing.
flag for me was when Neve said, "Oh, well, I went right. Also, here's how leftists are," and she was wrong about how leftists are. So
Okay. Well, did I not concede that I was a couple years ago? I think you guys have gotten a little more erratic since then.
I think you might have been full of yourself.
Wow. I was able to run a pride organization, but you keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, and most leftists agree that Pride's very corporate now and does not actually represent the original values of Pride. It's not leftist.
Well,
It's
that's fine,
neoliberal
but
at best.
that's fine. But you obviously don't know the values of any particular pride organization, specifically the one I was with either. So again, you're just speaking to your ignorance, but I'll let you keep doing that.
Yeah, so when there are various groups who are part of your LGBT community who are going to ask you to get rid of corporate sponsors and you don't listen to them because you're being super selfish and you only want to care about pleasing your corporate donors, then you don't have to listen to those people that you've disenfranchised. I do because I'm a leftist.
Right. So when you identify that your funding is going to primarily come directly from your community, regardless of like what some crazy Antifa person thinks about, like 6 miles away or, in another country, I
It
think
doesn't
that
come from
you
the community. It
generally
comes
have to be
from
a little bit
corporations.
more pragmatic about, where your funding comes from, whether that's,
It comes from like TD
aligning
Bank.
with a
That's
local
not from the
restaurant,
community.
or
Yeah, you're
pairing
trying to
with
do
a
damage
bank who's
control.
providing you money. No, I don't
Yeah,
think so. I just don't
TD
think you
Bank.
know what you're
It's a
talking about.
TD
Yeah,
Bank is
you
a
just don't
national
really
bank
know what you're
service.
talking about, Nine Tails, and that's okay. I understand.
What do I not know? Come on.
You don't know anything.
I
You
don't
don't
know
know
that
what it
TD
means
Bank
to
is a
network. You
national
don't know
corporation.
any particular like funding
TD Bank.
strategies. You don't know what it means to work from a platform, anything like that. You don't know what you're
So
talking
the people
about.
who have protested corporate involvement of your movement, what did they actually say? Because you act like you
I think
acknowledge
that's
that they
just
exist.
like a bold assumption as to like what all pride organizations exist as. I
Yep,
think you're naive to think. Okay,
TD funds every pride
I think
move.
I think I'm talking. Shut up. So I'm
TD
pretty
funds
sure that
every
you seem
pride
to think
movement across
it's
Canada.
ironic that you think that all pride organizations, all left-leaning organizations are like this weird zeitgeist. When that thing is like pushed and pitted against you, you are quick to denounce and like separate yourself
Well,
from
this is because
people that you seem to be problematic. So how
This
does
is where the
that how does that
compromise you're
how do you
making comes from.
rationalize that in your head? When it comes to criticisms, we're all the same, but when it comes to criticisms lobbied at you, like there's all these different separations. Like how does that work?
What you meant when you said you meant compromise, because I actually do know a lot of people who have organized pride events, especially those who are actual leftists, and they talk about how
So we're talking about pride
TD
events,
has a
and then we're
program
talking
for
about pride
TD has a
organizations that do
program for
things like
donating to all
events.
pride events.
Great.
However, for the second
So
year of funding,
okay, great.
that
That's a
pride
really
event
good
needs
portion
to
of
become
funding,
more
right?
official.
That's a
Basically,
portion of
they're
funding, right?
using their money
Hey,
as a
Nine
way
Tails.
to force the
Nine
pride
Tails, that
event
is a
to
portion
bend
of
their
funding,
knee.
right?
Okay, and then just go Mavajana.
I'm not funny. Hey, girls are funny, Wendy, okay? Get over it. Just do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my vagina a lot. Hey, girls are funny, Wendy, okay? Get over it. Just do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my vagina a lot.
Who left?
Oh, it's not like you care. You had me fucking muted, so.
I didn't have you muted. I had myself deafened so I could do something for a second.
No, Neve did because she's afraid of what I have to say, and she's just gonna mute me.
No, because you literally
I
won't
describe
stop
the
talking.
people who I know who have organized
Nine-tails.
pride,
Girls are funny, Wendy,
who
okay?
have
Get over it.
literally
Just do
said
women's comedy
Nine-tails.
stuff, you know,
that
talk
when
about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with
ED
guys
starts
and
to
say, my
donate to
vagina a
Pride,
lot.
they get it for one
Don't leave
year,
your room.
and then the next year,
Nine-tails.
ED
What
says
is
to the movement,
what is the funding
you
amount that
have
Pride
to make your
organizations are
movement
given?
more
What are the
official.
funding
Start
amounts that
getting the
Pride
proper
organizations are given through TD? What is the amount?
what these people who have organized Pride said.
Okay,
So
you were
can
talking about an
I know
event.
you're
I'm
afraid of what
talking
I'm
about an
to say.
organization and a movement.
I know you're super afraid about what to say because this is how it actually
No,
goes
I'm
down.
invalidating it
TD
because you are
TD
talking
uses
about.
funds to force the Pride movement to bend their knee.
Okay, great. That's some conspiratorial, deep fucking shit. I know you
No,
said
you
you
just
used to
really
listen to
like
Alex
it.
shows.
You just really
I
like
know.
bending the knee. You're really good at bending the knee, Neve.
Nice. Okay. So I know that you really liked Alex
do women's comedy
Jones,
stuff, you know,
but
talk
you
about
know,
how fat
when
you are
you
and how you wanna
moved
have sex with
towards
guys
the
and then
left,
say,
I
my
thought maybe you would
vagina a
like
lot.
leave that sort of mindset behind. But it
Yeah,
seems
well, you
like
don't
you
really seem
carried
to
it into
understand the
your
left, so good for
politics
you.
now. Well, I think that
You should
maybe
actually
that
learn
I
the
think I
thing
will.
before you build these assumptions.
Okay. I think you would. You know what? I think I will concede that, which is why I moved more to the right, right? Because I feel like, you know, rational
It just got too
thinking
hard
and
for you.
pragmatism and compromise were, you know, things that I think most people can get behind rather than like this authoritarian, you know, dictate the way people act and should.
It's not authoritarian. It just doesn't serve
Oh,
your
it
selfish
totally
interest.
is.
It just doesn't.
Totally
it,
is.
just, it just doesn't make you the center
Totally
of the
is.
universe. It
Totally
doesn't.
is. I think when
It doesn't make you the center of the universe, so you don't feel like your main character syndrome is
I think
validated.
when you are okay, so me as a person, when I am identified by the organization and by like the politics that I hold as like, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, like a
You were a
marginalized
neoliberal for a
individual.
while. You were a
Cool, shut the
neoliberal
fuck
for a
up.
while.
Okay,
Good for
cool.
you.
Go suck your dad's dick. Okay, shut up. Literally,
Oh
when
no,
you
I'm
are
so scared of the
identified
neoliberals'
as
definitions
okay.
of leftism being so wrong.
This is why you get muted. Okay. When you are literally like, oh, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say now because you're fucking retarded ass.
Like, why?
okay.
Does,
that's just the kind of
okay,
sexist
I'm
bullcrap that's gonna
confused
keep you in the
why
kitchen. Sit your ass down.
identifying with left, right, and doing
Rules
all
for
of
thee,
this.
but not for me, right, Neve? You cut me off 50,000 times, but the moment I cut you off, that's an excuse to act like a bitch.
Okay, and then just go.
Ninetales, do you hate everyone
Anyways, back to the
that
point.
identifies as
I'm just
leftist?
wondering, have you ever acted older than like a 20 years old in this career of yours?
Just do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my vagina
Because
a
most
lot.
people prefer to deal with adults.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could really relate to that sentiment, but I mean, it's probably a goal you can reach and, you know, set for yourself for later in life, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Girls are
Maybe
funny, okay? Get over it.
I think you should take this transcript, print those words out, and like pin it above your door. And every time you leave your room and you hit your door on your fucking door thing, because I think you said you're like what 7'1" or something.
No, like 10
you should remember what I said, and then maybe like try and factor it into your day-to-day decision making. How does that
Just do
sound?
women's comedy
I'm
stuff,
like
you know, talk
60
about how
feet
fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my
Yeah, I
vagina a
know.
lot.
I feel like you are like a giraffe amongst women. You like stand out like a fucking
No, I
like
do
on
it
a golf
probably meant
course.
to see up my dress because that's just my fetish. I like it.
That's
I like shaking
absolutely
my butt for them.
disgusting.
But Ange throws it
I think
back.
like
It's disrespectful.
I think in the first sexual harassment comment you made today, I kind of like made a joke about it, but now you're on your second one. I just think it's kind of weird.
And that's just the kind of sexist bullcrap
So
that's
when I
gonna
know
keep
that
you
there's
in
a
the kitchen.
guy
Sit your ass
blocking
down.
my butt, I go cha 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 and I shake it.
I think what guys think about is like, wow, what, like, where does he play rec basketball is probably what they think about when they look at you.
Oh, I'm not allowed to play. It's unfair competition.
Poopy
We're
pants
talking
into
about
the
with men, though.
W. Ninetales sounds like a religious fundamentalist when she talks about leftists. In my
I said specifically using the words, where does he play rec basketball is probably what a guy thinks when he sees you.
Cool. Good for you.
Hey, good for them.
Are you gonna try any harder, or is this all you got?
Well, I think you trying to discredit somebody with actual public experience was a pretty big
Oh yeah,
reach moment for you.
Dick, and that makes me a leftist.
I think you're more of like a radical leftist. I think if we actually acknowledge the like specific priorities in our communities and like work to actually leaving like uplifting the marginalized people in our communities, I don't think it actually has a lot with like tearing down communism and eradicating and like making things socialist and communist. But yeah, I don't think you would really understand that because you don't leave your room. And
nightmare.
I think you're like Pee Wee Herman with like leftist talking points. I don't
I just
know.
want to point out that the next time the fascists come knocking, you can expect people like Neve to say all the common talking points that tell fascists they're wrong, and the same thing's gonna happen. I
consider you fascist based on the way that you assert your opinions.
I
think that
intimidate neoliberals like Neve.
Okay,
because
you don't
I am so
intimidate people.
strong, they can't stand it.
I think you turn people off.
You don't intimidate
And I
people.
think that. Okay, I think intimidation.
I hope I turn you off, Neve. I particularly hope you're drier than the fucking desert.
Okay, anyways, so I think that you are making a really, really pivotal mistake in where you are mistaking fear for respect, right? In this particular moment, you think that intimidation is the same thing as like, you think when people, turn away from you, it's intimidation. It's not. They're just like turned off by your presence and your voice and the way you act and your personality and your general being, right?
Perfect,
so like
right?
these things combine.
Just to be clear, you're perfect.
That's a what
in comparison, in contrast to you, I'm Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Well, my voice can't be worse than yours.
I mean, a lot of people like my voice, but if you want to, throw it on the scale if you want to put it, if you want to put it on the
you're no Glorilla.
Okay, if you want to be on the trans, if you want to be on the,
it's like when people tell me I have nice hair because they don't want to acknowledge that my jawline kind of outs me a bit.
Great. So if you want to be on, if you want me to be objective on the trans Richter scale, does it put me back a little bit? Absolutely. But it's not as high as you up there, 7 feet.
At least I don't say trans
looking over, tearing over all the people, sitting at the food court.
Oh, and I always make sure to let my balls show.
Say bye.
Yeah,
That's the second health bar.
Okay. I think my only recommendation to you, Ninetales, is probably keep the femboy socks at home. I think that's like a big red flag. Like I think that
it gives me to wear a cod
with the huge
and cod pieces are fucking hilarious.
Keep the cat ears and the tails at home. I think that's probably just a bad look for you, especially if you're that tall. You're probably, maybe just contributing too much to your
problem. There's
to your clockiness, right?
There's a problem. My anxiety's too high without my butt plug, so I need my butt plug tail.
Your own. It's your butt plug, isn't it? You just wrap it around.
What do you mean I wrap it? What?
You got the schmeat.
It's not that long. No. Come on.
Come on, take the compliment.
It would have to be
Just
like
do women's
dragging
comedy
on the
stuff,
ground.
talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys, and then say,
like that would be terrible. Like
Ninetales has a nine tail.
That adds a whole new definition to the third leg. Like it actually touches the ground.
You have a 9-inch tail.
Okay. Ninetales the type of person to unironically use the word girl cock.
I'm 9-inch tails now. I'm 9-inch.
It's a 9-inch tail around.
No, 9-inch.
Unironically uses the word girl cock.
You know how 9-inch nails makes you feel really uncomfortable. I'm
Ninetales. When's the last time you used the word phrasing girl cock?
Girl cock. So I guess just now.
Huh.
I beat him.
I feel like you use it a lot. I feel like if I pulled up your Tinder bio or something, it would be in there. Do you like girl cock? Do you like girls who are 7 feet tall?
Girl.
I beat you, Zero.
Do you play basketball?
Finally.
I know.
Honestly, like girl penises are way more approachable by cis men. They're smaller, they're softer, they're less threatening. If you are a straight man,
well, some people would say that's an oxymoron.
If you're a straight man and you want to try some cock, I'm just saying maybe try a trans woman's cock. It is a little bit more femme.
You should post this as a Craigslist.
What is it? Just gonna rip your asshole open a little bit softer
instead of forcing us to listen to us.
Exactly it. And
it'll have a little bit of extra like lotion just out of it.
Throat. It bends with your throat.
Okay.
I'm not okay. I was gonna say that first, but I'm still gonna grab their hair and absolutely skull fuck them. But that's a different story.
You're gonna go deep voiced as fuck while you're doing
How
it
did
too.
we get here? Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like, take it now. I'm gonna go like Vegeta voice.
I don't know. Somehow, whenever we talk about this sort of thing, Ninetales takes it to like aggressive sexual stuff. It's really interesting.
You're gonna start
Because I know
growling.
how
Just
fragile you are. I know that me actually is a pro clutcher, so I try to say things that trigger that.
Oh, interesting.
She's like, I think of the children. Oh my god, this rock music is too insane.
Why would you say
Oh.
think of the children while
I
you're
think-
slamming someone's asshole?
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird.
Oh, I didn't realize I was slamming Neve's asshole right now.
Once more, chill.
I just think
Maybe I
you
missed
should
a
never
part of that.
underestimate the power of like juxtaposition. So it's worth pointing these things out sometimes. But
Oh man,
She's
if
like
only
the power of
Neve, if
fucking
only you
position.
for yourself on this, the irony would be so fucking rich.
yeah, I guess maybe from coming from somebody who doesn't make any optical
Cock is
considerations, I'm probably just gonna dismiss what you said. So yeah,
For someone who is like, oh, I left the left because I couldn't be selfish anymore. You sure don't like talking about yourself when this shit applies to you more than it applies to me.
I left the left when I started noticing like 7 feet tall
You got your
people
feet hurt.
dressed in
You got-
like
You got your feet
dressed in
hurt.
like dressed
Because
in
your
like
trans
fucking
med
femboy
face
socks,
called out
literally
for being
trying to transform into their anime crushes.
got your
I
little
think that's
feeties
probably when
hurt.
I was like, this isn't for me.
No, you got your little fifis hurt when you realized your trans med
Mm.
takes wouldn't pass. Okay?
I don't think so. No, I don't think
You got
so. I
clocked.
think even
Your
to
trans
this,
med takes
I think
got
even to
clocked.
this very day, I
Your
think I'm
trans
very
med takes
accepting
got
of
clocked. You
all
couldn't
trans
pass.
people. Yeah, and
Your
I
trans
think
med
that I'm
face
really acceptable
Hey,
of
Your trans med
people who
face
are.
didn't
Wait,
pass.
Ninetales, are you
And so you
non-binary or
cried.
are you trans?
I cried.
Okay.
I'm
I cried
Carantos.
too.
I'm Cryrontos
I cried when I had to break up with Alice Jones.
based.
I was
So,
like,
Great.
so did
Alex,
I.
this is the hardest decision.
I think
He had a
made in
beautiful
my
feminine
life.
Talkable or
penis.
not,
We had so many
talkable or
great
not, it's
times.
never really held me back.
He-
So
he had a
I'm having
beautiful
really
feminine
good
penis.
time.
The colloidal blue enema, and you were there, man. You held my hand, but I have to be set free, man. I have to
Getting
spread
real
my
mask up in that voice.
Oh my god,
Out of
Ninetales,
nowhere.
shut the
Alex
fuck
and I
up.
were sharing
Like,
some
actually
serious
just
fears.
stop talking.
No, the more you tell me to stop, the more I'm going to do it.
You're just
I can't
awful.
win. And if you don't tell me to stop, I'm going to think everyone likes it.
Your voice is like fucking Cheetos and Skittles, literally chewing on them together.
What did you just say to me?
You sounded
Literally
really white
that
trash
bad.
right there. You sounded like
God
you
damn,
drink PBR
the only
and
thing I can't do
smacked
is
your
accent.
wife.
I thought you said PBD for a second.
Ew. Okay. PBD has more class than that. And
I
he's
prefer
retarded.
I prefer CBT over PBD, but we can give PBD CBT.
CBT, cock and ball torture?
No, cognitive behavioral therapy, you fucking
No, it's
perv.
cock and ball torture, you liar.
Fucking pervert.
Come on,
I
we
swear to
both.
God,
I'm the pervert,
fucking
you're the one
debate-
talking
both
about
know
cock
that
and ball
doesn't work
torture.
with schizophrenics.
No, I can't even talk about real scientific clinical terms without you jizzing all over it with your fucking male gaze bullshit.
You're the
Yeah,
one that
without
likes
us
You're not
CBT.
allowed to talk about
Sounds like
scientific
sexism and
clinical
gaming all over
terms.
again.
I mentioned 3 letters and Kankelmore's brain is like, oh man, can my balls get tortured from those 3 letters or no?
I don't like that stuff. You're the one talking about it.
I was talking about cognitive behavioral therapy.
Cock and ball torture. Yes, I know.
Look it up.
Heavy-head
Look it up,
PT.
noobs.
I've been to cognitive behavioral therapy. They don't
That
call it
explains a
CBT. They call it cognitive behavioral therapy. Then cock and ball torture they call CBT.
No, they
So-
call cognitive behavioral therapy cock and ball torture. No, wait, what?
That's my cue. I
Yeah.
am going to go.
I'm sorry you had to
Fuck,
witness
yes,
that.
I got another one to leave. Yes.
Mantis.
Good
Hold on,
night,
before
Mantis.
you go though, before you go real quick, I have to get one of these in really quick.
Touch my cherry folds.
I just-
Or fold my holy flaps.
And that's just the kind of sexist bullcrap that's going to keep you
Okay.
in the kitchen. Sit your ass down.
Nah,
Just
I
do
guess I
women's
don't
comedy
do that
stuff,
one.
talk about how
I
fat you are and
can't
how you want to have sex
do
with guys, and then say my vagina a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and then just go my vagina. Girls are funny, Wendy. Okay, get over it.
My neck.
Kinkles. You know why my finger is itchy
Republicans
right
eat their young. They really do. They eat their young. Terrible statement, but it's true.
I just had to let you know all those things. Okay.
All right, I like it. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Kinkles, why is my finger itchy right now?
Because you want to itch Mantis's balls.
Fucking pervert again, I swear to God. Doesn't matter
Because you
what I
haven't-
say.
Because you haven't pointed it at a conservative in more than like 2 minutes.
True, actually.
I'm like, unlike a conservative, my mind does not go.
You need
to
a
perverted place.
conservatorship. You need a conservatorship. Holy shit.
Except unlike
Oh,
a conservative, my mind doesn't go.
I don't know,
Holy
Nighthawks, you're a
fuck
walking
me.
self-report.
Like, holy
you're
shit!
A walking
Don't you
self-report.
get afraid of being cut off like a little bitch every time? So unlike
No,
conservatives,
why would she?
I don't get super. my
Nine
mind doesn't
Tails,
go to
you're
dirty
literal
places every time I
cancer.
hear about normal stuff.
Cancer.
At least
Brain
I'm not afraid of
cancer.
letting you guys speak.
I think I muted you twice earlier before
I'm
that
the
exact
only one with
issue, but
balls
that's
here.
okay.
I'm the only one with balls.
know
Yeah,
where
because
to
you
go.
can't take your own medicine.
Your balls are so big.
Actually,
they're
it's
falling
ironically
away
for
from
the
your
exact
brain.
same thing that you
It's
just
no
told
wonder
me
you
that
try
I was
super,
doing.
No wonder you try super hard to become mods
It's literally
observer.
ironically
You're so
okay.
insecure.
Okay.
You need this
Kenko
power so that way
assigned
you
me.
can feel safe.
Kenko assigned me as a mod here. I didn't ask. Angie gave me admin. I didn't ask. I made my own server. I'm a admin there. Okay. Why is it that you're not a mod anywhere? I mean, it's not really qualifications or anything. It's really not that deep.
I wouldn't do anything.
Oh, well. There you go then.
Loser.
Ninetales
Yeah,
loves
it's
If you
because
don't
I'm
see
an
the value in it
authoritarian.
now, where's the value in
It's
it
because I'm an
now?
authoritarian and I'm actually against Discord modding, and so I'm just being consistent with my authoritarianism.
You're
Well, if
right.
you're
You
an
should go to
authoritarian,
libraries
you
and
would have
universities and
enforcers.
just yell.
It's funny because someone today said that you're like super authoritarian. That's what
I know,
how
it's
that's
so
how they
funny.
perceived you.
Yeah,
Don't you care
reactionaries
about how
be
people
reactioning.
perceive you?
Well,
Boy, that was a bad one.
yeah, I don't know.
was
Lefties be
intentionally
gaslighting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Keep
No,
going.
that's not what you're experiencing. You're wrong. You're not experiencing it. You're wrong. Stupid conservative. That's not your perception of me.
Well,
You're
chances are they
wrong.
can't even steel man my arguments.
Hey, you know what, Ninetales? You're a liar.
Okay. Can you steal me my
Ninetales.
arguments? I dare you to
Ninetales.
steal me.
Ninetales, you're a liar. Ninetales,
least
you know
I can
what?
steal
No
me
one
an
said that.
argument.
Ninetales, you're a liar. You're actually a
least I-
liar.
At least I
No,
can steal me
you're
an
a liar.
argument.
You're
At
literally
least-
a liar.
At least I can steal man arguments.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a
Alrighty.
little pussy.
I wish we could all just get along.
Just do women's comedy
I'm
stuff. You
not
know,
a
talk about how
pussy,
fat
I
you are and
eat
how
it.
you want to have sex with guys, and then say my vagina.
That's
No racism, no
How's that for
sexism,
some
no
toxic masculinity?
homophobism, no
yuck your yum, I
homophobism,
suppose.
no
Do you like my toxic masculinity in your
Allahism.
face?
Hi, Mantis.
She got it in her face before she left.
Totally.
Stop humoring me, Cankles. I fucking hate when you do that.
Does this sexual aggression have anything to do why you're no longer in the workplace?
I am in the workplace.
That's why I can't get
dumbass.
hard anymore. What? You're not in the workplace? What?
Okay, then mission accomplished.
What are you talking about?
Mission accomplished.
Ew. You know what? Now I really can't
Ew.
get hard anymore. Jesus Christ.
I know, you
Ow.
still playing Overwatch?
Hell.
All right.
You
All
sound like
right.
Jimmy Fallon.
Ninetales,
Are you
get
still
muted
playing
for the rest of
Overwatch?
the night. Bye. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I
You sound like
kid,
Jimmy Fallon when you say "ew."
Ew.
Oh, they left. Did they leave?
Yeah, probably just for a second, if I had to guess. Yeah, I was right. Or not. Nine tails, more like nine taints.
Wait, did you kick her or did she actually
No,
leave?
she left. She left.
Okay, crazy thing is that, like, if she's serious about furthering her cause, why would she be there, like, like, You could argue that she's sabotaging it by being here. Just saying. You know, maybe-
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think it's a strong argument. Other than like Vivian, who is already left, who is very charitable towards her because you know.
Oh, it's back. I'm just kidding. She's back.
How do I sabotage myself?
You sabotage yourself by talking.
Oh, so do you.
Great.
Based, Neve. She burned you
Sweet.
so bad.
Oh my
Do you need a ice pack?
She needs to
Well-
learn from Sunday. You got to do one run a night, and that's it.
I think she had a really difficult time separating perceptions,
Run
and then we had to
tails.
throw in delusion in there. It gets really confusing.
Actually, I'm better than Sunday, so I can do more than one.
Run tails.
Actually,
9 runs. Oh, 9 runs. That's
Oh,
it.
good
That's why.
point.
She's trying to get 9 runs.
what about 9 lives?
Yeah.
Yeah. 9 lives to commit 9 runs.
Ninetales, come back quickly.
9 wings.
I forgot to tell you something.
Eve, stop telling me what to do.
No, seriously, come back.
Saber, are you watching my YouTube right now?
Yes.
You're seeing the glasses.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. Do not do it. You. It's
just gonna
not
have to-
recommended item unless you have a certain item. Because unless you have this certain item, it's gonna be very difficult without it. You can go ahead and try it if you want to just do whatever you want.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Now that Ninetales is gone,
Sekiro.
I can actually talk about the really exciting and fun and enjoyable thing that I wanted to talk about earlier.
Actually, before you get into that, I'm gonna be heading out. It's really late.
Okay.
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 Bye, Saba.
See you later.
I'll see you later today, I guess. Okay?
Indeed. Good night, pal.
Good night.
Later.
That was a meme. I wanted Ninetales to come back so I could time her out for an hour.
That's fucking funny.
And it worked.
That's funny.
Are you playing Overwatch?
Right now I'm playing StarCraft 2, but I was gonna hop on Overwatch.
Okay. I'm playing Starfield. Or I was until we got into that fucking massive stupid ass conversation.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hey, are you guys allowed to talk about the? Because I watched most of the panel, but I was kind of like zoning in and out of it. What was the whole like DM situation? What was that?
Oh man. Okay, the DMs are
Talk about
basically
anyway.
like a battle royale. The DMs are basically like a battle royale between like Ninetales versus everybody, Aron Lord versus everyone, me versus them too.
He's the one with the like tiger.
Yeah, the tiger flag guy. I don't
Dude,
know.
that guy
It was just a bloodbath. Vivian against Aron Lord. Like it was just it was a shit show. And then me versus Ninetales in the last day in the DMs. It was lame, but it got a little too heated at points, which is why it became this thing because the allegation was made was that I called Aron Lord a pedo, but what actually happened was that I basically just like made this like blanket statement, okay, and it was dumb. I mean, it had nothing to do with like anybody in particular, but Tachyon introduced a topic like last minute and was basically like, oh yeah, and I'm thinking about adding a question about the appearance and like over sexualization of game characters. And I was like, well, I'm glad you did, because this is exactly where I'm headed. Like, I used the word like everyone. So I was like, why is every character like over sexualized or like massive tits and like BBLs basically? And then he basically like went to full debate bro mode, Orin Lord, and was like, well, he's like, every is a burden of proof you won't be able to satisfy. And so I was like, okay, nerd, chill. And that's when it started. And then he was like, I don't know what the initial back and forth was, but at one point I basically said like, I was like, chill, dude, no one's coming for your hentai. I just think it's weird that like, I was like, I just think it's weird that like, you know, there doesn't seem to be many professions in like anime for women. Everyone just seems to be a high schoolgirl. And then that's it. Literally, it wasn't even directed at him. It was just like a bad faith observation about anime. Okay. I know it's not all like that. It probably was like, I don't know, whatever. Wasn't the greatest statement. Okay. And then he took that as like, I was calling him a pedophile, but it was really just like a statement. Right. And so that's where the real vitriol kind of started. And I think like in the debate when we were talking about it, I had kind of said to him like, no one had called you that. I made a statement about it, and you know, you randomly turned it into like the hill you wanted to die on. It didn't imply you until you implied it yourself. Like you basically were like, you know, we're like, all right, and we're taking away like the red skateboards, and someone's like, no, fuck that, those are my skateboards, like kind of mentality. Like where he didn't outwardly say it, and I don't think he has one, to be fair. I don't think he has one at all. But it was just like, wow, you don't need to defend this, because it like, I don't know, if I was on his side of things, I would be like, wow, that's such a stupid statement about something that's like clearly not true. I don't feel the need to defend this. But like, he did. And then I don't know, Ninetales probably would too. So, yeah.
Damn.
It was stupid though. I think we all everyone but like probably Tom would have looked bad if we leaked them. So I'm not gonna lie. No,
Really?
probably not them. Well, yeah. Because I think it got a little petty, and you know, like the insults weren't like super terrible by any means. Like obviously you could still write it off as banter, but the behavior overall was probably just kind of like a little deplorable, you know?
Yep.
Probably not the best thing for us to be doing. But with that said, it wasn't overly tilted to like one particular side. I feel like everyone was catching strays, and you know, that's the way it should be, I suppose. I mean,
yeah, I think so. That's so funny, though.
I think he had every right to press me on that. And, you know, the one point that I was trying to make to him when he did was like, we literally all came to this panel where there has been these like mysterious DMs, okay, that were worth leaking. They were in the sense that they were so stupid and funny that people would enjoy them, but also so insignificant that it would be like, okay, this is a dumb way to like ruin like a working relationship with anyone over kind of thing, right? So
yeah.
And I think ultimately I did kind of side with Tom on that and saying like, okay, you know, on the principle of like leaking DMs, I think it's really fucking bad. I also just kind of like fair on this side of caution where if I'm talking to someone on Discord, I just don't really see it as a private message, especially if it's within the community. But that doesn't mean like how I treat the message. It's how I treat my messages. Like I am just prepared for someone to like hate me one day or like leak something one day. You know what I mean? Like even if that's not my mentality, I just, you know, I don't ever send anything out like, okay, no one is gonna see this.
Well, yeah.
But I was like, hey,
happens all the time.
Exactly. So I was like, hey Tom, you know, I understand. Ideally, this is how we all should be. This type of action is like kind of promoting that behavior. Fine. But what was another thing there was another really funny thing about it all that I can't remember, but yeah. It was a little overblown, and it did kind of take part. Oh yeah, Food Shops was in there too, who is like a very funny antagonizer. I will say that.
Oh yeah,
she's very good at stirring the pot. And I just think overall, like I probably send Tachyon a message tomorrow and just kind of like thank him and stuff, because I feel like there was a little bit of like disrespect, whether it was like the particular, I don't know. I mean, there were times where like maybe I could have like made it a little easier for him. I don't think I was the worst person, but there was definitely a few people there that were like a little disrespectful. So just like on that alone, I think I would just kind of want to like send him a message and just like check in and stuff, because he was pretty cordial.
I feel like if you're in a server with a bunch of fucking strangers, or not a server, in a group chat with a bunch of fucking strangers, you should never expect that to be private. It's a bunch of strangers. You're practically in public anyway.
Yep.
I think the moral element is hinging on the credibility of each individual streamer, right? So
yeah,
you could make the argument that Tom like single-handedly helped those from like getting leaked anymore, and Stardust like did, but it was so like, I don't know if she has the VOD anymore. Maybe there's a VOD, so just throwing that out there. Stardust did leak them.
I was gonna say
some
I
point.
thought someone did, but damn.
Yeah, so they're possibly out there, but like I said, they're not like the Brianna Wu leaks or anything like that.
Yeah.
It was just classic, like, I don't know, classic online dogpiling / funny quips / cringe.
Yeah. Yeah, the panel was pretty fucking crazy.
Super fucking funny at points, but yeah, near the end, when it starts to get into like the niche of like the Gamergate stuff, like I can argue about the principles of what's being said. But if you go into at the very beginning, I had to like steer the shit back in the middle, because they started going into these like two random specific people and ideas, and they seem to know so much about the specific instances, and I was like, I can't be the only one here that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And I knew it was on some Gamergate shit, so I was like,
Yeah, it's crazy how like I haven't heard that in so long, and now I feel like I see Gamergate like everywhere. Oh, what was that? Uh-oh. Ninetales got to her.
Based.
How many people were on that panel? It was like 10, 11?
Um, 9.
9.
Yeah, I was gonna say 8 or 9. Sorry, I went to the kitchen.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, that was a lot of like fairly toxic, controversial people in one spot.
Yeah, definitely.
I hadn't seen Vivian Wolf, and I don't even know how long.
Where does she frequent? I know that she tried to get Stardust canceled for having what's his fuck on the platform, Richard Spencer. At least that's what I think the main reason is. And there was one point where it was Stardust was like, you know, like, we're all here like having a conversation, even if we all think like someone's stupid or whatever, like we still hear her can talk. And then the example she chose to give was like, even if I think Vivian is like some stupid like whore or whatever, like doesn't mean like I can't sit here and talk to her. She's like, wait, you don't think that? Or I don't know. It was just like clearly there was too much tension in between them to like make that joke kind of thing. But it was like, I don't know, she played it off great, so it didn't seem like that.
That's good.
Yeah. I surprisingly didn't even disagree with Aura and Darklord that much. At the beginning, I did. Hell, I was like, dude, this is hilarious. There was some fucking really good quotes he had said. And near the end, I was like, huh? I don't actually mind. It's not that bad.
He started right off with the fedora energy, though.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, dude, he went really hard, really quick.
He said, I'm making sure people know I've got Cheeto fingers, I'm got a neck beard, and I'm playing World of Warcraft right now, and my mom is holding a fucking bedpan under my asshole.
Yeah, he was a pretty fucking big meme, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like a rigid thinker, but he had like thought a lot of his stuff out, so I guess I can respect that. And like he was a lawyer.
Oh, what?
What?
Yeah.
Really?
No fucking way. He's lying.
That's crazy. Wow.
And it would make sense because a lot of his arguments are kind of coherent, and it would make sense why he like was appealing to like authority and all that stuff so often.
Yeah, now that I think about it, the language he was using.
Yeah.
I thought he was just someone that like kind of like a Vosh almost, who just like goes over the top with using big words for literally no reason.
Yeah, just random verbosity.
Yeah. I was just like, I don't understand why people have to use the most like fucking convoluted words.
Yeah, it is so bad. I used to be that person.
Yeah,
It's like
I think everybody tries a phase of that to sound smart.
It's like chewing with your mouth open.
Yeah. I still do it depending on what it is.
I think so. I think I do too. I was also used to be really bad on that in my writing until I realized that like actual intelligence is really making things concise and not needlessly complicated. So yeah.
Yeah, when I was like in high school or even afterwards, I would like fucking always loved fucking arguing with people. And it was like, I was probably the most annoying fucking piece of shit.
How old are you, Ryan?
32.
Okay. I'm 300.
300.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're 29.
Yeah.
I only know because you told me, I think, a while ago.
I did, yeah. It's not a once I started asking people how old they thought I was and they started saying more than 30, I was like, okay, we're done doing this. I'm 29, you fucking assholes. I'm just kidding, but yeah.
I think it was it Ninetails who was like, yeah, I'd totally believe that both me and Kanklemore were like in their 40s if you told me that. And I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Criminal. I'm 27.
You're 27?
Uh-huh.
Damn. Yeah, when you said that, I was like, oh, fuck. I'm just gonna pretend I have a bad camera or something.
It's just the lighting.
Probably I don't. I need to get lighting.
I guess that would make sense because you're probably just sitting in front of your computer screen, right? Like,
yeah,
is it just like too light with like?
I have like these little shitty lights that are like they change color, but they're super dim. Like these.
Okay.
I just kind of set them around the room. But
I kind of overdo it with the ambiance, but you know, it is what it is.
I like a good setup. I think it's hella cool. Like,
yeah,
I never really planned on streaming and shit or doing like panels or whatnot, but I definitely want to rearrange some shit since I've been doing them so much lately.
When's the first panel you hopped on? Like, whose was that?
Food shops, I think. Like,
okay. Was it just random?
Yeah, I think like the first one that I was like ever like scheduled on and like knew I was going on ahead of time was the genetics one.
Oh, okay. So we were on that together, right? Did we make it? Were you first wave or?
Yep, first wave.
Yeah, nice.
They're so funny too, because like the whole like week leading up to it, I was just like listening to all kinds of videos and researching shit. I was just like, all right, I don't want to fucking come off like an idiot because I knew like very little about gene editing. And then we started talking, and it was literally just like the morals / ethics of it, as opposed to like the actual technology. And I was like, oh man.
Yeah, people always want to jerk off to moral bullshit, and it's like, yeah.
Which is interesting, but and then it turned into a second debate. I think Kanklemore was there for the whole time, where it was like 3 people against Jack about Trump and Biden.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh yeah, didn't that necessitate an extra debate? Like, didn't that turn into another one? Yeah.
Yep. It was funny too because I wanted to stay because it's a topic I love to argue about, but it was literally like everyone in the lobby at the time was just shitting on Jack, and I was just like, yeah, I don't want to really dogpile on him.
Oh, fair enough. That feels good though, if you know, and then you got to do it.
Yeah, it does.
No, I got over it a while. Like at the beginning, I was like, "Wow, this guy's a fucking idiot," and then, yeah, you just get tired. You're like, eh.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna save my energy.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep doing it and get better at like remembering my thoughts and shit. Because I literally the last like 4 or 5 times I've jumped on somewhere, like I've thought like immediately afterwards, I'm like, wow, I had all these things that I was gonna talk about or bring up, and I said fucking none of them.
Yeah, it's interesting. You kind of just have to like say what you think and then just say fuck it. Cause I saw someone say something where like they said, I think I was reading Food Shop's Discord where someone was like, panel formats really just cater to like the most charismatic or the loudest person in the room. Which personally, like rhetorically, I'm not that strong, I'll be honest. But you know, I think I make the contributions and like, you know, whether it's making light of something or just like, I don't know. I hope to be like a grounding force, you know. But yeah, you won't see me in like intense philosophical debates anytime soon, trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, I like just like argued with fuck, I always forget his name. He's I don't know if he streams or not, but he's in Tom's chat quite a bit. Fuck. Oh, STV Philly, I think it is.
Oh yeah.
Is his name?
I don't know him personally, but I recognize the name.
Yeah, it was. We're on a stream watching him. I think he was on The Leftovers, is what we're watching. Hassan and Ethan, and like people are obviously shitting on Hassan, and like the Philly guy came on and just like was defending like everything he said and like kept asking like all these questions of like I don't understand why anyone like you know, why do they so hard on him and not like other creators like Destiny, blah blah blah. What does it really matter? And just the whole time in the chat was talking. And then he hopped onto Tom's stream, talked for like an hour, was just completely soying out over Hassan. And so I was at food shops the next day and I was like, "Oh, did you see that?" And she's like, "No, I didn't see that conversation." And I was like, "Oh yeah, this guy kind of basically gave her like the TLDR, all that shit." And she was like, "Oh, cool." And then just like immediately goes and invites him on for us to argue. And I didn't know she was gonna do that. So literally right before she did that, I got into an Overwatch game and I came back out and I was just like, "Oh shit. That guy joined the fucking call." I was like, "Oh fuck, they're talking about what I was saying." And like he was so mad because I said he said Destiny was gross and unhinged. And he was just
Gross?
like, gross and unhinged.
Weird.
And he was just like, "Yeah, this fucking Rhino dude's just making shit up, lying about me." And I went into the chat and looked, and what he had said was, we were watching Destiny's reaction to Hassan, and he said, "Oh, this is gross by Destiny," and then like he's unhinged in this take right here. So it was like, I guess he wasn't calling Destiny gross or unhinged as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so he was like hella mad about that. And then we argued again, another like hour of like him being like, "I just don't understand why people call Hassan evil. Like that's fucked up. You can't call Hassan evil." And literally 30 minutes after I got off the call, I went and looked at the clip again, and what Destiny had said was, "Oh, what Hassan is saying here is evil." And I was just like, "Oh my fucking god, the exact thing this dude was so mad about me characterizing him for." I spent an hour defending Hassan, saying Destiny called him evil. And I was like, "God damn it." And I never brought it up. It totally went over my head.
Is I don't know, I find it so like I don't know. There's something about it that just irritates the fuck out of me. I want to see if this is the word I need. Like, indignant in a way that's so like just I don't know. I just find like it's kind of like really sorry. It's like patronizing, condescending. The indignance is like, "What do you mean these people don't understand? Like, bro, the means of production, like."
Oh my god.
I'm a son.
And then he fucking goes on Pierce Morgan. It's like, "Why didn't you have Netanyahu on here to talk about this?" And he's like, I did like a month ago." It's like, oh god.
Just like I just don't understand where the separation is from like the rest of society and like Hassan's fans, you know, like what they think he's doing and what everybody else sees, right? Like that to me is like, okay, dude, he's sitting in front of a computer like all of us, not even on debate panels, because you could argue if he was arguing, maybe he would be a little bit more effective, but no, he's this little like secular, you know, human now, doesn't interact with fucking anyone. And like, you know, it's like, dude, I don't blame anyone for getting away from debate bro culture. It is cringe, okay?
Yep.
I try to, you know, deal with it in my own way, and sometimes I get clowned on for it, because I don't really fucking care, you know? I'm just like, dude, sound like fucking idiots. I'm sorry. In your attempt to sound like smarter than the other person, you all sound dumb. And I can't deal with it. I don't know. Like, the first time I talked to Ninetales, I was trying to tell her, like, where like where I was kind of coming from on the internet and stuff. And I was like, yeah, like I'm coming from like the Black Manosphere basically. It's like where I kind of started off. Have like quite a few friends there. Obviously just trying to move away from there to do something else. And she's like, well, what do you mean by the Black Manosphere? Like, what's your, she's like, what's your, what is she trying to say? She's like, well, what's your purpose there? Like, what sort of positions are you having? Like, all this different stuff. I think Kanko might have even been there. And I was like, honestly, like, dude, it's really not that deep. Like, you just don't get it. Like the first thing I was like, okay, you can't intellectualize everything. There are some things that are just understood by your social aptitude or not. Like you just get it or you don't, right? And that's fine. And so I was like, okay, well, this is so weird. Like, who the fuck is this person? But I liked her at first. I'm trying to think where the bridge burned. I don't even remember now. There's been so many casualties in the war. We've been fighting for generations. We never even know. Oh man.
Yeah, I brought up that one clip of like I have like huge annoyance with the whole like, well, what does his opinion matter? Blah blah blah, and it's like he's the largest political streamer on like Twitch or maybe any platform. So it's like that's to fall back on the argument that it doesn't matter and like what power does he have or any of that. It's just like that's such a stupid argument to me.
It is dumb. Yeah, I think we should all acknowledge that. Like, if there is a small degree of power, he probably has the most. You know.
Yep.
In his position, if Twitch streamers and like Twitch poll or whatever they want to call it, streamers don't have any power, then he still has more power. Like he still has. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. But I brought up that clip. Did you ever see when he had Christian Walker, I think was his name, on his? I think he actually had him in his house, so he had him on the stream to debate him.
I'm not sure who that is actually.
Well, I don't know if you know Herschel Walker, the like.
Yes.
It is actually his son.
Hmm.
But
okay.
Yeah, so he's like super conservative, but he might even be gay. But
yeah,
he goes on there.
He resents his dad for like, yeah.
Yep. But yeah,
well,
so
sorry,
he went to Hassan's house and like joined him on a stream, and they like debated, and it got to like trans shit, and Hassan was just getting fucking wrecked by him.
Oh, it's that guy?
Yeah, and so after the chat happens or whatever,
Wait a minute. What can I hear?
I can't hear?
Oh,
can you
weird.
hear me?
No, I just changed the settings on my mic and then yeah. Okay, sorry. So this guy came over and was debating Hassan, and he was wrecking Hassan with his trans takes.
Yeah, and it wasn't that the kid necessarily had like great arguments. It was just Hassan was very shitty at arguing, and so after the kid leaves, he's like reading his chat.
Yeah, and this is the thing that spurred on the "you are just a trans person."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not even aware of this. So what?
You've never seen that clip?
No, I would like to see it.
It's somebody's like, I wish you would have been more knowledgeable on trans arguments or had a trans person in here that is more knowledgeable so that you didn't make us look like idiots. And he goes, fuck you. You are just a trans person. I hope your miserable existence is just as miserable as it is today for the rest of your life. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Fuck you.
Wow, I want to see that.
I've heard that
Yeah,
clip
it
so
is.
many goddamn times.
I think I could probably pull it up. Let me
Try to get it
see.
scoped to the internet.
No, it's
Man,
had
what
things. It got clipped so many times. Boom, bada, boom. Damn. Okay. Oh fuck! I thought my game was over. I got one more round.
I got it. I'll find it. I'm
Okay,
about to get off
perfect.
in a minute anyway.
Cool.
And I will find this before I go. I don't know if this is it, but
Watching.
I aced my GED.
This sucks so much. Can't support this guy after this.
Can I see some
I mean, he's a capitalist first, right? What?
I don't know if
Bro,
this
why
is
is
the
it
right one.
always people? Why is it people calling me capitalist are quite literally like doing what I'm doing, but worse?
I can't. Oh, sorry.
It's
I gotta
always
turn
like-
my volume.
It's never like a fucking stevedore, okay? Substack.
Miss-
I'm sorry. Doing the same thing. No, I think there's a lot of people than fucking Herschel Walker's legitimately thinking that trans community regularly goes after controversy despite all Natalie's efforts of time. I'm an LGBT and who the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ. Place for education, as you brought first, paraphrasing is one of the largest trans. Know that this is a fucking trans spaces care about converting you. Have some pragmatism and get over it. Yeah. This is internal. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not going to engage. Dude, you're doing the same. Wow, dude, I can't. Okay.
This is not it.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates. I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go. Suck my
Was
dick.
that a ban?
I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer, okay? You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. What an L.
This wasn't even the whole clip.
No, yeah, I think he goes a little more into it.
Hassan is pretty much the top. Our old good
It's
buddy
in this one.
Shank's nephew made a reply video to us, so I made a little summary for you guys who don't want to watch a 5-hour stream. So here it is.
A while ago, these guys that I don't know anything about, okay, and still don't know anything about, made a video, I think, about title is true. Haas and I be called as transphobes. Hear why? And then the answer.
Trans-related debate, and people in his community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe knowing he might bring up transphobic shit. You aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
Fair point. Let's see how humble his response is.
I hope that the rest of your life is as horrible as it is every single day. Okay? There you go. Suck my dick.
And I want people to have a better, more positive approach to dealing with issues.
I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You are fucking cancer.
That's my ultimate goal, and I feel like I achieved that.
You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks. You catboy fuck. You are just a trans person. Sorry, You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's funny how it's always the people who are like,
what?
Really left leaning or woke who's like, you're trans.
Yeah.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let
Yeah.
me, a cis person,
Yeah.
tell you you don't know your.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Damn.
It's like he's a
Damn.
white.
You're just a trans person.
He's the white woman version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's doing what women do. No, let me talk. Racist. You see what's going on here? That's suffering.
Yeah.
That's the face of
He
someone.
does
That's
remind
what
me-
he does.
He does remind me of the white women who try to educate me on race. I'm like, Karen, no thank you.
I'm good.
I didn't ask.
I'm good.
I didn't broach this topic. No, but you don't understand just how much I want your black penis. Ma'am, shut up. Nobody asked you, and we ain't giving it to you.
America deserved
Who's
9/11,
left?
dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked?
That was positivity right there.
Hey, listen. As crazy as that comment is, a
kinda
brave
funny.
mujahideen fucking.
A brave? That's good.
I'm not even gonna listen.
It's kinda funny.
He might be just like, well, that's funny.
I need to see what that video is. Or it's just like,
Do you want me to send you that Evan Preach video?
can you send it in a chat or whatever?
I got you.
I think it might be bedtime.
It is bedtime for me.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna head off, so
Yeah, I can barely keep my eyes open right now.
yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you guys later.
Pop in anytime.
Bye,
bud.
man. Take care.
Thank you, yeah.
Later. Alright, I will send this over. I'll put it in the inner circle. Alright, you know what? Oh, fuck. I just missed him. Alright.
Good night.
Good night. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Good night, Apex. Okay, it's just logs. Alright. Getting the fuck off.